was watching my show, a couple of texts were coming through from his friend Dave. And as I was trying to swipe one away, I accidentally opened it. So listen, I know that I am not the conventionally attractive woman. And even throughout my life, I've been referred to as a starter girlfriend or a stepping stone. So these texts that my Steve was sending to his friend Dave were pictures of me from different angles saying I'm trying to work out what her best angle is. And this is when my fiance sent a text saying I guess her left side is tolerable. And then Dave replies, yeah, I agree, probably just worth telling the photographer to focus on that side. I'm sorry, did we find these men in the pits of the sewers? What is happening? Honestly, I was so shocked. I didn't think this could get any worse. And then it did. Steve says, I honestly think I want to marry her, but maybe I just need to ask the photographer to edit a couple of things here and there. Just know for a fact that Steve looks like he's easy to draw. Dave then replies and says, yeah, maybe, but if it makes you feel better, just make sure that you have all your photos taken straight on, since I think she looks best that way. To be honest, girls, in this situation, I was more offended than hurt. And like I say, listen, I know that I'm not conventionally attractive, but to say I need editing in my wedding pictures just feels a little bit extreme. And then, you know, to top it all off, it kind of just feels a bit rude and demeaning. Yeah, I didn't quite know how to go about this whole situation, so I took a picture of my phone of the screen of the iPad, and then I closed the screen down, so the first thing that will be open when he opens it again is that conversation. When I handed it back to him, he was like, hey, how was the movie? And I was like, yeah, it was very insightful. Now, I am not very good at hiding my emotions at all, so he knew for a fact that something was up. I told him that I was just feeling a little bit sick still and that I didn't really want to talk about it anymore, but he kept pestering me. He was like, I'm concerned for you. So I just said to him, well, why don't you speak to Dave about it, considering the two of you are so concerned about me? This man went ghost white, and then he was like, what do you mean? And that is when I told him to open the iPad. I went back to my bedroom and shut the door. Now, Steve hasn't come to speak to me for hours. Normally we are a talk it through kind of couple, but I don't know what to do now.
I never thought I was going to tell this story publicly because it's just like so much, but also it's so insane that I feel like I would be doing a public disservice not telling it. And also I learned so many valuable lessons from this, so I feel like it's also important to tell, but it's also insane. I'm at brunch with my friends and I get up to go to the bathroom, and on my way there, I run into this man, let's call him Jim, who's also on his way to the bathroom. This man is a little bit older than me, so he's in his early 30s, so handsome, so well dressed, just like very a put together person. You can tell he's like well off, wearing a really nice watch. And we start kind of chatting as we're walking to the bathroom. And this man had mad riz, like so charming, just like funny, amazing, like kind of one of those personalities where you're like, something has to be wrong with you. Spoiler, there was. Just because he just seems so perfect. And I literally went back to the table and was like, girls, I'm in love. I found my husband. I met my soulmate in line for the bathroom. And obviously I'd given him my number, and we planned a date. But after I met him, I was like, love at first sight, baby, it's real. So we start seeing each other. Nothing like super, super serious. It's not like he's my boyfriend, but he travels a lot for work. So he would only be back in town every month and a half to 2 months when he would take me out on a date. And the dates he would take me out on were amazing. He would take me to the nicest restaurants. Like, we would just do the coolest things ever. And his dates were so thoughtful and so intentional. And I truly was like, this is my husband. Like, this is my husband. Like, I was head over heels for this man. But the only thing was I just, like, did not see him that often. He didn't have any social media, which makes sense. Like, he is in his early 30s, so I didn't think that was too weird. And every time this man would see me, he would give me a piece of jewelry. And not just like any jewelry. It was always so nice. And I always told him that he shouldn't do that. It like kind of made me uncomfortable just because it was so nice. Like diamonds, gold, like very expensive things that I would never be able to just like buy for myself. But he would always be like, oh, when I was in XYZ city, I saw this and I just thought it would look beautiful on you and I had to get it for you. So I think I'm literally living in like a Hallmark movie. I'm living my dream life. This is amazing. We're planning our first trip together to go to the Bahamas. I'm like, this is incredible. He is going to stop traveling for work so much and he's going to be here more full time. And then he's going to be my boyfriend and we're going to get married and everything's going to be perfect. Spoiler, that is not what happened at all. Honestly, like the only red flag I ever really got from him was that he didn't have a house in the city that I lived in. He just kind of had this apartment condo kind of thing. And it just didn't seem very homey to me. Like, I was just like, this is so weird that you, like, this is your main home. This is the main city you live in. And it just didn't seem homey at all. But I kind of brushed it off because he travels so much that I'm like, okay, I guess it makes sense that this place isn't homey because you're not here that much. And now to the day that my entire fantasy life crumbled. It's important to note that at this time, I was public on Instagram. I'm not anymore. But at this point, I was. And I was at a coffee shop doing some work and just like posted a photo of my coffee and tagged the coffee shop I was at. So as I'm sitting there working, a woman comes and sits down next to me and starts chatting with me. And I'm like, girly, you don't see that I'm busy. But I'm trying to be nice, and she's just asking me questions. And finally, she's like, I love your necklace. Where did you get it? And I was like, oh, actually, like, a guy I'm seeing got it for me. And she goes, Jim? And when I tell you my heart dropped, I've never felt my heart physically drop like that in my life. And she sees the look on my face, and she immediately bursts out into tears. So I know what's going on. And I want to burst out into tears, obviously, but I'm like, keep it together, because I see that there is a wedding ring on her finger. And I'm like, he did not make vows to you. Like, you cannot cry right now. You're not the one that should be crying. So I'm sitting there like trying to keep it together. So this is the story I get. Obviously, that is his wife. He lives in a house with her. That is why that condo apartment thing looked so much like it wasn't lived in. It wasn't. He used that as his office. She said that in the past he cheated on her before as he traveled, but they went to couples counseling and it had been way better in recent years. But lately she started getting a weird feeling again. She said she really knew something was off when her jewelry started going missing. And the minute she said this, I'm like, oh no, Jim, you didn't do this. She said that the jewelry that went missing was the jewelry that she didn't wear very often, but like a woman can tell when her jewelry starts going missing. And when she asked him about it, he was like, oh, I noticed that the jewelry you don't wear as often was getting tarnished, so I brought it to get cleaned at the jeweler. And I didn't want to tell you, but they lost it. I mean, I guess that's as good as a lie as you can come up with. Like, I don't know what he was supposed to do there. So she said that earlier that week, the feeling just got so overwhelming that something was up, that when he was in the shower, she went through his phone. And she said it was so clean. Like, there was nothing there, no incriminating text, nothing. Like, this man did a good job covering his tracks. Except the one thing that she noticed is that he had the Instagram app downloaded. So she clicks on the app and sees that the account he has is like a fake account. It's like one of those like lurker accounts. It's not like an account for him. And it doesn't follow anybody. It doesn't have any followers, no posts. But she went into the search and saw that my account was the most recent search on his Instagram. And on my most recent post, she saw that I was wearing her missing necklace. When she told me that, I felt absolutely sick to my stomach. Apparently, after he got out of the shower, she confronted him and he denied. And she just said that she'd been watching my like Instagram stories the last few days and was like, I'm so sorry. I just saw you were here and I got in my car and I came and I just needed to talk to you. And I was like, girl, do not apologize, because I mean, I feel like I would have done the same thing. You gotta get answers. And she was so nice. She knew that I had no idea and I felt horrible. And she was just the sweetest ever. She was like, honestly, keep all the jewelry. I don't wear it. And I don't want it anymore. And I was like, I don't want it. So I did give all the jewelry back because I did not want jewelry under those circumstances at all. I was like, if she wants to sell it, if she wants to do it, but they're hers. I don't want them. I actually had dinner plans at the gym the next day. And she told me that she wanted to confront him by being the one at the reservation. So when he showed up, it was her at the table instead of me. So the only communication I had with him after this event was texting him 15 minutes before the reservation that I was there, that I immediately blocked his number and haven't talked to him since. I have no idea what happened. I saw her later that day because I returned the jewelry, but after that, never spoke to either of them again. So no idea how they're doing now. The following week, I did get a bouquet of flowers from Jim that said, the card said something like, "I'm so sorry, please let me explain." I don't know, I trashed them. I was like, this is absolutely insane that you're sending these right now. The card was also like, "It's not what it looks like." I think it's exactly what it looks like. I learned from this that when you're seeing somebody, even if there's really no red flags, you need to do a lot more background research into them than I ever thought that I would need to do. Now, before I go out with anybody, I am so diligent on making sure they're not married before I go on dates with anybody, because it's just terrible. It's a terrible experience for everyone involved, and being in that situation is horrible. Don't let this situation happen to you before you start being diligent about who you're going on dates with. Start so that it doesn't happen in the first place, because it's awful. And to Jim, I hope that you have the day you deserve.
Am I in the wrong for not eating the food after my girlfriend eats out of the bowl with the same spoon while preparing? I, 25 male, was having dinner with my girlfriend, 23 female, last night, and she was preparing a salad. As I was grilling the chicken, she was repeatedly eating out of the salad bowl with a spoon and putting it back in the bowl, mixing around and such. This is a common thing that we've talked about before. I find it gross and bad manners to eat out of serving dishes and put your used utensil back into the serving dish other people are expected to eat out of. Her family does it for almost every dish, and if I see it, it grosses me out. I once asked her to stop or make herself a bowl and eat out of that rather than the community dish. She got bent out of shape, dismissed my concern, so I ignored it and carried on cooking the chicken. When it came time to eat, she tried to serve me salad with the same spoon she was eating off of, and I politely declined. She then started pestering me why repeatedly. In attempts to stop a fight, I continued to cop out saying I'm just not in the mood for salad and other excuses, until she finally asked me enough to where I reiterated my concern that her using her dirty spoon in the bowl turned me off from eating it. She then played the victim about how she spent so much time preparing it for me and that I was being dramatic. She then left me with, "If you don't like that, you would have hated to watch me make the rice," which I had already eaten and now made me feel unsettled. I was extremely frustrated in this situation because I feel like it's a valid concern and general manners to not repeatedly eat from a dish others are going to eat from. Furthermore, I felt in a position to be forced into eating something that grossed me out just to validate her feelings while disregarding mine. I'm not bent out over a bite with a clean spoon, or cutting off and nibbling on little pieces of dinner while preparing dishes. I just get grossed out by dirty, wet utensils being mixed around into the clean, prepared food everyone is going to eat from. So, am I in the wrong?
My robot vacuum caught my boyfriend cheating. So for Christmas last year, amazing boyfriend, let's just call him Mark, got us a robot vacuum. It's like I just wanted for so long. And it's not just a lifesaver because it caught him cheating. For vacuuming, perfect. Now obviously my vacuum had a schedule. I normally try to do it whilst I was out the house just so I can come back to a super clean home. Very nice. I randomly got this notification, which I don't normally look at, but it said there was a new obstacle in the upstairs bedroom, and I just thought, that's weird, I've not moved any furniture around. And what this vacuum does is it takes a photo when there's like an unalerted object, if that makes sense. So you map the room to begin with. First get the vacuum, you map the room. Why is there a large object? Like, I have not moved anything around. So when I finally get home, I look into the app and I just go to see what the hell this object was. Someone please tell me why it photographed my boyfriend completely naked with this girl in some bed sheets on the floor. Why they were on the floor, I don't know. And why they would choose to do this whilst a vacuum's going on, I don't quite know. So obviously I go into the history of this vacuum because it's probably taken more photos before. For the past 3 months, there's been random objects in that bedroom every Tuesday and Thursday. Nice little schedule there going on. Now, I don't quite know how to bring this up with my boyfriend because obviously I have a lot of proof. So I'm very much looking forward to doing it. But how am I going to be so angry? Like, this is hilarious. Not that he's cheating on me, but how I found out. Like, your gift that you got me for Christmas has ratted you out. Not so much of a big sleigh that you thought it was. Honestly, wish me luck because I'm just going to laugh the whole time.
Am I wrong for telling my son that his brother is just better at life than him? Oh god, some parents, man. Why? I, 50 mil, have 2 sons, Daniel, 22, and Jackson, 20. We have our fair share of problems, but I love both of them with all of my heart no matter what. Doesn't sound like it from the title, but you know. Even as a child, Daniel always had a superiority complex. He always felt the need to excel at everything, except for sports due to asthma. He started law school this year, and I'm very proud of him. Jackson, on the other hand, is just a natural. There's no other way to put it. He doesn't need to put much effort into anything, yet he still comes out on top. After graduating from high school, he started working for me at my business, which is flourishing thanks in large part to Jack. A year ago, Jackson met his now fiancé, and we're preparing for the wedding this summer. Everyone in our family is happy for them except for Daniel. Daniel and Jack get along rather well. There's no feud between them, but I could always tell that Daniel had always been jealous of Jack. So I went on a business trip last weekend to where Daniel goes to school, and of course I met up with him. He was quite cold to me the whole time, not like he usually is. After a while, I asked him what was wrong, and he told me that he hasn't taken it lightly that my wife and I are going to pay for Jack's wedding and that we are going to help them out with buying their house as well. I was taken aback. I told him that his mother and I will do the same thing for him as well when it's time to get married. Daniel told me that it is disgusting that we're paying for the wedding but not for his tuition. I told him that it was his decision to go to an Ivy League school and an even more expensive law school, not ours. He accused me of favoring Jack, but I was having none of it. I told Daniel that he should get past that Jack is naturally more apt to life than he is, and frankly, he should be thinking about settling down as he keeps jumping from relationship to relationship. He's 24! 22, what? Daniel had a lot of girlfriends, but none of them lasted longer than half a year. He said that I've just admitted to preferring his brother. I couldn't take it anymore. I told my son to calm down, think about how silly he's behaving, and I'll pay for his ticket if he wants to come down south for dinner on the weekend, and left. It was hard, but he needs to start accepting reality. He's becoming rather self-centered. I don't want to lose him, but I feel like he keeps pushing us away from him. It's not healthy. I told my sister about it. She's also Daniel's godmother, and she thinks I'm an asshole for talking to Daniel like that. Honestly, the only thing that might have made me the asshole is that I told him Jack is simply a natural, which he might have taken the wrong way, that he needed to hear that. So, am I the asshole?
My little brother's girlfriend faked a seizure at my wedding. Yeah, you heard that right. The girl faked a seizure at my wedding. People are telling me that enough time has passed and I need to get over it, but I'm sorry. I'm going to tell y'all this story because I don't think I should get over it. Y'all are probably wondering, for what crazy, ridiculous reason did this girl fake a seizure? She didn't want to go home. I mean, I get it. The wedding was fun. I put on a good party, but come on. Okay, let me give you the actual details about what happened. My wedding was a year ago, and I had an adults-only wedding, okay? It was 18 and over. Nobody was bringing their kids. The only exceptions I allowed were my 17-year-old brother and his girlfriend. I was being nice. I didn't know his girlfriend that well, but he really wanted her to come, and I was like, you know what? I think my little brother's a great guy. I assume his girlfriend is a very nice girl. Yeah, okay? If you're going to have an adults-only wedding, stick to the rules. Stick to the rules. I was holding my wedding a few hours from where we all lived, so at a certain point during the reception, my little brother's girlfriend gets a text from her mom saying, "Hey girlie, it's time to come home. You're 17, you have school in the morning, okay?" And this girl was having a fun time. She did not want to go home. I mean, I get it. Like, it's my wedding. It was the best time ever. So she asks my mom if she can stay in the hotel that my entire family was staying in. And my mom said no. Not to be like rude or strict or anything like that. We just have a really big family and there was no room. Every single one of our hotel rooms was filled. So there was just no way that we were going to be able to fit her. Also, the girl is 17 and her mom wants her home. So my mom isn't going to step in and be a parent for this girl. Her mom said time to go home. It's time to go home. Right after my first dance, my maid of honor comes up to me and she looks panicked. And she tells me that my brother's girlfriend just had a seizure. So now, obviously, I'm freaking out as well. And I run to grab two paramedics who I knew were at the wedding and was like, y'all, we got to do something. We have an emergency. I immediately run to where this girl is. And there were already two nurses who were attending the wedding that were there with her. And now the two paramedics, my brother, other members of my family, some of my bridal staff, everyone's just trying to figure out how they can help her. And the two people who were paramedics told me that I needed to call 911, which I did immediately. And an ambulance showed up, came in, took her out on a stretcher, was taking care of her. And this was a big ordeal. Like, they came through the entire reception. Everyone was, like, freaking out. And obviously, I did not care about this. The girl was having a seizure. Like, that is the priority here. My wedding, like, that's not what I care about. I care about this girl being okay. That's when one of the paramedics comes in and is looking at me really stressed out, which then is stressing me out. I'm like, okay, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, we're actually not going to have to take her to the hospital. And I was like, what do you mean you're not going to have to take her to the hospital? And he was like, yeah, she was faking the seizure. She was not having a seizure. Okay, you gotta be kidding me. We tried to continue the reception after that, but the vibes were just completely off. I mean, it was a very, very stressful event, and everyone was so worried. And then, obviously, everyone's asking, like, okay, well, is she okay? What's happening? And we didn't want to expose her for lying, but also, like, everyone saw her. She was just still there. It's not like she left. She was just sitting at a table the rest of the time, which meant my brother, yeah, he missed the rest of the reception because she needed his attention. That's what he said. She needs my attention, so I just need to be with her completely for the rest of the reception. Not talk to, well, literally did not talk to anybody else the rest of the reception. He was just sitting with her, comforting her. Comforting her about what? She faked a seizure. Like, The wildest part to me is at the very end, when I'm cleaning up with my husband, everyone's left. She comes up to me and gives me this half apology as she's sobbing, like, I'm sorry, it's just like, I really didn't want to leave, so that felt like my only option. That felt like your only option? That felt like your only option was to fake a seizure. I also hope that you know that, like, we're not paying for those ambulance bills. My husband and I are just looking at her like, and I feel like this girl expected us to be like, it's okay, no big deal. And I was like, girl, that was messed up. That's a super messed up thing. You faked a medical emergency. Like, doing that ever is messed up, but you did it at somebody's wedding? Like, what? Are you good? Like, are you good? I assumed, as anybody would, that my little brother would dump her. Like, what does she have to do to get you to dump her at this point? That is a wild thing to do at your sister's wedding. But nope, it's a year later and they are still together. Happy as could be. And listen, I have tried to forgive this girl, but I just cannot get over this grudge I'm holding for what she did. A lot of people in my family say that I just need to get over it. She's 17, still a kid, didn't know any better. But I'm like, I'm sorry, didn't know any better. She was 17 years old. That's not a baby. I'm hosting family Thanksgiving this year, and I've made it kind of clear that I don't want to invite her and I don't want her in my home. But people are saying that's an overreaction. I don't know. I think that I have every right to not invite her, but I do want to be a good person. It's Thanksgiving. It's family. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. I met my boyfriend's work wife last night, and I feel absolutely sick about it. My boyfriend's been working at his current job for the last few years, but until last night, I hadn't met any of his coworkers. But he did talk about them a lot. Specifically one, let's call Julia. He told me that Julia and him were besties in the office and that she would always refer to him as her work husband. I didn't love that. But then this friendship seemed to move its way outside of the office, and my boyfriend started doing little favors for Julia, like running errands for her, helping fix things around her house. It was weird to me. When I finally bring up my issues with Julia to my boyfriend, he laughs me off and he says that I have nothing to worry about because Julia's older than us. So like nothing is going on there. And then I just kind of like laugh at myself. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe that I thought anything weird was going on. She's probably just this nice mom who just needs some help around the house. She's taking care of her kids. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. But that obviously ended up not being the case. About a week ago, my boyfriend and I were just sleeping peacefully when all of a sudden his phone is being called over and over and over again. And my boyfriend is such a deep sleeper. So I look over to see who's calling, and it's one of his guy friends. And so I answer the phone. I'm like, hey, is something going on? Is there an emergency? And he was like, no, I just wanted to see if your boyfriend wanted to come out tonight. I was like, we're asleep. Okay, you need to stop calling. Please. Good night. But when I hang up, I see that there are 5 unread text messages from Julia on my boyfriend's phone. And I guess my self-control is not that strong because I clicked into their messages. I wanted to know what they said. And the most recent text from Julia said, oh my gosh, I bet everyone thinks we're hooking up now. What do you mean? What was that supposed to mean? So I shook my boyfriend awake, okay? He's a deep sleeper, but he was waking up to address this issue. He tells me that the two of them both came in late at the same time on the same day, so it was just a joke, but I don't know. That's kind of a weird joke to say to your coworker. Pretty unprofessional if you ask me. I said, no, it is about time that I meet your work wife because something about this situation is not sitting right with me. So reluctantly, he agrees and he invites me to meet up with them when all of his coworkers went out for drinks yesterday. So yesterday, I meet up with my boyfriend who's already at the bar with his coworkers, and when I walk in, I'm immediately sick to my stomach because I see a beautiful woman hanging all over my man. Who was this woman? Yeah, you guessed it. It was Julia, the apparently older woman. Yeah, she's 3 years older than us. My boyfriend was making it seem like this was a middle-aged woman with 3 kids spending her weekends picking up her kids in her minivan from soccer practice. No. She's our age. And again, she is stunning and she's out basically in like a little rave kind of outfit all over my man. I was like, oh, I don't like this. We need to learn personal space because I need you to take 5 steps backwards. I did not say any of this out loud, okay? I was trying to keep my cool, keep my composure because I hadn't met his coworkers before. And immediately when he sees me, he backs away from her. Yeah, he knew what he was doing was wrong. He introduces me and immediately she's like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to meet you. Do you know how lucky you are getting to date this guy? I didn't like that. I did not like that one bit. Then I did watch the rest of the night as they teased each other, told each other inside jokes. She was constantly touching his arms and his shoulders, slowly flirting. Yeah, they were flirting. Obviously, when I brought this up to my boyfriend after the fact, he told me I was being crazy. They were just coworkers. I was imagining things. No. But the final straw for me is when we were both in line for the bathroom together and she was complaining about how she hates being single and she wants a boyfriend and she hopes to find a man exactly like my boyfriend. Yeah, well, I guess you have found a man exactly like my boyfriend. He's at work with you. Now it seems like you're just trying to take him. I have no idea what to do at this point. I can't tell him he can just never see this girl because they are literally coworkers. But now that I've seen the way they interact, I do not like the entire dynamic. Would you just straight up dump him or would you try to set boundaries? I don't know. Let me know.
Am I in the wrong for questioning my engagement after my fiance got mad at me for drinking while pregnant? So I, 22 female, recently got engaged to my fiance, 23 male. We were both still living at home to save money to eventually get our own place. I still live with my parents, but I stay at his place most nights because it's closer to work and just easier. So this New Year's Eve, we were at his parents' house with the family and a few friends. Nothing crazy, just a normal family get-together. His aunt was passing out champagne to everyone and asked me if I wanted some, but before I could even respond, my fiance reached out and took the glass. I kind of thought it was weird, but I just ignored it because he can be oblivious sometimes. I ended up just going to the kitchen and pouring myself a drink. When I got back to the living room, he immediately noticed my drink and asked pretty loudly, "Is that alcohol?" I said yes. He started getting really upset. He said he couldn't believe that I would do that he thought I was more responsible and I was being reckless. I was obviously confused and asked him what he's talking about. He said something like, "You're really going to mess things up before they even start? You're going to hurt the baby." The room went quiet and I was so embarrassed. I was thinking he must be drunk or something. I asked him, "What baby?" He said he knew that I was pregnant and that he'd been trying to do the right thing. He said he found the pregnancy test in the bathroom weeks ago, and that's why he's been watching what I eat and drink, and why he proposed. He said he was stepping up. Then he said he didn't know if he had made a mistake, if this was the kind of mother I was going to be. I was literally so shocked and humiliated. I told him that I'm not pregnant, but he just told me that I don't need to lie. I am not pregnant. I ended up leaving and coming to my parents' house that night. I haven't been to his place since. He keeps trying to reach out to me to talk about it, but I'm not ready. That brings us to last night. My fiance's mom messaged me and asked me to come over and talk. She says relationships take effort, and I shouldn't ruin my relationship over a little misunderstanding. I don't know what to do. I love my fiance, but I can't stop thinking if he never thought I was pregnant, would he have even proposed to me? I'm really rethinking the whole relationship.
Am I wrong for not attending my sister's wedding because of her wedding tax? Ooh, well, I can just foreshadow that they want people to pay for their wedding outside of like the wedding gift that you give them. All right, I'm in a bit of a dilemma and I could really use your judgment. So here's the backstory. My younger sister Emily is getting married in a couple of months, and while I'm super happy for her, there's been some drama over the whole wedding planning process. Emily and her fiancé decided to have a small wedding, which I totally understand, but they also decided to impose a wedding tax on family members attending. They have a list of wedding expenses, things like venue decor and catering, and they expect each family member to contribute extra to make it all happen. To top it off, her fiance's family is also chipping in, making the whole thing feel less like a celebration and more like a business deal. When my sister brought this up, I couldn't help but voice my concern. I told her it felt unfair to ask Emily to cover the cost on top of giving a gift. I suggested maybe doing a more budget-friendly wedding so that everyone could enjoy it, but she brushed aside my suggestions. We had a huge argument about it, and it turned into a shouting match. I told her that weddings should be about love, not financial burdens. In the weeks that followed, she refused to speak to me and even blocked my number for a while. I felt really hurt, but then I received an invitation to the wedding, complete with the note saying that if I wasn't chipped in, I shouldn't bother coming. I've been debating whether to go or not. On one hand, I want to support my sister, but on the other hand, I feel like it's really messed up to ask so blatantly for cash from family. My parents think I should just suck it up, contribute, and attend for the sake of the family, while my friends are telling me I'd be better off skipping altogether. So, am I the asshole for considering not going to my sister's wedding because of the wedding tax? Am I being a jerk for standing my ground on what I believe should be a joyful occasion and not a financial obligation? Small edit. My sister did not make me a bridesmaid, but I'm totally okay with that. She's having her wedding in a really expensive hotel, and so she's asking everyone for money, but she is not paying for anyone's hotel room, and I'm expected to pay around $250 to $1,000. Absolutely not. I don't know what culture, I know times are tough, don't have the wedding. I'm a big, firm believer in living within your means. I hate this type of behavior. And the fact that your parents aren't saying shit to her pisses me off too. As a parent, I'd be like, what is wrong with you for you to think you can ask people for money to throw a wedding for yourself on top of giving you a monetary gift? That is just extremely disrespectful, spoiled, rotten child behavior. And her husband needs to like step up to him, like, what is wrong with you? Why would we do that? Don't have the wedding that you can't afford. I want the wedding of my dreams. Work harder in life. People do work hard. I'm kidding. I know there's a lot of you guys out there who do what you need to do to meet ends meet. It's just a wedding. I get it. I'm very pro people having weddings. Don't get me wrong. But just even having a small ceremony in your house with the people you love with good food and company is enough to celebrate you and your future. You don't need to do all this and cut bridges with people for what? For Instagram pictures? Okay, you guys, we do have an update on this. I'm back with an update on the whole wedding drama. Buckle up because things have escalated and it's a roller coaster ride of emotions, sibling rivalry, and unexpected twists. So, after much deliberation, I decided to stand my ground and not attend Emily's wedding. I sent her a heartfelt message explaining my reasons, reiterating that I love her but can't support what feels like exploitation of family when joining in a celebration. I thought that might lead to some sort of resolution or at least a civil conversation. Boy, was I wrong. The day of the wedding rolled around and out of nowhere, I received a text from my mom freaking out because Emily's wedding had fallen into chaos. Apparently, guests who paid the fee were fighting about seating arrangements, and some of the vendors canceled last minute, putting everything in disarray. My mom was in a tizzy, insisting that it was all my fault for not supporting the family during this important event. It's not your event! I took a step back. That wasn't guilt tripping enough for my vibe. But then I received a call from our aunt, who was furious. She blamed me for Emily's wedding day being ruined, which I find ridiculous considering I wasn't even there. My aunt accused me of causing a divide with the family over money and tarnishing the spirit of the occasion. If only she'd seen the way Emily chose to treat her family like ATMs. As things continued to spiral, I heard through the grapevine that Emily's wedding day somehow went even more volatile. Guests who had fronted the cash got into arguments over the wedding tax and felt cheated when the food didn't match the expensive price tag. And right after dinner, a huge fight broke out. One of Emily's friends was tossed out for making a scene about the money that they had to contribute, and it quickly escalated to shouting, with both the bride and groom caught in the crossfire. But it gets crazier. My sister's new mother-in-law decided to throw her own fit, demanding a refund because she felt cheated on the wedding package. Emily was left sobbing in the corner, clearly feeling overwhelmed, and the whole scene turned into a reality show level of drama. Her fiancé was left apologizing while the bridal party tried to salvage what little grace remained. Eventually, I got another message from Emily conveyed through my mom. It was a half-hearted apology along the lines of, "I'm sorry it turned out this way, but you still owe me." Nothing about clarity on expense or acknowledging how bizarre this whole situation was. Now I'm feeling a mixed bag of emotions. I mean, I do feel sympathy for my sister. No one wants their big day overshadowed by chaos. At the same time, it feels a little satisfying knowing my intuition about the wedding tax was spot on. I guess it shows that I wasn't the crazy one. The whole situation was just flawed from the start. So here I am, still uncertain about my future with my sister. Do I reach out and try to mend things? Is it too late? Or does this create a moment of clarity for her to reflect on what really is important? Am I the asshole for still holding fast to my beliefs about family and finances when it resulted in such explosive fallout? Should I just let her contact me if she wants to dive right back to help her pick up the pieces? What is the right move here? You just step back and let her reach out to you after all the shitstorm has calmed down. I'm glad. That's why you gotta listen to your intuition. When people's money are involved in things, right? They felt like they threw this party, which they did. If I had my money invested in something and I felt cheaped out, I'm going to be upset. That's why when you invite guests to your wedding, they're going to enjoy it regardless because they don't have any money invested in things. Money makes stuff turn sour. You don't ever mix family and money either. That was a really big lesson to have. And the fact that you took money from so many people, not one other person was like, hey, this is kind of weird. Why would you expect this of me? What's wrong with you? Is this in America? Is this an American thing? No. This is really weird. I've heard of the bride's dad paying or giving a chunk of money, but not charging all of your guests and your siblings. There's a difference. When my sister was getting married, I was like, hey, as a gift to you, I want to pay for this for your wedding, right? That's different. My sister picked everything, but I just gave her a chunk of money for it. This is that. You can do that. She never asked me for it. Absolutely not. But that's something I wanted to do for my sister.
My fiance just confessed that he's in love with my little sister, and I have no idea what to do. Up until this weekend, I thought my relationship was perfect. I have been dating my fiance for a few years, and he is literally my dream man. Every single thing about him is exactly what I've always been looking for. And one thing that I've always loved is how close he is to my family. Now, my fiance and my little sister have always been close ever since we first started dating. And I never thought this was weird. I loved it. The two most important people in my life hanging out. So if I was busy, they would grab lunch, grab dinner. They text all the time. They FaceTime. And I truly never thought anything of this. To me, it's like they're family. The only thing that did kind of weird me out is that he would get her really extravagant gifts for her birthday or for holidays that Like, you should really only be getting your significant other, like, expensive pieces of jewelry or clothing. And he didn't get anybody else in his life things that nice except for me. But I don't know. I was like, he just really cares about her. Like, he's trying to be sweet. I just truly thought he just had the most pure intentions. But here's where everything started going south. Because me and my fiance had our bachelor and bachelorette party on the same weekends. We did not do a joint bachelorette party. Some people love those, not for me. I was like, no boys allowed on this trip, only the girlies. So I go with a group of my girlfriends to the beach, and he goes with his guy friends to Vegas. Now, my little sister was obviously at my bachelorette party because she was my maid of honor. Now, I would have the best time, but something that was weird is that my fiance was not really texting that much. I was texting him, he wasn't really responding, and at first I wasn't bothered by this because obviously he's busy with his friends, but I noticed that he was texting my little sister back very quickly, and he wasn't responding to me. At one point, I tried to FaceTime him, and it was immediately declined. Then I went into the other hotel room and saw that he was on FaceTime with my little sister. Again, I was like kind of upset, but it's still like in my head. I did not think anything bad about this. I just thought he loves my little sister. They're close friends. Now, even though I had the most fun on my bachelorette trip, I was so excited to go back and see my mans. Like, I spent a whole weekend without him. I wanted to get back and hang out with him and spend time with him, but he was so distant and cold when we got back, and it was really weird. It started freaking me out, and eventually I confronted him about it. I was like, okay, obviously something is up and I need to know. That's when this man breaks down into full-blown tears, and I have never seen him cry before. And he tells me that while we were on our bachelor and bachelorette trip, he missed my little sister way more than he missed me. And all he could do was think about talking to her and seeing her and hanging out with her, and he just didn't feel that same way about me. And he had kind of had the inkling for a little bit that he might have a crush on her, but he realized this weekend that he was fully in love with her. He told me that he has never discussed it with her and he has no idea how she feels about him, but from their recent hangouts, he's just been getting the sense that she also has feelings for him. What does that mean? You're getting the inkling. Like, what kind of inkling are you getting? From what behavior? And he's like, nothing has happened. If nothing's happened, then why do you have the feeling that she has feelings for you? I don't know. I don't like it. I do not like that explanation. Now I'm like, where is Ashton Kutcher to pop out and tell me that I'm being punked? Because there is just no way that my perfect, loving, soulmate fiance is in love with my little sister. Now at this point, I have no idea what to do. So I tell him, okay, well, what now? You just dropped the biggest bombshell on me and we're supposed to get married soon. So what now? And his response floored me. He says, I still want to marry you. Like, I want you to be my wife. But I need to be true to my feelings and I need to tell your little sister how I feel about her. And I'm like, why would you tell my little sister? The only reason that you would tell somebody you have feelings for them is with the hopes of being with them. Do you want to be with my little sister? And he says, I could never be with your little sister because I know how much that would hurt you. And I was like, that's not answering my question. I didn't ask, will you be with her? Would you be with her? I asked, did you want to be with her? And he didn't have a good answer to that. He just kind of like fumbled over his words for a little bit before I was like, whatever, and stormed out. So now I have no idea what to do. I've been ignoring both my fiance and my little sister, and they've both been blowing up my phone. My little sister is confused why both me and my fiance are ignoring her and asking what she did wrong, which on one hand makes me really sad because I love her, but also I just have a feeling that something's up and something went on that I don't know about. And my fiance just keeps texting me, telling me how much he loves me, how he wants to work this out, how he wants to marry me, and that he thinks that we can figure this out together. So, I don't know. I just feel like my entire life has been turned upside down, and I don't know what to do about it.
Am I in the wrong for grounding my daughter for calling her stepmother fat? I, 45 male, had a daughter, 16 female, with my late wife, who died when my daughter was 10. I married my new wife, 42 female, when my daughter was 12, and she has 2 boys, 12 male and 10 male, who she had with her ex-husband and who is not in the picture. Despite my wife's attempts, my daughter, who I'll call Nina for the sake of the story, has never been welcoming to my wife and refuses to call her mom. Now that's her choice, but she also refuses to spend any one-on-one time with my wife and made it clear that she doesn't view her as a mother figure.
This has caused tension in my house, and her brothers are confused why my daughter doesn't call her mom when they call me dad. The tension finally exploded due to comments Nina made yesterday. Nina does a lot of sports, softball, track, and javelin. Because of this, she eats a lot. Not a freakish amount, but more than an average 16-year-old girl eats. She's not overweight and she's perfectly healthy. My wife had a past binge eating disorder. She weighed 250 pounds at my daughter's age, and she still goes to therapy over it. Apparently, she's noticed some of the symptoms in my daughter, so if Nina is eating, she'll make slight comments like, maybe you should take a break, or that's a lot. Nothing too harsh, but my daughter has had an issue with it. She's told my wife to stop, but she's not doing anything out of malice, so I didn't put a stop to it. On Saturday, we had dinner to celebrate my daughter coming in first from the event that she took part in on Friday. Nina went for a second slice of pie, and my wife made a comment like, that's too much, my dear, and my daughter just snapped. Not in a loud way, but she looked over at my wife's plate and said something like, that lasagna has a lot of cheese in it. You don't want to get fat, dear. And maybe you should go on a run to burn off all that fat you're consuming. My wife went really quiet, and my daughter kept making comments throughout the evening. When we got home, my wife was crying, and I yelled at my daughter for what she said. Nina doesn't know about my wife's history, but I still scolded her because my wife never tried to offend her, but my daughter clearly wanted to. I sent her to her room and grounded her, but a few minutes later, my sister showed up, and Nina walked down with a few bags packed and left, despite my protests. The family group chat is blowing up with people calling me an a-hole for not standing up for Nina. Only a few people are on my side, but my wife still hasn't left our room, and Nina has been at my sister's house since yesterday. I just want my family to go back to normal. So, am I in the wrong?
The sex with my boyfriend is so good it put me in hospital. Picture this. My boyfriend, whom we'll call Zach, are having a casual romp on a lazy Saturday morning. It's one of those holy grail finishes. We both orgasm at the exact same time, electric, full body shivers, etc. You can't deny that's one of the best feelings when you have sex with someone.
No, absolutely.
Oh, speak on
100%.
Then I get out of bed to go, clean up. And while I'm walking to the bathroom, my vision goes fuzzy and I scream out for Zach. I urgently tell him I don't feel good. He freaks out, still naked, and calls an ambulance. The paramedics take my blood pressure. It's not recovering fast enough. So they admit me to hospital to rule out anything concerning. Then I am poked, prodded, ultrasounded, and hooked up to a bag of IV fluids. I know.
Oh, shit, this is really serious.
Yeah, it gets serious. 4 hours later, we get the test results, and a doctor asks me to recap again exactly what I'd been doing before I passed out. Having a really, really good orgasm, I tell him, as if the really good part is relevant for the medical record, ... Well, as it turns out, it was.
No.
The doctor explains I fainted due to an overstimulation of the vagus nerve, causing a drop in blood pressure and heart rate. It can be triggered by a lot of things, and in my case, a really, really good orgasm.
Oh.
I can't tell my family, co-workers, or most of my friends, but I can tell Shushy Nation, and you know what? That feels right.
Oh, I love Shushy Nation for this. I love this listener for this.
Holy crap.
I'm glad one of us is getting the tea, bitch.
Diva down over there.
Will go missing when the carnival shows up. This is part 2 of this part 1. Go back and watch that. So the last thing I told you is I decided to risk my life by going into the House of Mirrors. And at first, the mirrors weren't showing my reflection. The worry started with the very first mirror I passed, because I walked by it and I wasn't in it, and you obviously expect to be in the mirror when you walk by it. The second mirror, there was something else in it, but not me. I couldn't make it out. I kept walking. The third mirror, it had this scary clown in it. His head was tilted just slightly, and the light above him started strobing. Something out of like a serious horror movie. I'm thinking, it's a no for me. And I book it out of there. I run home. When I get home, I start Googling. I can't be the only one that thinks this carnival is super weird. So I started searching Carnival of Smiles. And at first I can't find anything on Google, which is also a red flag. So I searched it on TikTok, and that's where I finally find some evidence. People had posted at the Carnival of Smiles, and it looked just like I thought. Some people were even calling it weird, but it was everyone's last post. Like, they posted there and then they didn't post again. And some of these were from like 2023. So what, they just disappeared off the face of the internet? It was sketchy. I checked the comments. A lot of them are turned off, but some of them are like, did you make it out? And they never reply. So anyways, I'm starting to think people don't make it out. Comment and let me know if I should take a closer look tomorrow.
Am I the asshole for wanting a divorce from my wife after she refuses to allow me to read texts from her new friend? If her new friend is a man and she's not letting you go through her phone, then she's hiding something. I, 38 male, and my wife, 33 female, have always had an open phone policy. We share the same passcode, and never once has there ever been any hesitation about exchanging phones, using each other's, watching while we text, etc. It's nothing we go out of our way to do. But if we're cuddling, I'm not going to hide my screen while I text and vice versa. Yesterday, I accidentally left my phone in the car with her when she dropped me off at work, and I asked her to check my messages throughout the day and notify me if anything popped up I needed to respond to. A few months ago, my wife started a new position within her company. She works remotely, but is on a leadership team with 3 others that she works very intimately with. She travels with them as well. Her first time meeting James in person was on a business trip about a month ago. A series of terrible misfortunes led to them working together into the wee hours of the morning and then sharing his room. The hotel had overbooked for their final hours of sleep. She slept on the couch. I would not, as confident as I would be in my relationship, not okay. For either husband or wife, I would not be okay with that. Go sleep in the car. You have a rental car, turn the heater on, go get a motel, go get another hotel. Who cares if that hotel overbooked? Go get another one. Your company will pay for it. It's a company trip, it's a company card. They're not gonna let you be stranded. You could buy, if there was no other room available, they'd let you buy like a $500 room. Please don't pull that card. Since then, I've noticed her body language when texting him. If she sees me noticing, she'll quickly close her screen and put her phone away. This was making me uncomfortable, but I thought maybe I was being unreasonable. About a week ago, I kind of jokingly asked if she had a crush on him. Her response was denial, but the way she responded made me further suspicious. Then, a week ago, she tells me he broke up with his girlfriend because he sees how much we love each other and he wants that kind of love. He wants your wife's love. So, 2 nights ago, I did something I've never done before in my life. I read their messages while she was asleep. They go back to the day they met in person. A few things made me uncomfortable. 1, when my wife asked what they should do when they visit. The other team members are coming to our city in a week. James responded with something cheeky and said, "Oh, right, you meant professionally, not personally. Better to keep it professional." 2, James has a niche hobby in a gym, and my wife lied about some of her other friends also being involved in something similar. They discussed going to the gym together and that they could take care of her. She responded by saying, "If I did your workout routine, I'd die." 3, we went to visit family this last weekend and she sent James a photo of our kids that she hasn't even sent me. 4, she invited him to participate in a race that would take place in a different state than either ours or his. He accepted the invite. Then she asked me how I felt about her doing this race again this year, that a few people from her company would be participating and she'd like to go. She conveniently left out that James would be there. Yesterday morning, I tell her I'm uncomfortable with their friendship. When I asked if she had a crush, she did tell me that she felt immediate friend chemistry with him and she loved the feeling of excitement she gets with their interactions. But she also became defensive and upset that I didn't trust her. Last night I told her I didn't trust him, that even if she's not interested, I think for a number of reasons that he's flirting. I told her I wanted to get over my unease and asked if I could read her messages. That's something since day 1 she's always told me I was allowed to do. I've never asked to do it before. She was livid. She said she's disgusted by how quickly I've become so controlling over her and I've taken my discomfort from 0 to 60 over him. She says it's not about her relationship with him at all, but about how controlling I am around all of her friendships. And I admit I have been hurt by how frequently she'll go out with friends where I'm not invited, or she'll go to a party and not invite me. We've had our disagreements about this before because she's welcome when and where I am 100% of the time. After the big blow up, I went and took a shower. When I got out, I asked again to see the messages. She, very pissed, gave me her phone and declared, "Here, happy now? Here's everything from the beginning," and had scrolled to the top. I immediately went to the recently deleted messages and saw she had deleted 60 messages between them while I was in the shower. I said to her, "Why did you delete these messages between you?" She asked how I knew she did. I told her I went to the section and showed her. She grabbed the phone and refused to let me see it again the rest of the evening. We fought more and she told me I wouldn't be allowed to look at all now. She regretted deleting them as she sees it's escalating the situation, but that she thought some messages from yesterday would upset me. They had exchanged songs and he had mentioned that one of them was sexy. We went to bed and again I went through her phone. Sure enough, the deleted messages were exactly what she said. Kind of. The messages about the song exchange was only 16. But she had deleted 60. I don't know which others she felt she needed to keep from me. This morning, I asked her again to see it. I asked her again what she deleted and she doubled down that it was only the song messages. She tells me she'll cut off her friendship with James entirely before she'll ever show me the messages. She tells me any friendship she could have with him is totally tainted now by my controlling behavior. I tell her I can't trust her, that any reasonable human would be suspicious of their partner if they behave the way she has around this. She told me my feelings are a me problem and she's not in control of how I feel. I told her all I need is to see them because I want to talk about some of what I know with her to feel at ease. She told me if I felt so strongly about it, I had a choice to make. Am I the asshole for wanting to divorce her over this whole thing? I don't believe she's physically cheated, but I do feel like she's well on her way to at least emotionally cheating if this doesn't already qualify.
I just found out that my husband went on a last first date with his ex-girlfriend a week before we got married just to make sure he was making the right decision. The girl that my husband was dating before me was, in everybody else's words, completely perfect in every way. And they've all made it clear that they like her a lot more than they like me. The amount of times I've heard from his friends and family that she was the most beautiful, smart, kind, successful girl, too many times to count. They were high school sweethearts and their families knew each other really well. Then they dated all through college, and a year after they graduated, he broke up with her, which apparently devastated everybody. At first, this really bothered me, but I started to realize that it had nothing to do with me. No matter what girl my husband was gonna date next, his family was always gonna have a problem with it just because they saw her as part of the family, so I just got over it. And luckily, my husband has never given me anything to worry about. When we were dating and this all first started coming up, he made it so clear that he was confident in his decision to break up with her. He said that she was an amazing person and all those things that his family and friends say about her are true. She's beautiful and smart and kind, but they weren't compatible. They weren't looking for the same things. And he just felt that he wouldn't be happy with her for the rest of his life. And listen, I'm not hating on myself at all, but I've seen a picture of this girl. Stunning. Like one of those people that you're like, I didn't know genetics could do that, because something is just too perfect about you. But I made the decision that I was not going to let any insecurity or jealousy ruin the amazing relationship I had with my then boyfriend, now husband. So I just started realizing that the only thing that matters is how he sees me, how he feels about our relationship, and he made me feel like I had nothing to worry about until recently. Last week, my mother-in-law came to visit, and she announced that my husband's ex was getting married. Then she paused for a reaction. I was like, what? Oh, sorry. Do you want me to clap? Do you want him to cry? I don't understand. This does not impact us at all. My husband brushed it off. He's like, well, good for her. Hope that she's happy. Hope she found somebody that is good for her. And his mom goes, yeah, I just keep thinking, what would have happened if you would have made a different decision when you saw her right before your wedding? My husband literally coughs up the water he's drinking, is fear-stricken, and his mom's like, oh, oops, did I say something I wasn't supposed to? She knew what she was doing. And she's like, oh, honey, it was 3 years ago, I would have just assumed you would have told her by now. It's funny. It's funny. I still don't even know what's going on. Nobody's actually telling me what she meant. And that's when my husband is like, Mom, can you go? I think that we need to have a conversation. And I'm like, yeah, I do think we need to have a conversation, actually. That's exactly what we need to do. So as Mom leaves, we sit down on the couch, and that's when he tells me the reason he met with his ex-girlfriend a week before our wedding. He said that everybody in his life was telling him that he was making the wrong choice and that his ex-girlfriend was apparently still in love with him. She was devastated that he was getting married, was telling all of their mutual friends about it. And he said that he just felt pressured that if everybody else was saying this, then maybe they were right. He told me it was the first time he had ever doubted it, was right before the wedding. He was just getting cold feet, but he called her up for the first time since the breakup. Literally called her out of the blue and asked her if she wanted to go get dinner because he was worried that he was making a mistake. Yeah, he told her that. He told her the reason that he wanted to get dinner with her. So apparently they went out to get Italian food at one of my favorite restaurants. Okay, can't even go there again. I'm just gonna get nauseous. And they ate pasta. They talked about their relationship, the good old days, and he decided that he cares about her a lot. She's a great girl, but he made the right choice by breaking up with her and being with me. And when he said this, I feel like he expected me to be like, oh, wow, that is so romantic. Oh, I'm so glad you realized a week before our wedding that you actually wanted to marry me and not your ex. Great. I love that. I was like, not only did you go on a date with your ex, who you have told me for years to never worry about, it's also that you hid it from me for 3 years. You never would have told me this. What else are you hiding from me? A liar's a liar, baby. And he was like, Kels, it was a mistake. I was so stupid. I let other people get in my head. I was just scared. But I would like to think of myself as a forgiving person, but yeah, I kicked him out. He's sleeping on his brother's couch now, and I hope it's uncomfortable. I don't know if I can forgive him for this. We've literally never had any kind of issues like this. I've never had any issues trusting him before. We don't fight. Like, he really is the love of my life. This is the only thing he's ever done that's horrible. But can I forgive him for that? I guess it was 3 years ago, but also, what else is he hiding from me? Also, it's the fact that on our wedding date, multiple people knew about this date and no one told me. Like, how am I supposed to ever look them in the eyes again? And I know I shouldn't, but I just feel so embarrassed. Like, what am I gonna do?
Am I in the wrong for being upset and going no contact after finding out that my dad paid for my twin sister's college? I'm a twin brother with a twin sister. We both finished college last year. We went to 2 completely different colleges, hours away from each other, and so naturally we grew apart. When we were applying, our parents sat us down and they said they couldn't pay for both of us. And since it'd be unfair to help just one of us, we'd both have to take out student loans. It sucked, but it was whatever. I worked 3 different jobs and took out over $80,000 in student loans, and my parents would help with grocery money maybe once a month, and it wouldn't even be that much. I was exhausted all the time because I was always working. My sister never posts anything online, and when I talked to her, she'd always tell me how hard she's working, and I never doubted her because why would I? Well, a few weeks ago, I was home for the holidays and I was out with my old friends, but when I came back, I could hear my dad and sister arguing, and he talked about how he paid off her college and how ungrateful she was. I was pissed. I came in and started screaming, and I got into a screaming match with my dad where he admitted that they paid for my sister's entire college and even her rent and living expenses. I asked my sister if it was true, and she stayed quiet while looking at the ground. I kept asking her over and over while getting angrier, and she finally broke down and admitted that yes, it was all true. They paid for everything. I lost it. Dad tried explaining himself, but I just left. They've all been trying to reach out to me since, even my sister, but I'm just too pissed off and too angry to talk to any of them. She lied to me for years, knowing fully well that I was drowning in debt, and instead of helping me out, she stayed quiet. My parents knew I was tired all the time, and instead of helping both of us, they only helped her while giving me literal crumbs to say that they helped me. I'm so freaking hurt and furious right now. Would I be the a-hole if I go completely no contact with them over this? I'll be in soul-crushing debt for years to come because of this, while my twin sister got a clean start in life, and it's incredibly unfair.
Am I wrong for not attending my fiance's dad's funeral because I was uncomfortable with wearing a hijab? I, 27 female, have been with my fiance, 29 male, for almost 5 years now. He is a South Asian Muslim but was born here in America, while I am a white and Christian. He is not very religious, but I am fairly devout in my own faith. His family is also very religious, and his mother and sister both wear the hijab. We live on the West Coast, but both of our families are on the East Coast. But my family lives in the South, and his family lives in the North, so they are far away from each other. This is all relevant. The 2 of us flew out to visit my family for Christmas and New Year's. We flew out on the 22nd, and the plan was to stay until the 2nd when we fly back home. His dad had been fairly sick for a while, and just a day after we arrived at my parents' house, he passed away. This was unexpected, since he'd be doing better recently. Obviously, my fiancé was devastated and instantly booked us both flights so that we could attend his funeral. We would have flown out on the 24th, so the flights were fairly expensive, booked last minute as well. Of course, I was sad to miss Christmas with my family, and my parents were very disappointed, but I was happy to go support him. However, a few hours before we were going to fly out, he informs me that I'll have to wear a hijab to enter the mosque for the service and would not be allowed to go to the graveyard either. I did not feel comfortable doing this, so I told him I would rather not go. I figured if I could attend the service, I might as well just stay with my parents so we could still do Christmas together, and he could come back and join us. His father died, you want him to come back and join you guys for Christmas? This was a very hard decision for me to make, but my parents helped me a lot in making it. My fiancé seemed okay with the decision and left without me, although before he left, he asked me if I couldn't attend the service but still come. He attended the service, but he hasn't come back and told me on the 29th he'd be doing New Year's there and hasn't messaged me since. His sister, who I've always been close with, texted me and told me how disappointed she was in me and what I did was wrong. I don't think I did anything wrong since I couldn't attend the service anyway. She also said I should have at least paid him back for the flight that he got me, but it was almost $1,000 and I simply can't afford that. Why does the sister care how much her husband paid for her? That's not her business. My fiancé makes almost 5 times as much as I do, and his family is also very wealthy, so I know the money is not an issue. My parents agree with me and said that it was important to spend Christmas with them, especially since it's the first after being engaged. They also think it was wrong for him to completely abandon me and our plans for New Year's. They didn't abandon you. His father died. I cannot believe you said the word abandon. My sister said I should have gone anyway to support him. So, am I the asshole? Homegirl. He is grieving with his family. His father died.
Am I the asshole for not telling my religious family I'm dying? I was diagnosed with an incurable cancer about 4 months ago. I was told I had 4 to 5 months of relatively normal life and then probably a very steep slope down to my demise. I'm at peace and fighting might give me an extra few months but a massive quality of life cost. I chose not to tell anyone apart from my partner, and we got married in secret a month or so ago so that he could have the final say on anything medical for me. I'm not my family's favorite son for religious reasons. However, one of the main reasons that I didn't say anything was my youngest sister was getting married at New Year, and I really didn't want to overshadow her day, and my stepsister was having the first family grandchild at Christmas, and again I didn't want to overshadow that as well. Everything went fine for them and there was no drama. Ian and I were hosted, if a little ungraciously, during the holidays, but he gave up his family celebrations to be with me and attend various baby things and a wedding. Last weekend I was visiting my family trying to build a few bridges before I finally told them, and had a major medical incident and ended up in the hospital. There my mom, who shouldn't have been told, found out I had cancer and that I was married. All hell has broken loose, since not only the fact that I'm dying, that's because I live a sinful life, but that I didn't immediately return home on the diagnosis and throw myself onto my family for forgiveness and for them to care. My sister has accused me of ruining her special year. Her special year, girl, it's a wedding. And my other sister saying I didn't give the opportunity of naming their son after me, and general me attitude. The family held a prayer intervention at the hospital where I was preached at by my family members, and hangers on with my mom taking center stage all the time. So I've traveled home. Ian arranged ambulance to return me to a hospice near my home and friends with palliative care for this period, and I'm basically going no contact. I can't deal with their issues, but according to the exploding phone I have, I'm the asshole. So am I the asshole for leaving my family to deal with this on their own and leaving the limited time I have left my way? Am I the asshole for leaving my friend's wedding when she told me I needed to cover up my psoriasis? I, 24 female, have psoriasis. It's all over my body and presents like vitiligo in a way, just so you can get an image in your head. I have medicated cream that helps with the itchiness, and also it helps with the dryness. The psoriasis is all over my body, with it stopping right on my neck. And I do have a few spots on the sides of my face near my ears. I have always been pretty embarrassed as I cannot kick on enough makeup to truly cover my psoriasis, as it is textured and thick, and on top of that, no matter what I do or however I attempt to apply said makeup, it always looks horrible. My doctor also recommended not to smother the areas with makeup as it tends to make it worse and itchier. Anyways, on to the story. My friend's wedding was on Saturday, and of course I was invited. I bought a dress that would cover my body fairly well, as I really didn't want to draw any attention to myself. The entire week leading up to the wedding, I was continuously testing concealers on the remaining spots that were exposed, which only made me itchy, and I basically scratched my skin raw. With psoriasis, those areas sometimes bleed if I scratch too much, which is what happened. My boyfriend, who was attending the wedding with me, told me I shouldn't worry about it and that it would be better if I stopped trying to cover them, as it was just making it worse. I reluctantly agreed, and we attended the wedding ceremony. It was great. I was extremely happy for my friend and her now husband, but as we were leaving to go to cocktail hour, she pulled me aside and asked if I was going home to cover my psoriasis. I was a little taken aback and explained I couldn't, as the entire week I had been testing concealers and it made it 20 times worse. She told me she didn't care and that this was her wedding and she didn't want her guests asking me questions or feeling queasy during dinner. Wow. My boyfriend stepped in and told her if that was the case we would be leaving and not attending the rest of the wedding. She was pissed off and extremely angry at that choice, and ever since then she's been ranting to our friends about it. Am I the asshole here? I know what I'm thinking, but please leave your comments below. Who's the asshole? I'm sure we can all agree on this one.
My husband and I opened our relationship, and now I think he prefers our girlfriend. I'm 34 female and my husband 35 male. We have been together for 14 years. We have a 7 and 3-year-old together. 3 years ago, husband got, well, I don't want to say bored, but I'm not sure what else to call it. So after a while, mostly begging on his part, I accepted to introduce a third into our marriage. We can call her Harper, 25 female. Husband knew Harper before everything. She's his sister's friend, another awkward story, and it's been 3 years. I love Harper. She's like crazy sweet. The children love her, we do girls trips, split everything 50-50, go shopping. But husband most definitely prefers Harper. He pushes her to do exercise, to diet, to dress pretty, but she's also the first one he'll text if he gets good or bad news. She's the first one he'll greet when he gets home. They go on dates once a week. Husband said it's because Harper insisted and I didn't. I confronted husband and he said that he just feels there's more intimacy and like she's his best friend. I pointed out that I'm the mother of his children. He used to say I was his best friend. He said he loves the both of us, but feels this warmth when he thinks of Harper. Harper doesn't leave me out of anything. She's always going out of her way to include me, to spoil the children, and make sure everything is equal. I don't know what to do because I love Harper. I just want my husband to need me like he used to. I want to be my husband's favorite. All advice is welcome. My boyfriend told me I'm not a real woman because I don't wake up to serve my man. I'm 37 female and he's 39 male. We have been together for 3 years and lived together for 1 year. Prior to moving in together, we had discussions about marriage, cleaning, cooking, bills, etc. It seemed like we were on the same page. Now, things have changed. We were going through a rough patch about 5 months ago, lots of fighting and problems. I took a big look at myself and identified the problems that I was bringing and attacked them head on. I've done a lot of work on myself and changed almost every aspect of who I was to have a better relationship with this man. I noticed most of the problems and fights stopped when I just kept my mouth quiet about everything, didn't talk back, and kept a smile on my face 24/7 because he needed peace. A couple Sundays ago, he woke up in a crappy mood with me. Despite him being short and rude to me, he said nothing was bothering him. He went to his parents, as we do every single weekend, and his attitude continued. I tried very hard to be kind and loving, but he kept acting poorly. We had plans to go run a couple errands together, but since he was grumpy, he told me go do what I needed. So I did. I left by myself, did what I needed to do, and stopped at home just to relax and be by myself for a while. He sent me a text message an hour later calling me a cheater, saying I left him and his teenage son stranded at his parents, even though he spends every Saturday and Sunday at their house. Calls me awful names and told me not to bother coming back to pick him up. So I didn't. And that was apparently wrong. Yesterday I decided I didn't want to go to his parents as I always do. I wanted to stay home and visit my mom. An hour after he left, he sent me a crappy message saying that I sure do love to be by myself on Sundays and I must be hiding something. This led to another fight. In my opinion, he started both of these fights, but he disagrees. Last night he told me he can't stand me, I'm crazy, I don't cook, and I don't clean. I work a full-time job just like he does. I have a teenage daughter from a previous marriage. He gets home from work at 4 p.m. and I get home at 7:30. Monday and Friday, I work from home and always prepare dinner on those days. I also pack his lunch and breakfast for the next day throughout the entire week. I do all the cleaning that I can. He does none other than clean his and his 15-year-old son's dishes. I've been buying most of the groceries. Our house is not always spotless because we have such a busy week. But anytime the house is cleaned, floors mopped, vacuumed, bathrooms cleaned, etc., it's done by me and I make my daughter help. Never him and certainly not his son. He pays half the rent and electricity. I pay half the rent and every other bill, which definitely equals more than half the bills. We make the same amount of money. I also have more personal bills that I pay for on my own. He texted me this morning and told me I'm ungrateful because he's fixed my tire for me a few times and he does a lot for me. He said I'm not a real woman and that he needs a woman who will wake up to serve her man and cook and clean. I'm so disgusted. I feel used and taken advantage of, and most of all, unappreciated. I've brought up marriage a couple times over the last few months, and it's around the time we agreed we would start to think about it. But he will say things like women expect a man to marry them, but don't do what they need to around the house. Or, you expect me to marry you like this? I'm looking for advice. Is this salvageable? Is there anything I can do to make him realize how he's acting? That he's being unfair? To appreciate me? My husband is having an affair with my son. My 47 female life is destroyed and I'm beyond devastated my husband, 34 male, is having an affair with my son, 25 male. A few months ago, I noticed a change in my husband. We stopped having sex, which was very odd for us as we always had a few times a week. He also was more distant with affection and very secretive on his phone. When I checked it, he had changed his passcode, so I checked his laptop and same thing, change in password. We had always shared that information even when we changed it, so it didn't feel right. I started to feel like he was having an affair and a coworker agreed that his actions seemed odd. She suggested I had a camera at home, especially as I travel for work. She actually offered me the one that she had used to catch her ex-husband cheating. After a lot of internal debate, I decided to do as she said, and I bought a camera I could watch through my phone as I prepared for a short business trip. I hid it in our living room at an angle that covered most of the room, but mainly aimed it at the front door so I could see if anyone picked him up or came in with him. When I checked it a few hours ago, I was horrified and devastated to see my husband kissing my son. My life is ruined and just completely destroyed. I don't know how to go on. A part of me never wants to leave this hotel room. I don't know if I could ever look at either of them again after this betrayal. How am I supposed to go on?
Now, my fiance told his friends he thought I was too fat. The fiance is 32 and she is 33. Okay. To this day, I still consider meeting him to be the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. I have been a fat girl since I was a child. During puberty, I became heavier due to the many hormone medications I was taking. I've always had problems with body image and anxiety. When I met Neil, I was at a low point in my life. 2 years after graduating from college, I still couldn't find a decent job and was working 3 part-time jobs to pay off my tuition loans. He was a medical student at the time, and when we started dating, we quickly moved in together, and although I covered most of the expenses, he kept trying to split the cost even though he didn't have much income. He also encouraged me to go back to college and get a better paying job, so I went back to college to get a master's degree. I always thought our relationship was very strong and that we always had each other's back. The biggest argument between us was before COVID. I had an unplanned pregnancy and Neil wanted to keep the baby, but I was just starting out in a business and I didn't think it was a good time to get pregnant, so I ended up opting for an abortion. He was reluctant but respected my decision. He mentioned the baby several times afterwards, and I'm sorry about that, but I don't regret going through with the abortion. Other than this incident, we hardly had any conflicts. We got engaged last year and moved to a neighborhood close to his parents. Since we moved there, he has been hanging out with his friends a lot, even during the pandemic. I was alone in the house, so I planned to get another degree. One day I met his friend's wife while I was out and we spent some time in the cafe. She said, I don't know if I should tell you this, but Jack, Neil's friend, said that Neil said a lot of bad things about you in front of him. Neil says you're too fat and selfish and that there's no point in getting another degree. I was in shock and confused because he had never said those words to me before. I was already fat when I met him, and he was in great shape and went to the gym a few times a week. But he never asked me to lose weight, and he didn't shame me when I talked to him about wanting to get another degree. Neil didn't know I knew about it and was still talking about the wedding and the house, and he told me that he hoped I'd get pregnant soon because I owed him a baby. I have absolutely no idea how to handle this. Should I tell him I know about all of it? I honestly love him so much, I don't want to leave him. I'm sorry, I'm not a native English speaker, so please understand if there's any grammatical errors. Let's go ahead and get to this update. But what y'all think about this so far in the comments? I'm glad we got this first part in part 1, right? Ooh. So part 2, now we're on to the update of her fiance telling his friends that he thought she was too fat. I received a lot of advice from you guys since the last time I posted here, and some of you wanted to know how things were going, so I'm updating now. To make a long story short, my fiance and I still decided to stay together, but we both agreed that we needed to receive marriage counseling before we got married. After I posted, I had a very in-depth conversation with Neil, and instead of telling him the things that his friend's wife told me, I asked him something that had been bothering me for a long time, and here are his answers. I wish you would have told him, but anyway. About abortion. I asked him how he felt about me having an abortion, and he said at first that it was nothing and that it was impossible to turn things around after it happened, but then he still told me that he still had a hard time getting over the baby. Although he was not religious, he saw the child as a gift from God and a symbol of our relationship, and from that moment on, he decided that he must become a father. When he found out I decided to get an abortion, he actually blamed himself because we were both poor at that time. Although he had an income, I was the breadwinner, and he felt that if he had a better job at that point in his life, we could have kept the baby. After my abortion, I started using birth control pills as my primary birth control. He felt that I thought I was having an abortion all because of him and that I didn't trust him on the birth control thing. While it was occasionally more fun to have sex without a condom, it kind of hurts his feelings at the same time. He feels a little angry, and he didn't state his feelings in full, but these are things that I felt from his expressions. Okay? About owing him a baby, I also had questions about that too. As you guys said, this is a huge red flag for any woman. When I asked him if he thought I really owed him a child, he was a little confused and told me that he couldn't remember saying that. After I reminded him of it, he told me it was just a little joke about breeding kink. When I asked him what this little joke had to do with my abortion, he told me that it had nothing to do with it, but he did want us to have kids soon because he felt like he was behind because all his friends already had a few kids. Okay. about my further education. In context of a discussion about his career, I mentioned how he felt about the idea of me wanting to get another degree, and he told me that he didn't know the reason I wanted to get a degree. I told him it was because I thought I was still young and had time to do fun things, and he said that he thought I should spend more time with him doing that instead of doing it on my own. He didn't think it was necessary to go to college to get a degree. I have some different views, but Neil insists on his view that it's a waste of money. If I insist, he can accept it, but he wants me to spend more time with him, and he won't accept a long distance marriage or long distance after marriage. Okay, we're gonna have to go to part 3, but that should wrap it up. He said he never understood why I continued to work. He earns 3 times as much as I do, and that he thought that he could support me and the kids effortlessly. In fact, I always wondered if he was ashamed that I had supported him for years, and I always suspected that all he was doing was competing with me for the role of breadwinner, but I never mentioned any of these things because I'm afraid of damaging his self-esteem. About my weight. Let's get to this. This is the part I want to know, okay? In my previous post, I mentioned that I had strong body image anxiety issues because I grew up as an overweight girl, and I couldn't really figure out why he was attacking my size behind my back after all these years. I told him quite bluntly that I knew he was telling his friends behind my back about the whole I'm too fat thing, and he denied it at first, but only later did he admit to me that he did bring up my size with his friends because they were all bad-mouthing their partners at the time. So y'all all trash. What? After I cried, he apologized to me and said that he didn't know why he said that, but he never hated my body. My body made him feel great when we had sex, and that he just was worried about my health. What? Her body's not just for sex. Anyway, I obviously, as y'all can see these other parts, I don't like him, but anyway. It's hard for me to tell if he's lying or not, but this does show that his friend's wife wasn't really lying. Although we still have sex, I do worry more about my body than I did before. I wanted a fitness trainer who offered personal services, but Neil didn't feel the need during the pandemic. So Neil runs whether or not you can get a fitness trainer or not. See, child, it's just red flag, red flag, red flag. Tomato, tomato, tomato. Fuck Neil. Anyway. This is a long and final update, and the advice I received from Redditors helped me a lot. I'm just now realizing that I didn't really know about my partner as well as I thought I did, and we actually have a lot of problems with each other. Neil and I are going to visit our first marriage counseling next week, and hopefully that will help us more. Finally, thank all of you, or thank you all. I don't like Neil. My mind been made up, though. I don't like Neil. What y'all think in the comments, though, because I would love to hear what y'all think, but I don't know. It's just giving a lot of like what? Like it's just so many confusing things that just doesn't really add up to me, but it's just whatever. Good luck to y'all. Good luck to you, baby. Good luck to you. I want you to do whatever it is that makes you happy, and if it's being with this man, wonderful. And I wish that it's smooth sailing from here on out. And that's all I gotta say. What y'all think in these comments though? Cause
Am I the asshole for not telling my husband that I caught him cheating until I surprised him with a police officer serving divorce papers to our house? I was married to Dylan. Technically still am, since the divorce hasn't concluded yet. A few months ago, I was looking at my 5-year-old daughter's toy digital camera. I found a picture from a playdate of her and a friend, but in the background, my husband was making out with the friend's mum. I pulled the card off the camera and made copies. I had a work trip planned. I was supposed to leave the following day with 3 colleagues for a week and a half. I called my boss and I was honest with her. I discovered that day that Dylan was cheating and I was distraught, and I didn't think I could handle still going on a trip. She was so understanding. She said I should stay home and take time off. I decided to tell Dylan I was still going on the work trip, but instead go to my mum's house. I knew I didn't want to stay with him, but I was feeling overwhelmed with the details. My mum got me a lawyer. Several days before I was set to return, we arranged for a police officer to stop by and serve the divorce papers and paperwork for a temporary custody order establishing joint custody, and a request for all contact to go through the lawyer. He didn't call her. He called me again and again and texted me and fucking emailed me. He kept saying he was sad or angry or otherwise upset that I'd ghost him when we had a child together and not even give him a chance to explain himself or work out things for our daughter. I feel like he was wondering the reasoning, as the papers were very formulaic and didn't explain that I found out about his infidelity or how I did. I figure he must have guessed I found out though. I don't feel like parents staying in an unhappy marriage for their kids is a good idea. My parents did that for way too long for my sake, and I wish they wouldn't have. I don't want to ever make my daughter feel how I did, like she's the reason for her mum is suffering. But the thing is that's making me question my choice is talking to my friends. When I told them about finding out he was cheating and initiating a divorce, I was honestly expecting sympathy. But they all told me I was making a huge mistake by not at least hearing him out. They said that sometimes people stray, but it can be worked through. He's always been a great husband to me and a great father. They know he loves me, and it was hasty of me to throw that all away over one kiss. I said that he had been a great husband when he had been my husband and my partner in life. But as far as I was concerned, he wasn't anymore. He had found someone else. They said I was too black and white about a really complicated situation, and I said I didn't find it complicated at all. But honestly, now I'm overthinking it and doubting myself. Am I the asshole for how I served divorce papers? I mean, when it's over, right? You know?
The way he described it as being under a waterfall and pooping, I'm picturing that he's actually
Squatting. Oh, standing.
Standing.
I'm picturing those toilets we encountered in Thailand where you just squat over the hole.
Yup. When we got to, was it China or Thailand?
Oh, it was China.
I think we were in China. And we were in stalls right next to each other. You had a normal toilet. Well, normal from what I know is normal.
Yeah.
And there was other people in the bathroom.
They offered both styles.
Yeah,
there.
and I didn't know. So I was just like, what is this hole in the ground? And I didn't want to. Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't think there's another option. I was like, hey, Morgan, how are you in there? And you just said that you were fine. And so I was like, okay, she doesn't want to talk about what's going on with the toilets right now. Little did I know you had a normal toilet. But there were so many people in the bathroom. I didn't want to look like some ignorant little tourist white girl.
Am I the asshole for picking the same name for my baby as my brother-in-law's unborn baby? My 31 female husband, 33 male, and his brother, 36 male, aren't super close, but we all get along well. My brother-in-law is pretty nice overall, but he does seem to be a bit jealous of my husband and just everything we have. But my husband told me it's always been like this, so it's not really a big deal. I'm currently pregnant with a baby girl, our first baby, and we've been discussing possible names. There's one that we're pretty sure of. It's not super out there, but I think pretty unique nowadays, and I really like it. The issue is, this is the name that brother-in-law and his girlfriend had picked out for their baby 3 years ago, if it was a girl, because they didn't know yet, and the baby unfortunately died. His girlfriend chose the name from her favorite ballet, and I remember she would say that if she ever had a daughter, she'd name her that. We were at a family event over the weekend, and I mentioned that we had a name in mind. Brother-in-law looked kind of surprised and said that was the name they'd picked for their daughter. My husband said that we know, but we just thought it was a really nice name. Brother-in-law started asking if we could reconsider and that there are other names, and this one's really special to him. I said that we decided on the name, and he actually didn't even know if his baby was going to be a girl or a boy. He was upset and kept saying that we should reconsider. I got a little mad and told him that he doesn't own the name, and they should be hoping for a healthy baby rather than worrying about names. Brother-in-law dropped it after that, but my sister-in-law, my husband's sister, told me and my husband that we don't care and we're intentionally hurting him.
There's got to be some sensitivity around that. To lose a unborn child is very traumatic. And yes, they didn't know if it was a boy or girl or whatever gender, but they had this name picked out, talked about it, honored this name. That baby was that name to them. So
I'd have a nuclear fucking meltdown. This is, again, it's a really dark, sad situation that happened. I don't know how far along she was, like probably too early because OP implies they didn't even know what sex the baby was.
Yeah.
But like if that baby would have been born and then died 6 months later versus like preterm, would they still use that name? Because what's the difference?
Yeah.
I think it's about to get really worse.
Really?
I was peeking at the top comment and I think it's about to get worse.
Fuck.
It's got 54,000 upvotes at this time, and they go, "You're the asshole." No, they don't own the name. That doesn't mean they're wrong, that you should reconsider when you've clearly known for years that it's special to them. Especially when the mere fact you're having this argument shoots a gaping hole in your, quote, pretty unique reason for picking it, and you don't seem to have anything especially meaningful to counter with that. Editing, since people are bugging me to include it. Yes, the fact you didn't feel the need to clarify it wasn't your current sister-in-law, but your brother's late significant other who died while pregnant makes this infinitely worse.
Wait a minute.
I think she died before, I think that's why this all happened.
What?
So OP responded to their comment and goes, "Okay, maybe I should have been clearer in my post. Sometimes when me and brother-in-law's girlfriend would chat, we'd just randomly go on the topic of wedding planning, baby names, etc. She mentioned that there's this name she likes, and if she ever had a daughter, she'd probably name her that. She had one for a son too. In fact, we didn't even know she was pregnant until after she died."
Wow.
There's a warm place in hell for people like this. Just have some fucking empathy for someone else.
Right.
Who suffered a great loss.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't like it.
Am I the asshole for telling my stepdad I'm not going to conceal my pads or panty liners? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 15 female, live with my mom and her husband. They got married a few months before a year of being together. My mom, 41 female, is a very conservative Christian woman. She had a bad experience with my dad, so she kind of rushed into marriage after finally finding the perfect Christian man that is now my stepfather. My stepfather moved in early October 2021 and took over most of the things in the house. He took over the kitchen, living room, office, main bathroom, master bedroom, and more. He either changed them partly or completely to his liking. I of course didn't let him touch my room or my designated bathroom, but he still uses my bathroom occasionally when my mom is taking too long in their master bathroom. 3 days ago, my stepdad came to me and said he had an issue. I usually keep my pads and liners out in the open. 3 days ago, my stepdad came to me and said he had an issue. I usually keep my pads and panty liners out in the open. Not the used ones, just the packaging. I keep them on the back of my toilet as I feel like it's more convenient for me, and I never really plan to let people in my bathroom. But my stepfather came to me and said he's uncomfortable seeing my womanly products and asked if I could move them. I said no and argued that I wasn't going to make things inconvenient for me and said he could use the guest bathroom instead. He said he didn't want to because my bathroom is closer and that he's now my father and I should listen to what he says. And what followed after that was the classic rebellious teen versus stepdad altercation. At first I thought I was completely in the right, but after talking to a few of my male friends and my mother, I'm now considering otherwise. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my daughter she should find new hobbies? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 45 female, have a 19-year-old daughter who is smart, kind, and beautiful. She has lots of friends, is a good student, and always had a great work ethic. Since COVID hit, she has changed her hobbies and interests and is very much stuck in this phase of her life. She bought herself an Xbox in the beginning of 2020 and started gaming. Her obsession grew, and because of the mandates, it was easy for her to become addicted to it. She would be up all night talking to her boyfriends, and when the restrictions were lifted, she would bring her Xbox to her guys' friends' houses. She took a gap year and we started thinking about the colleges she should apply to. I suggested she apply to the Northern University in our state and rush for a sorority since I was in one. But she said she would rather go to a limited Greek life school. She then said she thinks sorority life is fake and she wouldn't be able to form any emotional connections. I took this offensively because I was in a sorority at her age and I don't know why she would think that. Now she's in college and she's doing great. Again, she's a beautiful girl and has many friends. But she's only become more interested in this gaming thing. She talks about people who do live videos of them doing pretty much anything. She has a setup in her room that she spent her own money on, a gaming chair, and more. She has anime books and she watches anime too. I sat her down a few days ago and told her she should find more sociable hobbies and she got angry at me. She said I'm trying to make her into me and that I'm obsessed with her popularity. I tried to calm her down, but she refuses to believe that I just want what's best for her. She has many friends and is very pretty and I just want her to have a healthier and more productive habits. She hasn't talked to me since she's been busy moving into her new house with her friends. My husband told me she's justified, but he refuses to put himself in the middle of it. Am I the asshole for kicking my sister out of my house at night because she threw all my food away? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My sister and I grew up together but aren't very close. It really wasn't from any drama, but rather just having opposite personalities and interests. She's my sister, so I want her to be healthy and happy, but we just don't hang out, call, or chat. She recently received an opportunity to interview for a job near our hometown. She reached out to see if she could stay with me for a week. My mom was excited that my sister might be finally coming home. She moved across the country right after college and hasn't been back in almost 10 years except for Christmas and a birthday. I was more than happy to open my home thinking we could bond or deepen our relationship. It was kind of awkward but nothing horrible until the third night. I came home from drinks with my friends around 10 p.m., went into my kitchen for a snack, and realized that all my food was gone. And I'm not exaggerating, I swear that 90% of my pantry was gone. I asked my sister and she told me that she was shocked I ate anything with preservatives and unnatural. And that I was poisoning my body, so she took it upon herself to throw away everything she deemed unhealthy. It was so much food, both packaged and unpackaged, even things like spices that weren't fresh, they were tossed. It was like someone had robbed my kitchen. I demanded that she pay to replace everything, but she said she was doing me a favor and that the way I ate was disgusting. My diet isn't even crazy, it's pretty much standard food you find at any grocery store. I was so upset I made her pack up and leave, and she ended up having to take a cab about 30 minutes away to stay with my parents. My mom wants me to apologize to keep the peace, because she really wants my sister to take the job and move back home. I told my mom that if she wanted to lose not one but both daughters, she'd keep pushing me to apologize for something that I feel like I have a right to be upset about. My dad said she's been crying.
Am I the asshole for rushing home to get my sister's forgotten wedding veil but giving up on bringing it? My oldest sister Odette just got married at a venue 2 hours away, and Odette planned to wear our great-great-grandma Mary's veil. In our family, it's considered good luck and heavily sentimental. We have multiple bridal pictures of eldest daughters in the veil while standing with their mom and grandma. The bridal party and family met at Odette's house before driving to the venue, and the veil was in the garment bag but must have fell out. We made it to the venue by noon for the 4 p.m. wedding, and Odette realized the veil was missing and ran to me in a panic. She asked me to go get it, but I told her I don't think I can make it there and back. Am I the asshole for rushing home to get my sister's forgotten wedding veil but giving up on bringing it? I floored it, but sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic for almost 2 hours. I wouldn't be at her house until 2:45 p.m., so I texted Odette that if I didn't turn around now, I wasn't going to make it. I texted back in all caps, "Just get it here." I emphasized that I would miss the whole thing, but she said the photographer left at 7, so to please bring it. It took me forever to find the veil and to get back on the road again, and I was so upset that I missed the entire thing. I realized that my sister did not care about my absence at all, and I turned around at 5:30 p.m. I told Odette that I was sorry, but I woke up to so many angry messages. Am I the asshole for using my friend's logic against her and making her cry? I, 36 female, went no contact with my narcissistic family last year as I was done being their scapegoat. My friend was encouraging me to call my mother and reconcile for Mother's Day. I explained again the emotional and mental abuse I went through and her refusal to take accountability or seek therapy. She then lectured me on how it's hard being a parent because she's a parent and I'm not, and as the eldest, you should have helped your mother around the house more. And that I should let bygones be bygones and call my mother for Mother's Day. So I said, you'd think if I did more chores and accepted more parentification, that wouldn't have happened to me? Am I the asshole for using my friend's logic against her and making her cry? I said if it's too hard to be decent to your own kid, then you shouldn't be a parent. Maybe you should have helped your abusive ex-husband around the house more, and maybe you shouldn't have had dinner 10 minutes late. Because you know his job is stressful and it's hard being a provider and a father. Then I mentioned that next month is Father's Day, so you should call and reconcile with him. And how could I as a child stop the behavior of an adult when you as an adult couldn't stop your husband from doing that to you? She then cried and walked off, and our mutual friends agree she was wrong to pressure me, but that I did definitely take it too far. But I genuinely just did it to make a point. Am I wrong?
My wife baby trapped me. So my wife, 32 female, and I, 34 male, have been together for 8 years. We have a little girl, 5 female, and a baby boy, 2 male. I love both of them more than anything, and I finally feel like I have everything. A beautiful wife, 2 healthy kids, a great career, and a big house. The token American dream minus the dog because I'm allergic. When we talked about kids before, my wife always said she wanted 2. I only wanted 1. It would be easier, we'd have more money for vacations and stuff, but my wife maintained it's important for a child to have a sibling. I grew up with 4 and my wife with none, so I guess I understand where she's coming from. After our son and getting through the baby years and sleepless nights for the second time, I didn't want to ever go through that again. Both of our kids were very fussy and colicky, but when he was a year old, my wife began casually mentioning a 3rd. I would always laugh it off, but she finally sat me down and said we have to have a 3rd. I said no, we agreed on 2, but she said she wanted 4 and 3 as a compromise. I refused and said I wanted 1. We have 2. She got angry and called me selfish for taking away her dream of wanting a big family. A couple of days later, she apologized. We had sex. I noticed her sex drive increased exponentially, but so did mine, and I was happy to engage her. She was also on birth control. I had a condom. It was all good. Thinking back on it, I probably should have figured something was up, but I was barely handling 2 kids, yard work, housework, and everything. I came home from work one day while the kids were at their grandparents'. My wife had a huge smile on her face, sat me down, and showed me the positive pregnancy test. Part 2. My wife baby trapped me. She sat me down with the positive pregnancy test, literally dancing in joy. My first thought was, oh shit. My wife noticed a less than happy expression on my face and started screaming at me. She berated me for not being supportive and that this was a miracle from God, and I should be grateful. I said I was sorry and hugged her and said I was super excited for the baby. My wife was delighted, and later that night she was calling all family and friends to tell them the happy news. She started talking about converting my office into a nursery. I got a little suspicious. Everything was so well thought out, it seemed a little like she was planning this for a while. When she was asleep, I took the condoms out of the cupboard and ran them underwater. Holes. I nabbed her phone and saw that she said a password. This was odd. Nevertheless, my wife has terrible memory, so I tried her birthday and it opened up. Furthermore, there were texts with her best friend of my wife complaining how I wouldn't come around. Her best friend suggested arrange an accident with a winky face. My wife agreed and said she was going to come off birth control. It went on for a little while, ending with my wife saying that yes, we're going to have a third. I woke her up immediately and asked if this had really been a miracle. She got that deer in headlights look and burst into tears. She wailed and then got angry. Through the tears, she screamed that I had no right to go through her phone and it's her choice whether or not she wants to take birth control. The side effects are bad and she was sick. She also brought up if I really didn't want a third kid, I should have had a vasectomy. She told me to go to sleep on the couch. I laughed out loud and said, no, I'm sleeping here, you're leaving. So while she was wailing, she packed a bag and left to her parents. When she called the next day, I told her that I needed some time to myself. She said, that's fine, but I need to come around for our child. I told her I wasn't sure if there'd be an our child, and she cried more. It's been 2 weeks since then. What should I do? She's completely betrayed my trust. I'm angry, but I have a child with her on the way.
Story time about why I will never go on a date ever again. So a little background information. I was 20 years old and I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship. Now, I had just gotten out of this relationship like a month before I went on this date. And I had absolutely no intentions of looking for a guy, but I was up for, flirting with them and going on some dates. Well, the one day I am at the gym in my apartment building, and there's this guy who's walking on the treadmill next to me, and I get off and he gets off at the same time, and he starts up a conversation with me, and we had started talking about how I never went jet skiing. And he was like, oh, well, do you want to go jet skiing on Tuesday? So I just decided to put myself out there. I said yes, and bam, we had a date the next day. So I meet him at his car, and we go on this date. He did end up paying, which was very nice. But anyways, we're on the jet ski and we're in the middle of the water. I was kind of weirded out because I didn't think that we would have to be that close with each other. So like I said, he takes us to the beach, we get on the jet ski, and it's just 2 of us on one jet ski, which I was low-key uncomfortable about because I thought that we were each going to get our own, so there would be no touching involved. And after the shit that he pulled, I definitely wish that I had my own jet ski. So apparently he's jet skied all of his life, he knew how to do this. Well, we go pretty far out from land because he knew the people and he didn't have to listen to any of the rules. He offered to let me drive it, but I did not want to because of the fact that he was going super fast and I did not want to do that shit. Well, listen to this. He flips us off the jet ski, right? And when he does that, all of a sudden it hits me. I am in the middle of the ocean. Like, there's sharks, there's other things, there's creepy things, mysterious things we don't even know about. I literally start crying and he thinks it's funny. He gets on the jet ski and literally drives away. I'm not even joking. He left me there for 3 minutes. I could barely see land. And then he ended up coming back and he was like, ha ha ha, da da da. Story time about how my ex-boyfriend stole all my shit and then gave it to his new girlfriend. So a little background information, I was 23 and I had been dating this guy who we're gonna call Derek for 2 years. Now, at first I thought that our relationship was perfect. Of course, you guys know how it goes. But then the one day he came home from work and he told me that he had been cheating on me throughout our whole relationship. He literally had a full-on relationship the past 2 years that him and I were supposed to be together with another girl. But yeah, he came home from work and he told me, listen, I don't want to be with you. I really love her. It's just not working out. So obviously I go and I find her social media and I tell her. And she just blocks me. She literally just blocks me. And then he told me that she knew that he was also dating me at the same time. So whatever, fast forward, he moves out, he moves in with her, and he is slowly moving his stuff out of my apartment. Like, it literally took him 4 months to get all of his stuff out of my apartment. Anyway, so the one day he calls me while I'm at work and he's like, hey, can I come get the keys? I need to get some of my stuff. So obviously this had been going on the past 4 months, so I was like, yeah, just come pick the keys up. So he does. So like I said, he comes, he grabs the keys, and he goes to my house, he's getting all of his stuff. When my neighbor, who is one of my friends, she's like freaking out, calling me over 10 times. Obviously I'm at work, so I can't answer the phone, and then I get a text from her saying that he's there with his new girlfriend. Well, I guess she isn't really a new girlfriend if he's been dating her the whole relationship that we had, but you guys know what I mean. So I'm freaking out and I call him and then I hear her in the background talking to my dog. Now, obviously, I don't even want this girl in my apartment in general, so I'm like freaking out that she's trying to talk to my dog. So I'm yelling at him. I'm like, I want her out of the apartment. I'll call the police if you guys don't leave. Also, tell her to get away from my dog. So, you know, he says okay, hangs up the phone, and I call my neighbor and I tell her, call the police if she goes in my apartment again. And less than 2 minutes later, my friend calls the police because his girlfriend started breaking stuff in my apartment and she took my dog. Literally, like they drove away with my dog and then let it go in the middle of the woods. But I guess it's okay because I got my dog back.
Am I wrong for standing up during a Beyonce concert? So I'm a huge Beyonce fan and have been my whole life, especially being a Houston, Texas native. This was my first time being able to afford a ticket, and I'm currently living back and forth between Sweden and the States. Now, I'd never been to a concert in Sweden, but I was shocked by how unlively the crowd was. There was no dancing or singing from anyone in my section, but I was out of my seat singing and having a blast as soon as the show started. That's when a woman behind me, as well as her partner, asked me to sit down so they could see. I assumed since she was starting the show with ballads, I was doing too much and apologized and sat. But once the energy picked up, I was on my feet dancing. Am I wrong for standing up during a Beyonce concert? Once the energy picked back up, I was on my feet dancing. There were also 2 other people on my row doing the same. I honestly had the time of my life and even cried a bit, which I know is ridiculous. When the show was over and I turned to leave, the lady said, "You're not the only one who paid for this, you know? Is that how they act in your village?" I was too stunned to say anything back. I could understand if it was an orchestra concert, but her latest album is focused on house music and the ballroom scene, which is very lively. This happened weeks back, but I can't enjoy my memories of the experience because I keep getting this pit in my stomach. I feel like I ruined someone else's experience. Am I wrong for not letting my girlfriend wear a bikini in front of my family? So me, 26 male, and my girlfriend, 22 female, have been dating for 2 years. We've had our ups and downs, but overall we have a great relationship and I see a future together. The thing is, we come from 2 different backgrounds. I have a Muslim background and she is white. However, we still have made it work and our similarities are much more than our differences. Now, my girlfriend does like wearing short clothing when out and about, which did bother me at first and made me uncomfortable, but I have came to terms with it. But recently an embarrassing situation happened at my cousin's house. My cousin held a pool party and my parents were there too. Am I wrong for not letting my girlfriend wear a bikini in front of my family? So once again, I come from a Muslim background and she is white. There was a pool party at my cousin's house and my parents were there too. I recently introduced my girlfriend to my parents as well, so this was a good time for her to meet my family and relatives. I specifically asked her to pack something more on the modest side as my family would be there. She didn't give much of a response and just nodded. But what did I see in the pool? Her wearing a 2-piece bikini, which was kind of a cheeky bottom too. Even a 1-piece would have been better, but nah, she went all in this time. No one said anything afterwards, but I was so embarrassed. I couldn't even show my face to my parents at all. Her response was, "I can wear what I want." Am I wrong for ambushing my sister at her wedding because she told me her wedding was child-free when it wasn't? My 46 male sister Tracy, 26 female, and I aren't close but have a good relationship. She got married recently and told me the wedding was child-free. Now, I have a daughter, Ella, 12 female, so I asked if she could come, but she said sorry, her and her partner were sticking to the rules. I managed to arrange for Ella to stay at a friend's house for a couple days since the wedding was in a different city. But when I went to the wedding, I saw quite a few older children, including my other siblings' kids. I know it sounds like I should have known, but I never got to ask my siblings if their kids were coming because I was told it was child-free. Am I wrong for ambushing my sister at her wedding reception because she told me her wedding was child-free, but it wasn't? I asked my brother at the wedding and he said he was told the child-free limit was only for really young kids. It was obvious Tracy lied to me about not bringing Ella. So we went through the ceremony and towards the end of the reception, I pulled Tracy aside and said I realized she completely lied to me and there were plenty of other kids. She looked pretty uncomfortable and said it wasn't a big deal, but I replied I need an apology and so does Ella. She got mad and said I ambushed her at her own wedding and it's her and her partner's choice what they do. I really feel like it might be because my daughter's arm was amputated and now she wants the apology. Am I wrong for
Wait
standing
2
up during a
hours.
Beyonce concert?
3
So I'm a
hours
huge
later.
Beyonce fan and have been my whole life, especially being a Houston, Texas
That's
native.
a little
this
bit
was
gross.
my first time
Wash
being
your
able
brushes.
to afford a ticket, and I'm currently living back and forth between Sweden and the States. Now, I'd never been to a concert in Sweden, but I was shocked by how unlively the crowd was. There was no dancing or singing from anyone in my section, but I was out of my seat singing and having a blast as soon as the show started. That's when a woman behind me, as well as her partner, asked me to sit down so they could see. I assumed since she was starting the show with ballads, I was doing too much and apologized and sat. But once the energy picked up, I was on my feet dancing. Am I wrong for standing up during a Beyonce concert? Once the energy picked back up, I was on my feet dancing. There were also 2 other people on my row doing the same. I honestly had the time of my life and even cried a bit, which I know is ridiculous. When the show was over and I turned to leave, the lady said, "You're not the only one who paid for this, you know? Is that how they act in your village?" I was too stunned to say anything back. I could understand if it was an orchestra concert, but her latest album is focused on house music and the ballroom scene, which is very lively. This happened weeks back, but I can't enjoy my memories of the experience because I keep getting this pit in my stomach. I feel like I ruined someone else's experience. Am I wrong for telling my sister I would say "told you so" if she gets cancer? I, female 27, enjoy motocross, and although I'm an amateur, I spend a lot of my time and the money on it. My sister, female 31, has always kind of despised the sport. She says it's dangerous and I shouldn't be doing it because I'll get hurt. Well, 3 weeks ago, I fell on a jump and broke my ankle and shattered my knee. It is still unsure what kind of recovery I'll make, and I was and still kind of am mentally in a bad place as well. Like I said, I love drifting around on my motorcycle and would be devastated if I could never do it again. When my sister came to visit me at the hospital, the first thing she said was, "I told you this would happen." Am I wrong for telling my sister I would say "I told you so" if she gets cancer? The first thing my sister said was, "I told you this would happen." I was shocked by this, especially because she didn't say anything else after that. No empathy, no compassion at all. It almost seemed like she was happy to be proven right. Now, my sister has been smoking cigarettes for the past 14 years, and I've never said a thing about it, except for when she asked about it or tried to convince me of the benefits. So I replied with a nice response, "I'll remember it for when you get lung cancer." She got incredibly upset, called me a B word, and left, and I haven't spoke to her since. But I've got some angry texts from my parents saying I crossed the line. Am I wrong for telling people not to eat the food at my sister's wedding? My husband and I got married 8 months ago and had a big wedding with lots of food and drinks. I knew we'd have leftovers, so arranged for them to be donated to the soup kitchen. However, my mom went behind my back and took most of it. And the thing is, I didn't really know what happened to it until now. My sister Callie got married over the weekend and didn't want to mess with any of the planning, and knowing how my mom was during my wedding, let her take over the whole thing. The ceremony was beautiful, but when the buffet was revealed, I noticed something odd. The food looked eerily familiar, like identical to what I had for my wedding, except for more dried out and sad. Am I wrong for telling people not to eat the food at my sister's wedding? When I asked my mom about it, she happily told me she saved a fortune by unfreezing the food from my wedding to serve to the guests now. I was horrified and immediately voiced my concerns about safety. She got upset and said I was acting like a snob and should be happy the food wasn't going to waste. I didn't want to make a scene but was worried about people getting sick, so snuck off to find my sister. She was horribly embarrassed and mentioned that mom said something about saving money, but she didn't question it, especially because she didn't want to foot the bill like I had. So me and my husband told guests to be wary of the food, and now my family's mad at me for making them look bad. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for backing out of paying for my sister's wedding dress over a joke she made? I had an incident on my wedding day back in 2017 where my former fiance abandoned me and ran away with his pregnant mistress. That image and those details are forever engraved on my mind, and I'll never forget how I felt that day. It was truly a turning point in my life, and my family was there for me through it all. My younger sister is now engaged and her wedding will be in a few months. She's currently struggling with money, so I decided to pay for her wedding dress. This allowed her to buy her dream gown that was $7,000. It's a lot for a dress, but she literally cried because she wanted it.
Well, a few days before we agreed to go buy the dress, we were eating dinner at my parents' home and my cousin and my aunt were there. My aunt was asking my sister about the wedding and my sister said that everything was going according to plan. Then she casually laughed and said, let's just hope he won't run away with a pregnant mistress or something. I was blown away completely and she laughed and my aunt laughed too as if it was a joke. She was basically mocking what happened to me. Am I wrong for backing out of paying for my sister's wedding dress over a joke? Her and my aunt literally sat there and laughed, mocking me about how my fiance abandoned me and ran away with his pregnant mistress. I was completely blown away and it happened so fast, I got up, started screaming, and called her an idiot. My parents asked me to take it easy and she said it was a joke and she didn't think I'd react so intensely. My aunt stayed seated and my cousin asked me to calm down and drink some water, but I grabbed my stuff and got ready to go. As I was getting ready, I told my sister she was getting $0 for her dream wedding dress and then I walked out. I heard so much commotion as I walked away and my dad and cousin followed me trying to get me to talk, but I just wanted to be left alone. I did get to speak to my dad and he said that I was too harsh over a joke and that I know this is how she is with her dark sense of humor. They told me that now she's been crying nonstop and that this might ruin her wedding. Lindsay here, I think it's really messed up that this woman literally cares more about the fact that she's losing a dress than the fact that she obviously hurt her sister. Am I wrong for refusing to eat my girlfriend's awful cooking and ordering takeout instead? So I'm facing a culinary nightmare in my relationship and I need to know if I'm being unreasonable. My girlfriend really does pride herself on being a home chef, but her cooking skills are just awful. Every time she prepares a meal, it's a disaster waiting to happen. While she doesn't make dinner every day, at least 3 times a week, I'm confronted with her concoctions. She never sticks to recipes and says all good chefs freestyle it, but the flavors are so bland and the textures are off. And the presentation is a sad excuse for a meal. The thing is, she thinks they're great. Meanwhile, I'm holding back a gag reflex. I have brought up her cooking skills or lack thereof once or twice, but she's completely convinced herself. In an attempt to salvage my taste buds, I've resorted to secretly ordering takeout and discreetly disposing of her meals or just eating very little of it. She's really happy that I'm enjoying her food, but I'm actually enjoying some takeout food. Am I wrong for refusing to eat my girlfriend's awful cooking and ordering takeout instead? I've resorted to secretly ordering takeout and discreetly disposing of her meals or just eating very little of it. She's happy I'm enjoying her food, but in reality, I'm actually enjoying some food, just not hers. Well, last night she caught me red-handed eating takeout in the kitchen and it all blew up. She was furious, accusing me of being ungrateful and disrespectful towards her efforts. I tried to explain why I can't stomach her food anymore, but she's unwilling to listen or adapt. Now she wants me to apologize and promise to eat her cooking no matter how terrible it is. But I don't think I can subject myself to such torture. So Reddit, am I wrong for refusing to eat my girlfriend's awful cooking and opting for takeout instead? The top response says, you're the asshole for taking a sitcom way instead of having a proper adult conversation. Maybe you can meal prep in advance and she can just make her own. But another comment says, he said he's brought up her cooking before and sounds like you tried to talk to her about it. Am I wrong for calling my friend cringe after he asked an exotic dancer on a date? So my friend and I went to the club last night and he seemed to be really into one of the dancers. He kept trying to chat her up during her set and I could tell she was just being polite, but he didn't seem to get the hint. After she finished her set, he asked her if she wanted to go on a date with him sometime and she politely declined. She told him she wasn't interested in dating customers and my friend seemed pretty disappointed but didn't make a big deal of it. But I'm gonna be honest, it bothered me, so later after we left the club, I told him it was cringe. I said it was disrespectful to her and her job and he got super defensive. Am I wrong?
Storytime about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So a little background information, I was 18 and a senior in high school, and in the middle of the school year, I had a new student in my 4th period class who we're going to call Jose, and he was 17 years old and in 11th grade. Now, he wasn't technically new because I'd seen him around school and everything like that, but up until this point, neither of us knew that each other existed. So he gets introduced to the class, blah, blah, blah. He sits in the very back of the room, and I knew that this man was going to be my boyfriend. So when I got home that day, I was texting my friend about him. Thankfully, she gave me his Snapchat. Fast forward, we're talking, and elevators get brought up. Now, in my school, you are not allowed to use the elevators unless you're injured or for some other reason. Well, he was talking about how he always used the elevators and nobody really cared. So I meet him at the elevator the next day and blah, blah, blah. We start flirting. And this led to him and I being super close. Like, we would FaceTime every day. We would always sit together at lunch, in class. So like I said, every day after that, him and I were pretty much inseparable. We would FaceTime literally 24/7. We would always sit together during lunch, during class. Well, the one day I'm sitting in my homeroom and he comes in and he asked me to be his girlfriend. Of course I said yes. So fast forward to Halloween, my family was handing out candy and he was going trick-or-treating with his family because he had younger siblings. And this is where our families were supposed to meet, but he didn't end up coming to my neighborhood, which I was super happy about. Well, then fast forward to my birthday. Our families were supposed to meet again, but it didn't end up happening again. And I wasn't really sure if this was the reason why things got weird between him and I. The one night I was over at my friend's house and Jose's on FaceTime with me, and I was talking about how I could pick him up and him and I could hang out. And he literally just didn't even say anything. So I was like, okay, is that a no? So then he was like, I don't know, I might be busy, blah, 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 blah. So like I said, him and I are on FaceTime. I'm asking him if he wants to hang out, and he's being super weird about it, being super standoffish. Well, fast forward a little bit, he seemed like he wasn't interested in me anymore, and it really hurt my feelings, obviously. So he didn't talk to me the rest of the day, and then he texted me the next day. And he was telling me how different we are, and how we barely have anything in common, and how we rushed into things. Pretty much a bunch of shitty excuses as to why he thinks that we should break up. Well, after that, him and I don't speak for a few days, and then I had a fake account on Instagram, and after our breakup, I viewed his story the one day. So then I look at his Instagram story, he posted a picture of another girl with a heart, and then I found her account, and she had pictures of them dating back from like 2 years ago. Now, still to this day, I don't know if he was cheating on her or if they were on a break or whatever, but I also thought that it was weird that they were dating because she was 19 and he was 17.
Am I in the wrong for being embarrassed of my girlfriend's cosplay? I'm 25 and my girlfriend 24 had a double mastectomy 5 years ago. She had breast cancer and thankfully made a full recovery. Unlike a lot of women, she didn't have any reconstructive surgery. This was before I met her. I'm a big anime nerd, and last weekend I invited her to a small anime con with me. She's seen a few episodes of my favorite shows, but she's not into anime. She does like cosplay though, and she works seasonally as an SFX artist at a haunted house near us. So when I asked her to go to con with me, she asked if she could cosplay, and I said sure. She got very excited and said I was gonna love her costume, so I'll admit I thought she was gonna do something sexy for me. Well, not exactly. The day of the convention comes and she showed up to my house cosplaying Dobby from MHA, specifically a look that he has later in the manga. It's a long white coat over white pants, no shirt. Her entire chest was exposed and she'd obviously spent hours applying burn makeup. She has short hair that she dyes constantly. This time, she bleached it white and dyed a few red streaks. I wasn't expecting her to show up without a shirt. Her burn scar makeup only covered half of her chest, so you could clearly see her mastectomy scar. It wasn't a very attractive costume, especially since she'd gone all out with the scars and made it look like raisin kind of realistic. We went to the con, and while a lot of people came up to take photos with her, I noticed several others looking at her chest. That evening, she said I had been quiet all day, and I honestly told her that I was a little embarrassed that she was flaunting her mastectomy scar like that. She got mad and said she was making the best of her situation, and said that I was being insensitive, and she's been distant ever since. I'm starting to feel guilty.
Am I the asshole for not taking my son to his favorite restaurant for his birthday since his mom fed him right before I picked him up? My kid is very book smart, but doesn't always make the best decisions, so his mom or I help him out. My ex has custody, but I get to see him whenever he has time, which is usually on the weekends. I've been saving up a lot of money to take him out to dinner at a steakhouse that he loves. And mind you, this isn't something we can do all the time because I'm not a millionaire. So for me, spending this much money for a meal is a sacrifice, but he's so worth it. Anyway, I spoke with his mom and she knew the plan, and I had spoke with him and he was excited. Am I the asshole for not taking my son to his favorite restaurant for his birthday since his mom fed him right before I picked him up? I went to pick him up at his mom and stepdad's house, and when I got there I went in because we're all friendly. He was finishing 2 grilled cheese sandwiches and a bowl of tomato soup. I asked why he was eating since he knew we had a reservation for dinner. He said that he was hungry, so his mom made him food. After we left, I asked if he was still hungry and he said he was stuffed. So I canceled the reservation and we went to see a movie instead. We enjoyed the movie and some soda and popcorn. But now his mom is upset with me that I didn't take him out like I said I would. Am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to abandon her cat because of my allergy? My girlfriend, 21 female, and I, 25 male, have been dating for 2 years. Everything's been going great in our relationship, and I felt like it was time for the next step, us living together. I wanted to ask her to move to my place since she was still living with her parents and there's enough space in my apartment. So I brought up the idea and she smiled and said she's been thinking the same thing. The issue is my girlfriend has a 7-year-old cat that she loves so much, but at the same time, I have an extreme cat allergy. Whenever I get near a cat, I start sneezing, my eyes get red, and I even get a rash. Am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to abandon her cat because of my allergy? When I get near her cat, I start sneezing, my eyes get red, and sometimes I even get a rash. That's why I don't even go to her place anymore. So I told my girlfriend that because of my allergy, she won't be able to bring her cat and it would be best for her to leave the cat at her parents. The parents love her and they live together and they know how to take care of her. Well, my girlfriend was taken aback and said there were pills I could take in order to keep my symptoms at bay. I said I really would prefer not to do that because of the side effects, and we had an argument. This happened 2 days ago and we haven't talked since. Am I wrong?
Storytime about how my best friend kissed the guy that I liked right in front of me. So a little background information, I was 14 and in 8th grade. And we're gonna call my best friend Sophia. We were in a friend group of 3. And the other person in our friend group, his name was Josh. And that just happened to be the boy that I really liked. And Sophia knew how much I liked him. Like, I would tell her all the time how excited I was, you know, that we were hanging out. And she would be like, oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Like, you guys would be so cute. Just a bunch of fake shit. So the one day we're all sitting in our free period, super bored, and our friend Dylan says, hey, why don't we play spin the bottle? With a water bottle, of course. So it was us 4 and a few other kids from our class. Well, Sophia decided to spin the bottle first. And of course, who does it land on? Josh. And I'm sitting back like I have nothing to worry about. My best friend wouldn't do that to me. Well, of course, I was wrong. I thought she was going to apologize, but after she gave me a very smirky smile, well, they started hanging out more and I felt extremely left out, so I just decided to forgive her.
Am I the asshole for asking my fiance to skip this year's Christmas family vacation because our baby is due? Context. I've gone to Florida with his family for the past 5 years for at least part of Christmas. Every other year, I returned before him to spend Christmas Day with my family. This year is the first time in a long time that all the other siblings are able to overlap dates. My fiance has major FOMO, which is why this is a sensitive subject. His parents have always been weird about keeping their family close. They've never said it outright, but little things suggest they don't consider me completely part of their family yet since we aren't married. Also, my parents are overseas dealing with a grandparent emergency. My mom has been kept in the loop though and is trying to come back as soon as she can. My fiance and I are expecting our first baby due December 30th. His family has a vacation home in Florida and they have gone every year during the holidays for about a month until after New Year's. He agreed not to go this year because of the baby, but his family is insisting that he go and come back on the 28th, which is, quote, ample time before the baby is due. So he bought tickets for December 15th through the 28th. His reasoning is that his parents really want him there and his siblings will also be going. This is bothering me a lot more than I thought because I know pregnancies are unpredictable, especially in the last trimester, and if anything happens leading up to the due date, I need him here. The other reason, I guess it's more selfish, is that I will be spending Christmas by myself. It's not the main reason why I'm bothered, but it's a small part of it. My parents are away until December 26th, and my friends have their families, so I'll be completely alone. He's been spending Christmas every year in Florida since he was 15, and there will be many more trips after the baby is born. I don't know why he has to go this year. Anytime I bring it up, it results in a very uncomfortable fight about my expectations to put me first rather than his parents. I don't even bring it up anymore. His parents have always been kind to me, but they also don't see any problems, so I think I'm going crazy. Am I the asshole here? Am I the asshole for refusing to be my friend's alibi so he can cheat on his girlfriend? I have known my friend Matt since we started college. We're in the same program and have been roommates since day one. Overall, I'd say Matt is a great guy. However, he has a terrible tendency to cheat. Throughout college, I think Matt had 5 to 7 different girlfriends, and each of those relationships ended because he would cheat. Back in January, he started dating his current girlfriend, Jen, and has been with her far longer than any of the previous relationships. From my interactions with Jen, I know she's a wonderful person. She's very polite, beautiful, and clearly devoted to Matt. For the past few weeks, Matt has also developed a close relationship with his anatomy lab partner, Cindy. It's become pretty clear to me and our other housemates, Kyle, Robert, and Omar, that there is some romantic relationship between them. We even all met Cindy as she came by our house a few times. Long story short, Matt has told me and the other guys that things between him and Cindy are moving fairly quickly and that Jen is completely in the dark about this. He told us that, for the foreseeable future, he'll be spending a few nights hanging out at Cindy's place. Here's the issue. Jen and her roommates don't live that far from us, about a 7-minute walk, so there's a good chance she'll come by looking for him, according to Matt. Therefore, he wants all of us to make excuses for his absence and potentially reassure Jen that he isn't up to anything bad. Kyle and Robert are fully on board with this, as they consider it bro code. Omar is fully against this, and while he has not said he'd tell Jen, he has refused to lie for Matt and has been urging him to end things with Cindy. I would say I'm more neutral. I don't think what Matt's doing is appropriate, but I don't think it's my place to tell Matt how to manage his relationships. I told him that while I wouldn't seek Jen out and tell her what's going on, I wouldn't lie to her either about where he is and instead say, I don't know. We all argued about this for a while, and the general gist of things is that Kyle, Robert, and Matt all think I'm being a bit of an ass for not being more cooperative. Aside from this, I don't think there is really much I can do. Moving to somewhere else is both economically and logistically unfeasible, so I think trying to avoid stirring the pot is the best bet. Am I the asshole? I'll start this update by saying Jen found out last night. Like Matt predicted, she came home to our house Tuesday evening. I saw her pretty quickly since I was also coming back from buying some food. She asked me if I knew where Matt was, and I said I didn't know, because I genuinely didn't know at the time. She mentioned how he wasn't responding to her texts and that she was worried about him, and I felt pretty bad hearing that. Kyle, who was inside, came out at this point and said that Matt was in his anatomy lab, and then reassured her that he'd contact her once he was finished. She didn't seem entirely satisfied with that answer, but thanked us anyways and left. Once she was gone, Kyle told me that Matt was actually on a date with Cindy. Since Matt sometimes brings Cindy over, he'll text the house group chat before they come over to ensure that Jen isn't around. He did this on Tuesday night, and Kyle did alert him that Jen had stopped by looking for him, so he stayed over with Cindy on Tuesday night. Wednesday evening, only Omar and I are home. Kyle was with his own girlfriend, and Robert had an exam. Around 7 p.m., we got a text on the group chat from Matt saying he plans on bringing Cindy over around 8:30, and he asked if Jen came by. I told him that I hadn't seen her and things went on as usual. I'll add that Omar has refused to respond to these specific text messages from Matt, so there was an expectation on me to clarify if Jen was here or not. A little after 8 p.m., Jen comes by with one of her friends. They asked us where Matt was since Jen hadn't been seeing him a lot lately. Before I could even say anything, Omar told them to come back at 8:30 and Matt should be home. They left, and I did argue with Omar about his decision to tell them to come back since it was inevitably going to cause drama, but he didn't care. I did text Matt and told him about Jen potentially returning, but since he was driving, he didn't read the message. At this stage, I gave up trying to contact Matt and went up to my room. A little after 8:30, Matt walked in with Cindy, and not long after that, Jen and her friend returned. Omar let them in. Long story short, there was a lot of Jen yelling and Matt lying and apologizing. I didn't bother coming down since I could hear it all from my room. After about 10 minutes of this, Jen and her friend left. Matt sent Cindy home after this and was pretty pissed at what happened. I reminded him that I sent him a text message, which he now saw, and Omar played dumb, acting like he didn't see Matt's message about asking if Jen was home, but did confirm to him that he told Jen to come back after the first time she came because, quote, he didn't think Matt was dumb enough to go out with Cindy 2 nights back to back. Robert and Kyle came home after this point, and I filled them in on what happened. There was definitely some tension in the house this morning, as Matt thinks this all could have been avoided had Omar been more helpful. He also partially blames Cindy for wanting to come over so often. Overall, Matt doesn't really seem to care that Jen found out and broke things off with him. He said that he'll try apologizing one more time, as he does prefer Jen to Cindy, and if she doesn't accept, he'll leave things as they are. As for Cindy, Matt has already told Kyle, Robert, and me this morning that he plans on ending things with her after the December exam season. He says that he wants to be single again for New Year's so he can have a fresh start. Kyle and Robert think it's pretty hilarious considering how much trouble he got into to be with her. Things have ended more smoothly than I thought. I have made it abundantly clear to Matt to keep me out of his relationship woes. I have also asked Jen's friend how Jen was holding up. As expected, Jen was very upset about the entire ordeal, and she and her friends considered everyone at our house, aside from Omar, to be complicit and awful.
Bride made a profit from the bachelorette trip. Sister-in-law drama. So much tea. I'm glad I can spill to my Reddit community because I can't gossip about it to my family. So, about 6 months ago, the bride planned her destination bachelorette trip and charged each of the 11 girls $650 for the Airbnb. I was salty about the high cost, but it's my sister-in-law. So I sucked it up and I paid it. I was also suspicious about the high AF price, so I did a cross-check and the Airbnb listing and I checked it out. Yes, this bitch wanted $2,300 a night for a beachfront house. Well, today I'm chatting about wedding stuff with my brother, who is marrying future sister-in-law, and he says something along the lines of, what a relief her dad paid for the Airbnb because that would have been so expensive for your group. I about choked. I said, hey, are you sure about that? Because all 11 girls paid $650 for the house alone. Maybe run it by her. His face turned purple, so I take it that he had no idea. To add to the greed going on here, when I got married, I flew her out, paid for her accommodations, paid for hair and makeup, paid for her bridesmaid dress, and paid for transportation because she was going through a hard time. She now has the balls to steal from me. I get that weddings are expensive, but don't have one if it requires stealing from your bridesmaids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming I'm the only bridesmaid who is aware of this. Not sure if I should spill it to the group or if I should just let it go.
Spill it.
There's a chance her dad stepped in and paid for it after the fact, and she chose not to refund us. I'm just not clear on the situation and want to avoid embarrassing my brother. What do you guys think so far?
Obviously, she should spill it.
Update number 1. Thanks for all the advice and the support. Yes, I agree with most of you who are saying I am morally obligated to spill the beans because $650 is not child's play. This is what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to talk to my brother and give him a chance to clear it up with his sister-in-law. Before I make a scene, I want to understand what's really going on here. For example, did daddy pay for the trip, but sister-in-law decided to put that towards a different wedding expense? Things like that. The answer will determine how/when I tell the rest of the bridesmaids. I'm going to give my brother only 1 to 2 days because this trip is literally next week. Stay tuned for update number 2.
I'm excited.
All right, update number 2. So, I regrouped with my brother. My mom has also stepped in, bypassed my brother, and got some more info directly from her dad. Here's the tea. Future sister-in-law's dad did not offer to cover the cost until a few months after we paid for the trip. This was after he found out the cost and was pissed that she chose a $2,300 a night house and then asked us to pay for it. Apparently, he threatened not to pay for the wedding if she added any more expensive onto the wedding party. Turns out she originally wanted it at the Maldives and he forbid her. According to my mom, who chatted with him directly, he felt embarrassed when he heard about the Airbnb price and wanted to save face with my side of the family. So he gave sister-in-law about $7,000 to cover the cost of the house. She was supposed to refund us, but obviously that never happened. This is where it gets good.
Even better?
So my mom went total FBI mode and learned that in addition to not paying us, sister-in-law didn't put the money towards a different wedding expense either. She doesn't even have it anymore. So where did it go? What did she spend it on? There is currently a full-blown investigation going on between our families right now. I have been asking my mom not to alert the bridesmaids just yet in case we get a little bit more info and come to a resolution with both sister-in-law and her dad. But we will tell them ASAP one way or another. I will come back tomorrow with another update.
How did they not spill yet? Like
I
would
know.
have been like, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
right in the
I know.
group chat.
Yeah,
Right
immediately.
away. On to update number 3. The plot thickens. So all this drama is all unfolding. The maid of honor, who doesn't even know what's going on yet, is continuing her duties. We all get a 4-paragraph text from her outlining the dress code for each night of the bachelorette, per the bride's orders. Keep in mind, the bride was asking us all to go out and buy new outfits for each night of the trip, and themes for each night, which are wild. Animal print Thursday, fox fur Friday, sparkle dress Saturday, and Barbie brunch Sunday. As if we were all going to go out and buy that shit 1 week before the trip. Thankfully, the bridesmaids seem to be waking up to the bullshit. Several of them wrote back saying they won't be able to pull together these outfits in time, and one flat out said that's just not going to happen. But that's just a side story to the absolute shit show that is unfolding.
Oh my god.
My mom is very involved now, as she's paid a decent chunk of this wedding as well, and does not like the fact that the bride is throwing around thousands of dollars from her dad, as well as lying to the bridal party. She set up a meeting directly with sister-in-law to cut the bullshit and explain what's going on. She told sister-in-law she's going to inform the bridesmaids herself unless she gets a valid answer. At this point, I'm just shoveling down the popcorn waiting for the events to unfold. I'll be back tonight with hopefully the final update. All right. Update number 4. A swan ice sculpture.
Come on.
She used the $7,000 to book a swan-shaped ice sculpture to be displayed at the reception and didn't tell anyone.
$7,000
For ice? For literally water?
That is
for H2O?
Oh my god, I would love to see what it looks like.
Turns out her dad banned her from adding any more extras to the wedding design because it was already so expensive and unnecessary. When he Venmo'd her for the Airbnb, she thought she was being sneaky to keep it instead. She didn't even tell my brother this. He only found out that her dad decided to cover the Airbnb because those two went out for cigars one night and it came up. So that mystery is solved thanks to my mini FBI crew. But now the real questions remain. Where the fuck is my $650 and how do I break the news to the bridesmaids? Out of the kindness of her soul, my mom is giving sister-in-law 24 hours to confess to the bridesmaids and figure out how to pay us back our money. Because you know what? I did not spend $650 on some damn ice. I have kids to feed. I have bills to pay. It was taking everything in me not to text the bridesmaids group right now, but my mom is trying to give sister-in-law one opportunity to do the right thing. This has been a roller coaster. Don't know if anyone here is still interested, but let me know if I should post the final outcomes with the bridesmaids in one last update. Lord have mercy.
Wow.
Yes, we want to hear.
Yeah.
All right. Update number 5. Okay. As promised, here is the latest tea. Served boiling hot. This is a long update, and I'm going to try to get into everything. First, let's start with the bride's explanation to her family, myself, my mom, my brother, her fiance, and her dad. She broke down crying, saying that wedding planning has been getting to her head, and she has been crushed under the pressure of having a perfect wedding, which she felt couldn't go on without this alleged ice swan.
Shut up.
Does it say that?
Oh my god.
I didn't buy her sob story. After the whole incident, I think she is delusional, controlling, attention-starving bridezilla who is using the wedding as a way to compete with other girls on Instagram. By the way, her job is influencer, if I didn't mention that yet. My brother took the bait. To be honest, I don't blame him. This is his future wife, and he said he wants to help her with her mental health and get her back into a good place. He is disturbed by the situation, but will continue to support her. The wedding is on for all of those who are curious. Now, on to the bridesmaids. After some threats from my mom, sister-in-law finally broke down and contacted the bridesmaid in our group chat. She sent a text that made my skin crawl. Hey ladies, you're my bride squad, so I feel compelled to share with you that my dad recently offered to pay for our batch accommodations. However, being that the wedding is so expensive, I've decided to pull this donation towards a wedding expense. I hope you all understand, and I can't wait to party with you all next week.
What?
Oh, hell no. I immediately replied, making back sure everyone knew how the expense of an ice sculpture was. An ice swan. Come on, people. Many of them replied and expressed how they would have loved to use that $650 for something more important.
Yeah.
But ultimately, no one has backed out. One of the girls started a side chat without the bride and asked if there was any chance of getting our money back if we force sister-in-law to cancel the reservation. Unfortunately, since we're only a week out, we aren't eligible for a refund. They decided to go through with the bachelorette party or else it would be literally a waste of $650. As for myself, I'm in the same boat. I would rather run myself over than go on this trip, but $650 is no small amount, and I can't fathom throwing that down the drain. I haven't made my final decision yet. If I do go, it will be solely to avoid eating the $650 plus my airfare. I will not be doing any of the planned events or outfits or even contributing a single penny more. I would have my own mini vacation as best as I can. I'm really upset that it seems like this crazy person is going to get her way after all.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. I cannot believe she said it like that.
Right? Do you guys want more to this story?
Is there another update?
Oh, there's more.
Oh my god.
Mini update 5.A. There are so many curious comments coming in, so I just want to keep you in the loop. More drama has unfolded among the bridesmaids. The side text without the bride popped off, and we all have agreed on the following. 1. We will be going on the trip, but it is no longer a bachelorette trip.
Wow.
We will all be taking personal vacations with our hubbies / significant others while staying at the property. We were forced into this beachfront mansion plus airfare, so we're going to make the most of it. Number 2, we have all backed out of hosting and paying for the bridal shower. The bride will need to find another way to move forward with it if she wants to have it. We will attend as guests if she has it, and we will not be gifting anything. Mother of the bride is absolutely furious, but more on this later. 3, we are letting the bride know she needs to cancel the Ice Swan and give us back our money. After some research, we doubt all of the $7,000 went towards the alleged swan because it doesn't seem like they even cost that much. I won't be back for a while because I want to save my next update for after the trip, so stay tuned. This is the most wildest update.
Oh god.
So let's get into the final update, number 6. Warning, this is a long one. The absolute tea that I have today. It took me so long to write this because I'm at complete and utter loss for words. Where to begin? Let me start with this. There is no ice swan. There never was an ice swan.
Wow.
It was all an elaborate fabrication designed to distract everyone from where the missing $7,000 went.
Shut up.
R.I.P. Ice Swan. Turns out there was a reason behind sister-in-law's luxury bachelorette location. Here's what happened. All the bridesmaids showed up to the beachfront mansion with our significant others. Sister-in-law had already been made aware that it is no longer a bachelorette, but to our complete shock, she was still stunned that we actually meant it. She arrived last in her pre-booked limo, absolutely fuming that no one else showed up to the limo meeting spot at the airport. She was the only one still sticking to the original itinerary. Then she was flabbergasted that the husband / significant others were there with us. It was a comedy show at best. Anyway, we went about our individual mini vacations, and eventually someone realized it had been about 48 hours since anyone had seen the sister-in-law or the bride. I assumed she was mad and either flew home or went to stay somewhere else. Then the unthinkable unfolds. Sister-in-law rolls up in the driveway in a wheelchair, being pushed by 2 female nurses. The entire group jumped into action, thinking something was horribly wrong. Everyone ran over to see what was going on, but the nurses ushered us away and wheeled the bride into her room. At this point, I'm very concerned. We're all banging on the door asking if she's okay. The nurses eventually leave and say they legally can't reveal the nature of her health issue, but assure us that she is absolutely fine. I call my brother and mom, but get no answer. So I finally decide to call her mom, aka the mother of the bride, who was furious that we took over the bachelorette party. Mother of a bride reveals what actually took place.
She got a BBL.
No.
She isn't sick. She didn't have an health issue. There was no accident. She got her boobs done.
No way! They paid for her boobs?
Yes, folks, you read that correctly. She had planned, as part of the original itinerary, to disappear for an afternoon and return with a new set of melons.
Was she still going, like, was this pre-planned? Because how was she going to do all these activities?
That's true. That's true, yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what? The location of the beachfront mansion is conveniently 5 minutes away from a very famous cosmetic surgeon's office. The reason she needed this giant-ass property was not really to host 11 girls, it was to host 11 girls plus the surgery recovery nurses and personal chef she had reserved for after the operation.
Oh my god.
There is so much more that we need to unpack. I honestly don't know where to begin. 1. What was her mother's knowledge/involvement in all of this? 2. What was the cost of the procedure? I'm guessing around $7,000. And why was it meant to be part of the bachelorette party?
Yeah.
3. What was the purpose of the Ice Swan Live? What the fuck?
Am I the asshole for not giving a cupcake to a child who is not originally on the guest list? I, 24 female, recently returned to my hometown after being away for college and work. My grandma often hosts potluck parties where her 3 kids and their families can hang out. I'm a pretty good baker, and the couple of times I brought baked goods over, I got lots of compliments, especially from the kids. For the potluck we had last week, I had promised to make a cupcake for each and every kid, 8 kids, all under 9. The adults would get a 2-pound cake to be shared. I elaborately decorated the cupcakes and made sure I made enough. I didn't have the energy to make extras. On the day of the party, one of the cousins brought her boyfriend and his kid, Gina, 7 female, over unannounced. Gina saw the cupcakes each kid got and wanted one too, so my cousin brought her to me to ask for a cupcake. I apologized and told him that all the cupcakes were spoken for and that she was welcome to have a slice of 2-pound cake as it was the same flavor. Gina said she wanted the pretty cupcake. My cousin then said I should just give her one because she was sure at least one of the kids would not show up. Again, I refused, saying that I promised all the kids cupcakes and would feel awful if anyone had to miss out on a promised cupcake. My cousin then walked away with Gina. She was right though, as one of the cousin's girls, Amy, 8 female, was sick and couldn't come. However, her dad and older brother did, and the brother asked if he could take the cupcake back home to Amy, and I said yes. My cousin and Gina were in the kitchen when I brought the cupcake inside to pack it up for Amy. When they saw me packing the cupcake, they asked about it, and I said it was for Amy, who was sick. Pictures from the party were recently posted. Many parents posted pictures of their kids with my cupcake. My cousin sent me a message telling me that Gina was really upset that Amy, who wasn't even at the party, got a cupcake while she didn't. She said I was the asshole for hurting a little girl's feelings. I think I did the right thing giving the cupcake to Amy, as I still promised her one. Still, Gina was right there at the party. Am I the asshole? No.
Am I the asshole for telling my wife she's entitled and has it too easy? I, male, 48, and my wife, Anne, female, 47, live by ourselves. Our kids have both moved on. I'm the breadwinner, and Anne has been the stay-at-home mom. Now, she's the housewife after our youngest moved out last year. What's changed is that she says she's owed for raising our kids and taking care of the household. She wants more personal time, less work around the house, and so I've basically taken over almost all of the housework, cooking 3 meals, cleaning the house, while still working a full-time job. I have never slacked on the chores that I did, such as the gardening, hard lifting, and etc. I was never an absent father as well. I bore with it for the past year, but she's gotten more abusive, outright berating me in front of the kids when they visit that I'm only good for my strength and don't think about the household at all, while she is doing less of the household work. It's gone to the point that I just want to relax in the car for a good solid minute before I go into the house because I know there's a long list of things that I will need to do.
Cooking dinner.
Last night, she went out with her friends while I slept early for work. This morning, I looked for the car keys for over 30 minutes, which were not in the drawer we had always put them in. I woke her up to ask where she put them, and she just grumbled at me to find them myself before going back to sleep. I ended up finding them in her handbag and got to work late. I got home today to her screaming at me for invading her privacy by going through her handbag. I tried to tell her that she told me to find them myself, but she kept cutting me off, saying I should have known better than to dig through her personal belongings, that she has rights and I should respect them, and I should have waited for her to wake up before going in to get the keys. It was when she said she didn't care if I was late to work that I lost it. Her exact line was, "It's not like we're needing that stupid money anymore." I yelled back at her that she was entitled and selfish, and the only reason she was able to enjoy her current time is because of my stupid money. That she's been having it far too easy for the past year, and she's wanted to see what she's owed. She can go back to either working or doing all the chores she's dumped on me. Anne was shell-shocked that I yelled at her. The rest of the night was quiet, and she locked herself in our bedroom and hasn't come out. I've called her kids and told them what happened. My daughter agrees with me, but my son says that I may have been a bit too harsh to call her entitled and implied that I undermine her efforts all those years as a stay-at-home mom. We're going to take turns calling Anne, but I now wonder if I may have been overboard with yelling at her about taking it too easy. Daughter has suggested couples therapy and said that she's going to suggest it to Anne as well. I'm more than willing to do so, as today's encounter made me reflect that I'm getting extremely tired and wary of this life. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for correcting the lie my half-siblings told? That my dad used to be their stepdad and he dumped them into foster care once our mother died. So I, 27 male, have 3 younger half-siblings, 24 female, 22 male, and 21 male. We're maternal half-siblings and I have a different dad than them. Their dad was dating my mom for several years, but they never got married. So he wasn't legally ever my stepdad, but I guess he would kind of get the title since he lived with my mom and I lived with her half time. He was never interested in me and I was never interested in him. He used to creep me out, so I don't really think of him like that. But technically, their dad would have been my stepdad. Mine was never anything to them. When my mom was pregnant with the youngest, their dad was arrested and he went to prison. He was briefly released 8 years later, but ended up going back to prison. He wasn't a good guy and has a long list of convictions now. When I was 8, my mom died. I was living with my dad full-time when she passed. She wasn't taking good care of me and was taking her anger about her boyfriend's release out on me through a lot of yelling and talking to me like shit. When mom died, a social worker got involved and my half-siblings were removed. They had no biological family willing to take them, and the social worker asked my dad if he would consider a kinship care agreement so they could be raised alongside with me. My dad said that was not something he would be interested in, so my half-siblings were placed in foster care. No, you're not wrong, because he was never anything to them. He was their stepdad, and he dumped them in foster care when your mom passed away? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, there's not. They literally had to have made that up because there's no possible fucking way for them to twist things to make that out to be true. You're not the asshole. My dad did agree to some visits. We had one visit every 2 months for years. The visits were never easy because my half-siblings would ask to move in with my dad and me, and they would ask why my dad didn't visit, and why couldn't they be with him instead so that we could all live together. They were separated most of the time in foster care and would put that on me and my dad as well. That's not, it sucks 100%. 100% it sucks, but that's not something that you or your dad are responsible for. Like, it's not your job. It's not your job. Like, no. Like, I understand them being upset and being hurt because you guys ended up in 2 completely different situations, but for them to twist it and make it a lie, like, that's a little fucked up. That's fucked up. I refused the visits once I turned 16. I hadn't wanted them for a while, but it was more annoying than anything to have to repeat the same conversation every 2 months. My dad let me make the decision because he really had to drag me there for most of the visits anyway. We had no contact for years, and then just over 2 years ago, they reached out to me and said they wanted a relationship again. I told them I didn't, and they said they wouldn't mention my dad again. So I agreed and things were going all right. Not having to have to fight with them did make it a lot easier to care. But then a few weeks ago, I found out at my half-brother's 21st birthday party that they've been lying to people, claiming my dad was their stepdad and he dumped them in foster care as soon as my mom died. They apparently knew most people wouldn't think he was wrong if he was just my dad that they never knew. So they spun a story. I told people the truth when it came up, and afterwards I told my half-siblings that I was done with them and that their obsession with my dad taking them in is what drove me crazy before. I told them he wasn't their anything, and lying was not the way to win me over. They accused me of ruining their lives by exposing their lies. Am I the asshole? No, absolutely not. They were perfectly fine with people thinking your dad was this terrible person that raised these kids and then just threw them away when their mother passed away because he had no biological link to them. But the moment you start telling people the truth, they're all upset because you're ruining their lives? Absolutely not. Honestly, babe, your siblings fucking suck. They fucking suck. Okay, so we all know that the system is flawed. Like, that's a really, really poor choice of words, but it's fucked up. We know that the system is fucked up, and a lot of these babies that go into the system, they suffer like truly horrible things. Horrible things. And you know, whenever you hear about kids being put into foster care, that's exactly where our minds go. But at some point, we have to hold them fucking accountable, regardless of what things were like when they were in foster care. That does not give them the right at 24, 22, and 21 years old to go around telling people lies. It does not make it okay. I honestly feel like OP's father was nowhere around when these kids became. He was nowhere around. OP said he was living with his dad half of the time and he was living with his mom half the time. And when his mom passed away, he wasn't even living there anymore. He stopped living there because the mom was treating him really, really bad. So he wasn't around at all. So these kids not having a biological relative wanting to take them in is not dad's problem. It sounds mean, but it's not. He has no responsibility to these children, and he should not be forced to have to take care of someone else's kids. They asked him and he chose not to. This really it just irks me a little bit because once again, we're reading a story where siblings were separated when they were younger, kept apart for God knows how long, were able to reconnect, get back together, and instead of it being a happy time, an emotional with happy tear time, it's a shitstorm. It is a shitstorm because I got something that you wanted and you're making that my problem. OP, you're absolutely not the asshole because your siblings lied straight up and out. They lied and you did the right thing by defending your dad because he did absolutely nothing wrong.
Am I the asshole for telling my friend she's not entitled to other people's money? I, 20 female, am now dealing with a problem concerning a friend of mine. I am a college student with a large social circle. Because of this, there are a few people in my circle that I don't know well enough. One of them is this girl named Talia. Talia happens to be very rich, which we did not find out until recently. We didn't realize it because she never presented herself as wealthier than those around her. She didn't wear expensive clothes, she didn't overspend, and she seemed to live her life as a middle-class person at best. My best friend Jada was scrolling through Talia's Instagram when she came upon her brother. Her brother uploaded a picture of their beautiful mansion on Instagram, revealing their wealth. To me, this was just an odd thing to discover, but Jada was visibly unhappy. When our friend group goes out to places like restaurants or clubs, we always share the bill evenly. Jada was outraged to find that Talia was rich, since she felt Talia had enough money to cover everyone, but decided to keep this information hidden. When I told her she wasn't entitled to Talia's money, Jada became enraged. She said it was the principal and Talia was wrong for pretending to be poor. She then confronted Talia in our group chat. Talia has not answered since. I advised Jada to calm down since it wasn't that serious, and she told me I was just as wrong as Talia for supporting her actions. I really want to give Jada the benefit of the doubt because she doesn't come from a family that has a lot of money. So there could be some personal feelings involved in this. However, I also think that Talia isn't required to spend more than she has to. So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling my grandpa my dad stole my wedding money? I, 27 female, am getting married in 2 months. From the beginning, we were wanting to elope, but then we decided that we wanted more traditional wedding, but still in a low budget, as low as you can get with the prices these days, because we didn't want to regret not doing it. We spoke with our parents about a budget maybe like 8 months ago, and both sides promised to give $10,000 each. And we would cover whatever was left and the honeymoon. We were very grateful for that. My mother-in-law has already paid her $10,000 up front, which helped with all the down payments and venue costs. My side was supposed to pay their $10K 3 weeks before the wedding to cover food, drinks, and any final expenses. Long story short, my father, who has a history of narcissistic behavior, decided last minute that he is not going to do that anymore. We are now 2 months out from the wedding, and he is no longer willing to pay for anything, and we have no savings to cover the cost. We have already paid out of our section as well. We cannot cancel due to our contracts, and we would rather not take out a loan. I tried reaching out to my grandpa to ask for assistance, and he told me that he already gave over $1,000 to my dad for the wedding. I found out my dad pocketed that money. Am I the asshole if I tell my grandpa that he stole the money? I'm afraid of causing drama and making the situation even worse. Would I be the asshole?
Am I the asshole for refusing to go to my sister's wedding, knowing that it means most of our family won't attend? Throwaway account. I, 40 female, am significantly older than my sister, 25 female. As such, after she was born, I was repeatedly looked over and parentified by my parents in favor of her. Examples of this include giving my old clothes and toys to her without my permission, rather than preserving them as keepsakes for my childhood. In short, my inner child has had to do a lot of healing over the years. I am low contact with my parents and sister, but apparently she is engaged and wants me to be a part of her wedding party. Now, I am not comfortable around children of any age. It is part of my trauma. Being around them, for me, comes with a sense of responsibility that reminds me of the neglect I suffered at the hands of my family. My sister knows this, so I assumed, with her asking me to be in the wedding, that the wedding would be child-free. During a discussion, she mentioned her fiancé's best friend's daughter would be serving as a flower girl and our cousin's son would be the ring bearer. I reminded her that I would not be comfortable around children and expressed my disappointment that she would invite me to be in the wedding that is not child-free. She looked sad for a second and told me that there were many young children and families that are close to her and her fiancé, and the day would feel incomplete without them. And if I really wasn't comfortable around children to that extent, she would understand if I am unable to attend. I was shocked that she would invite me in the favor of random kids, and it reminded me of being thrown aside in favor of her when we were so young, so I left to collect myself. I attempted to ask my parents to talk some sense into her, but surprise, surprise, they took her side. At this point, I was deeply hurt and needed an outlet, so I did something that might make me the asshole. I am friends with some other family members on Facebook, and I made a post about how my sister was kicking me out of the wedding and that my parents were taking her side, all because of the trauma that they contributed to themselves. I didn't go into detail because I didn't think it was anyone else's business. I just wanted to vent. Now people are apparently refusing to go to my sister's wedding unless I am reinstated as part of the wedding. She and my parents are begging me to come, but still refusing to budge on the children being there, so it doesn't make much of a difference to me. I do feel bad because I didn't know that our family would refuse to come, but I cannot go to an event that has many children running around or retract my statement because I don't want the family to think I lied. Am I the asshole for refusing to go?
Am I the asshole for telling my brother that he shouldn't bring his wife to our dad's funeral? My brother has been married to his wife for 4 years. His wife, I'll call her Sarah, is on the spectrum. Sarah doesn't have much of a filter. If she thinks of something, she'll say it. This hasn't been causing issues until this last year. If she said something that was inappropriate or rude, someone would correct her, usually my brother, and she'll apologize. There's been a few uncomfortable situations, but usually we get an apology and everyone moves on. The main issues began when Dad started going downhill. He's had many health issues before, but he really went down last summer. My mom is the main caretaker of him during this time. Sarah at this time has made many comments that were rude and inappropriate about him. She usually apologizes, but my mom's patience is basically gone. Many conversations were had about it. No, you're not the asshole. We've talked about this many a times. Just because she's on the spectrum does not mean she cannot be taught. How many times do people have to bring something up to you before we start to, realize like our behavior needs to change? You're apologizing for it. So once you've been corrected, you know that it's wrong. You know that it's wrong. She can be fucking taught that the things she's saying and the comments that she's making are wrong. A big blow up happened at Christmas. Sarah made a comment about how he looked and how all the tubes around him reminded her of a hamster. So you came over, seen my dad dying, hooked up to all types of fucking tubes, and despite the many conversations we've had about your fucking behavior and your inappropriate comments, you stated out loud that he makes you think of a fucking hamster. She can't come to the funeral. She can't fucking come because we've talked about this many fucking times and she continues to do it. She's not learning shit. No, hell no, she can't fucking, you are not the asshole. The comment wasn't appropriate. Yes, we all know he looks like crap, but he's dying. My mother told her to get out of her house. She apologized, but my mom told her she never changes her behavior, and her apology meant shit to her. Big argument later, that relationship between them now is shaky. My dad passed this week, and the funeral is this weekend. My mom is a wreck, and I called it my brother. I told him it would be a horrible idea to bring his wife to the funeral. If she makes an inappropriate comment at the funeral, it would destroy a lot of relationships, and I think my mom would lose her shit. I also explained that even with his help before, it hasn't stopped her from making these comments. Everyone's going to be in high emotions, and it would be a really bad situation. Also, she wasn't very respectful when he was alive. This started an argument, and he's calling me a jerk. Am I the asshole for giving him that advice? Absolutely not. Hell no. No, you are not wrong because you said you guys have had many conversations about this. Many fucking conversations. No, because if you cannot stop making disrespectful and rude fucking comments around me, I don't fucking want you around me. I don't want you around. I don't give a fuck what type of event is going on. I don't give a damn that somebody just died. Bitch, your mouth don't fucking shut. Your mouth does not fucking shut. I don't care that she's on the spectrum. I do not. Because she's a fully functional grown-ass adult. She is an adult that has been fucking married. She can learn. She can fucking learn. OP is not the asshole here at all. He doesn't want his sister-in-law disrespecting his father at his funeral, even though she's done it multiple times while the poor man was still alive and on his deathbed. Absolutely not. No, you're not wrong. Your brother needs to pull his head out of his wife's ass and look the fuck around.
Am I the asshole for using the handicap stall in a public bathroom? I, 27 female, had bunion surgery a week ago and have a hard time getting around right now. I'm using crutches and finally got the hang of them. My mom took me to an appointment a few days ago to check on the healing progression. Now, for more information, this doctor's office is like an hour away from where I live, so on the way back, I had to use the washroom. It was lunchtime, so my mom pulled into a McDonald's so we could get a cheap lunch and I could go to the bathroom. Another thing to note is I'm having a hard time getting up from the toilet with the heavy cast and crutches. As I was in the stall, I heard someone come into the bathroom and huff that the handicap stall was in use. I felt bad, so I tried to hurry up the best I could. It took me longer than expected because, again, I was having issues getting up and I had to use the bar to the one side. Well, when I finally got out of the stall, this woman started screaming at me that her child, who was in a wheelchair, really needed that bathroom and I was being selfish for using it. She then proceeded to yell at me the entire time I was trying to wash my hands, and I was holding back tears because I don't like people yelling at me. I feel bad for her child who was in the wheelchair, but I still feel like I'm covered and not the asshole. But maybe I'm wrong. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for still going to my daughter's wedding, even though my other daughter isn't invited due to her panic attacks? I have two daughters. They're 27 and 24. The issue is my youngest daughter got into a bad situation when she was in high school. She now has panic attacks and is on meds for almost 8 years now. My oldest is not close to her younger sibling. It boils down to celebrations usually getting interrupted by a panic attack. I know my youngest isn't doing it on purpose, but it really sucks when you're at a graduation and a panic attack happens. Sometimes she can get away and calm down, but sometimes she pushes herself too hard and it results in an attack. Now to the issue. My oldest is getting married. Everyone was invited to her engagement party, and during the event, the youngest had an attack. The event ended soon after since the whole incident ruined the vibe. My oldest was really upset and kept going on about how she shouldn't have invited her. Invitations were sent out and my oldest didn't invite her younger sibling. I asked her about it and she informed me she wants her wedding to go smoothly and, unlike all the other events, not get interrupted by a panic attack. I asked her to reconsider and she said no. She wants one day where it's all about her. I completely get that. I completely get that. Like, we understand that she's not, you know, your youngest child is not doing this on purpose. But as the oldest child, to never have an event, to not have an event simply that was about them, for them, not be interrupted, I completely understand your oldest going the route that she's going, because she wants her wedding to be about her. Her engagement party was about her up until the point her sister had a panic attack, and then the event was over. It was over because people were no longer vibing the way that they were. I completely understand why she chose not to invite her. My youngest is really upset and asked me to skip the wedding. That's a little selfish, no? I informed her that I will not. I don't want to miss her sister getting married. This resulted in an argument and she called me a jerk. I'm looking for opinions. My daughter gets attacked at all types of events, not just her sister's. So this isn't a I'm trying to ruin my sister event situation. She has been seeing a therapist. I'm glad you threw that in there near the end, because I was strongly going to advise that you put your daughter in therapy. Put your daughter in therapy, because she has to understand that until we get this under control, there are going to be certain situations and events and parties and things that you're not going to be invited to. Because as the person getting married and as the person hosting this event, I have every right to want it to go down the way I want it to go down without you having a panic attack in the middle of it sometime during it. Like, I am fucking entitled to that. So your daughter has to understand there's things she's not going to be invited to. The main issues with the panic attacks is that they come on suddenly. She could be doing fine all night and something will push her over the edge. She's a million times better than she was when she was a teenager, having panic attacks twice a day. So I came to the comment section because I really wanted more information, because truly from the bottom of my asshole, I feel like little sister is doing this to steal the spotlight. But OP is adamant that this is not that type of situation. Okay, my next question is, when your daughter feels like she's being triggered, her panic attacks are being triggered, like, because OP said in the comments that, you know, she'll be okay and then something eventually will trigger her at the event. So my question is, when she knows that she's being triggered, is she not capable of excusing herself from the situation? Or is this a situation where her whole body is frozen and she has to sit in the middle of a room and have a panic attack? Because the story said that her sister's engagement party ended after she had a panic attack. So I feel like she wasn't off to the corner somewhere. She didn't go sit in the bathroom. Like, this happened in the middle of the dance floor or like at the dinner table. You know, like, I feel like it's happening right in the middle of everything. Is it not possible for her to move, like, excuse herself to a quiet area, a different place? Or does it just happen and she's in full panic mode right here, right now at events? And also, if there's something at the events that trigger her, maybe, hear me out, maybe her going to these events is not what she needs to be doing right now until she's able to get this under control. Am I the asshole for not financially supporting my family anymore and abandoning them in their time of need? Here's some context. I'm a 31-year-old male with a 25-year-old sister who lives at home. My parents are in their 60s. My mom and my sister have never worked a real job other than under-the-table things like babysitting. My dad was the only earner in the family. They were making it until about 10 years ago when money started to get tight. My parents' house went into foreclosure and my mom still didn't get a job. I gave them money to try to help out, but they lost the house anyway. Again, no job was secured by my mom. That was 10 years ago. Fast forward to today. The house they live in now is in foreclosure again, and no one seems to have a sense of urgency to seek employment. Oh, wow. Turns out money was tight these last 10 years because my dad was a functioning opioid addict. Oh, damn. He really started to spiral these last 6 months and is now in prison for the next 2 years. I've always been the person in my family to pick up the pieces and be the one everyone turns to. Since my dad has been in jail, I haven't spoken to him. I've also stopped talking to my mom and my sister because they haven't paid me for bills that I have in my name that they're responsible for. That's, rule number one. We don't let nobody put nothing in our name. We don't let nobody put nothing in our name. Absolutely not. That's rule number one. They haven't paid me for bills that I have in my name that they're responsible for, but yet they send my dad money in jail. Where are they getting the money from if ain't nobody working? Where are they getting the money from? I gave them months of encouragement to try to find a job, and I kept paying the bills while they tried to figure it out. When I asked my mom for money recently, because months have gone by with no employment secured, my mom straight up ignored my calls and text messages. I'm done. They tell me that I'm an asshole for leaving them in their time of need, and they've been trying to find jobs all the time, but it's hard to get one. I call bullshit. I'm tired of being the fixer. I'm tired of being an enabler. Am I the asshole for not paying for them anymore and for not being in their life? As someone who used to be the fixer, no, I don't think you're the asshole at all, because I know what it's like. I know that it is a very difficult decision when you finally make the choice to stop being the fixer in the family, because it comes with a whole lot of worry of what's going to happen to them and then who's going to help. And that's not for us to worry about. It is time for you to think about you. Take care of you. Put you first. It's time for you to do that, and you're not the asshole. I truly feel like if your mom and your sister are capable of sending money to your dad in prison for the next 2 years, they are capable of figuring something out to take care of themselves. Because it sounds like they are able to work. Because I feel like if they weren't, OP definitely would have said that, mom has this, and that issue, and sister has this, that, and the other, and that's why they don't work. But he literally says they just do not work. They've never had a job. So it seems like they can work. They can fucking work. They just don't want to. And by OP choosing to stop helping them, it's going to force them now to help themselves.
You thought my stalker story was scary? Wait till you hear about this one. This incident actually took place last week and I am traumatized. I was hungry and usually I'll go downstairs, make myself something to eat, but what I was craving that day was going to take me a while to make, and I had work an hour before that, so I know I was going to be in a rush. Usually when I'm in a rush, I end up being in a bad mood, so I decided to go to El Pollo Loco to get a salad. Once I arrived to El Pollo Loco, the first thing that I did was go through the drive-thru, because one thing about me, I am not about to get down. I was near my city and I did not want to run into familiar faces. There was one person ahead of me in the drive-thru, and it was a motorcycle, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a male. The guy in the motorcycle orders, and then shortly after I start to order, and then once I'm finished ordering, I end up driving to the window. As I'm driving to the window to pay for my food and also pick it up, I noticed that the motorcycle that was ahead of me stopped a little bit ahead of me. So like he left the window, but he was still like in the drive-thru, if that makes any sense. Like he still hadn't left the drive-thru, and I noticed that he was talking to like this homeless person. I would assume it was a girl, but at the same time it looked like a guy. I don't know. Point is, there was a homeless person. I don't know what exactly went down in their conversation, but you can tell that the homeless guy was a little bit upset. And you can tell also that the guy in the motorcycle wanted to leave, but the homeless guy wouldn't let him. And me being a girl in the drive-thru, I'm literally stuck. Keep in mind, like if I'm in a drive-thru, what am I gonna do? Reverse out? I can't reverse out. And obviously I can't go forward because there's literally an altercation happening in front of me. So luckily, while the altercation was happening, I was able to pay for my food and also get my food. I'm a really bad overthinker, and the only thing crossing my mind was, what if I put my window down and then this homeless person tries to come at me? And I was like, no, I can't. And I feel like what made me feel a little bit more secure is the fact that I have my windows tinted, so I knew that no one was able to see in my car. But just knowing that I'm stuck in the drive-thru was killing me. I noticed that the homeless man ends up dropping his stuff on the floor for who knows what reason, and the guy in the motorcycle took that opportunity to literally drive off. What really is this homeless man going to do when a motorcycle takes off on him? Like, be for real, this man can literally just like drive off and you won't be able to catch him, you know, because I feel like motorcycles are pretty fast. So here I am, still in the drive-thru, and I also couldn't just drive off because the homeless man dropped his stuff in the middle of the drive-thru. So if I were to drive off, I would literally run over his things. I would feel bad if I run over his things. Like, at the end of the day, this man is homeless, he has nothing. So if I run over the only thing that he has, I would feel so guilty. So this homeless person picks up his belongings, and then he starts to walk towards this way, because if you were to go out through the drive-thru, it's literally like a wall. So in order for him to actually leave that shopping center, he has to go like back this way. And so he was coming this way, and again, I was literally losing my shit because I was like, what if he comes to me next? And sure enough, this man came to me next. Like, when he was picking up his stuff, he literally looked up and like just looked directly in my car. And again, you can't see my car because of my tint, but I'm literally the only girl in this car, and although this man doesn't know that, I was traumatized and I was ready to lose my This man was like walking away, but instead of him walking towards like the ramp and the grass area, he was still walking through the drive-thru. So I just knew that this man was going to pass by like my passenger side. So sure enough, this man walks by my passenger side, and I kid you guys not, all I hear is someone yanking on my door, like trying to open it and get in. And I was like, oh my god, there is no way. And so I started to freak out, and all I do is like press the gas to try to get away. As I'm trying to drive off, this man is still holding on to the door handle. I went in absolute panic mode. He was like holding on to my like car handle, and he was like let me in, like give me some money, like da 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 da. So as he's yelling at me through the other side of the window, I noticed that his backpack starts to slip off of his shoulder. If it wasn't for his backpack slipping off of his shoulder and him trying to adjust it, I don't know what the heck would have happened. Because him adjusting his backpack obviously allowed him to remove his hand out of my door handle, and that allowed me to just press the gas and dip out. Oh my god, I was so traumatized. And thank god I got my food, you know, but after that whole incident, I just wasn't hungry anymore and I didn't eat. I did go to work, but I feel like I just couldn't work properly because that was the only thing crossing my mind. Thank god that I'm the type of person who anytime I get in my car, the first thing I do is lock my doors. But even then, I feel like it's so sad that even as a female, the first thing that one has to do is watch her surroundings and then, you know, lock their car doors as soon as they get into the car. I feel like that's just so sad. Like, the fact that this is our reality is very upsetting. I'm honestly very grateful that nothing happened to me. Yes, I'm still haunted by the situation, but best believe I'm gonna go back to El Pollo Loco because ain't no way that that's gonna stop me. Maybe not that certain location, but I would definitely be going back to get my classic tostada salad. That is the end of probably the second most scariest thing that I've been through. If you guys have not watched my stalker story, definitely scroll down and watch that video.
Am I wrong for picking my college friend's wedding over my childhood friend's wedding? So I am a bridesmaid for 2 weddings. One is local in Dallas, Texas, and the other is a destination wedding in Miami, Florida, and they're both on the same day. Just to simplify things, I'm gonna call the girls Dallas and Miami. Dallas is a childhood friend. We were also college roommates for a year, but we don't see each other as often, but when we do, it's just like old times. So many memories. And Dallas is also one of the sweetest people in my life. Then there's Miami, who is a college friend from a different friend group than Dallas. We grew closer after college, and Miami actually plans my birthday every year. Our friend group is 6 girls, and we're super close. Like all girl friend groups, there is drama, but we always remain friends and hang out all the time. And all the girlfriends from college are also bridesmaids for Miami. And my husband is friends with their boyfriends and husbands, so he prefers this wedding by a mile. Am I wrong for picking my college friend's wedding over my childhood friend's wedding? Again, Miami is my college friend and Dallas is my childhood friend. Miami told me her wedding date first at a group dinner, but did not put a deposit. And when I told Dallas the next day, she told me she was planning for the same day. There isn't much overlap in the wedding as far as mutual friends. However, me and another girl are bridesmaids for both. Dallas then tried to pick the week before Miami's wedding, but it ended up getting booked. Dallas then put the deposit first, and my other friend immediately said she's going to Miami's wedding because they are childhood friends. So Dallas was hoping I go to her wedding because my other friend already picked Miami's wedding. Also, since Dallas and I are childhood friends. I told her on the phone that it wasn't easy, but I had to go to Miami's wedding because she did ask me first. Now Dallas is furious to the point where she doesn't want to be friends anymore. She says that she put the deposit first, so Miami should change her wedding date. Am I wrong?
Am I the asshole for refusing to do a portrait for my boyfriend, leaving him without a wedding gift? I do digital portraits, mostly as a hobby, but I've gotten a few commissions here and there. A while ago, my boyfriend and I were hanging out with mutual friends, and my boyfriend suggested in front of everyone that I do a portrait as a gift for someone's upcoming birthday. While it was a little annoying to be volunteered by him, I did think it was a good idea and went ahead and did it. The next time a birthday in the group came up, my boyfriend made the same suggestion. And as a result, quote, the birthday portrait has kind of become my thing. My boyfriend will get something small as his gift since he views the portrait as being from us. The part where I may be the asshole is that I haven't told him explicitly to stop volunteering me for these portraits. It is my fault for going along with the birthday thing for our friends without saying anything, but I kind of assumed that he would at least keep these requests within the realm of common sense. Well, his college buddy is getting married, and my boyfriend told him that I would make him a portrait of him and his bride as a wedding gift. I have never even met this person. To make matters worse, he apparently made this promise weeks ago, but only told me about it today, and the wedding is this Saturday. 4-day notice. I finally lost it at him and told him that I'm not his personal portrait sweatshop, and that he only does this because he's a cheapskate, and it gets him out of spending any money on a gift, even though it costs me a lot of time. He argued back that a bespoke portrait is so much better than just buying something off of the registry, that it's a generous thing for me to do. It helps build my portfolio, and that I don't get very many paid commissions anyways. For the record, I don't get many paid commissions because I don't charge peanuts for them. I have a full-time job, so I price according to what it would be worth giving up that amount of free time that it takes me. He told me that I put him in a really difficult position, that he hyped up the portrait, and they were both really looking forward to it. He said, please just do this one and I won't ask again. I said no, I don't even know these people, so this is not my problem. He looked up a couple of portrait artists online, but none of them were willing to do the piece on a short turnaround he needed at the quality he wanted and at a price he was willing to pay. He even tried using an AI image generator, which was a complete slap in the face to me as an artist. But all of the outputs were very obviously AI. He's begging me to just please do this one, and he will make it up to me on my birthday. But especially after he apparently thought my work was so worthless that it could be effortlessly reproduced by a machine, I'm just really not in the mood.
Wow, it escalated. He started digging that hole.
He could have just been like, babe, I'll pay you.
I was about to say,
I'll pay you.
Be like, I'll pay you for your work since this is super inconvenient.
You're right.
You can't. It's hard for you.
Yeah, you're right. This is the last time I'll ask. Let me just pay you, please. I get it. I get it.
I feel like it started where, like, I didn't think either was the asshole. I was like, he's proud of her. He likes her stuff. He also low-key likes not having to buy anything.
Yeah.
And then she was doing it. It kind of worked out. But at one point, I think she should have communicated to him, like, can you just not promise people things without talking to me first?
Yeah.
Because I've definitely been in that situation with family where people be like, oh, I promised, like, 10 people tickets to something.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, okay, you have to ask me first. And then I'm an asshole because I can't get it. And they're like, you're putting me in a bad position. I'm like, I never agreed to even be in this position. So I get how she feels.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But she should have had a little more boundaries with it. But it's weird with your significant other because it's fun to be like, yeah, we're getting this and he likes what I'm doing. But this whole last thing, the AI shit is wild.
You literally thought you were going to create it yourself using AI versus just get down on your hands and knees and beg?
Hey, go, here's a pencil. Figure it out.
I realized my mother literally does not love me at all. Honestly, she pissed me the fuck off today. Like, she pissed me off so bad that I had to call like 3 of my best friends, get them on the fucking phone and let them know what she did. Mother and her boyfriend, the man that walks on fucking water, the man that's Jesus to her. Don't get me wrong, I like the man. I like the man. That's not what this is about. They've been road tripping across America. Literally, I don't know why. My mom is now in a town that is an hour away from me. And I'm like, Mom, okay, first of all, I have friends that live in that town. I really want to go to that town. And I'm like, Mom, you're like an hour away from me. Like, I'll come and see you. And your man's and like, we can get lunch and we can hang out. She's coming to me Friday, right? But we're like an hour away. I'm like, oh, I'll just do like a little day trip. Like, that'll be so fun that we can all just like hang out. I never see my mother. I see my mother maybe 2 to 3 times a year. So I'm like, okay, you're in the same state as me. Like, let's hang. You're an hour away from me. Like, let's hang. Call her Friday, and I'm like, hi, like, let's hang today. She's like, I'm not really sure about that. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, we're here visiting his parents, so like, I'm on their schedule, I'm on their time. I don't really think I have like time for you. Like, oh, like, don't worry, mom. Like, I'm just gonna come have like lunch or like a coffee with you guys, and then I'm gonna go and like see one of my friends that lives out there. She's like, no, like, I just like don't think that's really gonna work. I'm like, okay, well, like, what are you guys doing today? She's like, I don't really know. I just think we're gonna be like really busy though. And I'm like, this bitch just doesn't want to see me. I literally called all my friends and I was like, whose mother? Like, I cannot even imagine any of your mothers being an hour away from you and just being like, no. Literally, of course, it's my mother. She's like, no, but like, see you Friday. Mind you, I'm only seeing her for like a total of like maybe 48 hours. I get it. You have your life. You're on a vacation like with your man, but you've been on a vacation with your man for like a week and a half now. And like, me and the boyfriend get along really well. Like, I really like him. I know if I was to text him, be like, oh my God, like, I'm only an hour away. Would love to get like coffee with you guys or something. He'd be like, yeah, like, come on down. Like, come on down. Like, he's a very nice man. My mom is the fucking weirdo. Like, she's the one. She's the problem. So, because her and I have been talking about this for days. I'm like, I just got the new car. Like, I'll make the drive down. She's like, yeah. And then she's like, no. I said to her, I was like, I don't like your energy and I'm not really liking you right now. Also making me feel like I'm just some weird girl that like she doesn't want to hang out with. I'm like, bitch, I'm your fucking daughter. Like, I'm your daughter. Just thought she would be so excited to see me. Because normally she is. Also, it has nothing to do with his parents because she's been wanting me to meet them for a while. Literally just comes down to my mother not wanting to see me. And I guess I'm just low-key hurt by that because I find it weird.
Am I the asshole for convincing my husband's female best friend to give her baby a unique name? My husband is not and will never be romantically attracted to his best friend. He loves her like a sister. However, she quite often gives off a vibe that she's interested. She got pregnant just before we did. Her husband is a good guy and he'll give her almost anything. We were discussing baby names and I said that we had a list that we were narrowing down. She wanted the list. I said no. This went on for months. I finally just said that she could pick any name that she wanted and I promised not to give our child that same name. This stopped her for a bit. Then she came back and asked me for just the most likely candidate. I said my husband wanted to name our son after his friend from college that passed away. His name was something that Key and Peele would make fun of. Think Delonquius. You told that lady to name her baby Delonquius. I'm going to say right now that you're not the asshole because I know exactly what's going on. You knew she was going to try to steal your baby name, so you gave her some shit that you would have never named your child, and she fell for the shit. She took the bait. Her bad? Delonquius? It was a joke, and I didn't think that she would take me seriously until she introduced us to her son, Delonquius. My husband commented that it reminded him of his buddy. She seemed happy until our son Daniel Aiden was born. She asked if any of the other names were less boring, and we told her that we were always going to name him after one of my grandfathers. We just couldn't decide which would be the middle name and which would be the first. She went a little nuts and started yelling, saying that I tricked her into giving her very white son a very stereotypically African American name. That's nobody's fault but your own. If you wouldn't have thought that I was going to name my son some shit like Delonquius, you wouldn't have taken the name. That's your bad. You tried to be an asshole, and now you have to go through the hassle of changing your kid's name, you jerk. My husband asked what she meant, so I was honest and I said that I was joking and I picked a name I always thought was neat but not for me. My husband thinks I was a jerk to fuck around with his friend, but he's more upset with her that she would try to steal a baby name. Her husband is now also saying that I'm a dick for getting her to name his son that. I said they could just call him Del. Absolutely not. You're not the asshole because this bitch was trying to be nasty and spiteful and that shit blew up in her face. Her fucking bad. And her punk ass husband, his balls need to drop. Like, you don't get to give your wife everything, bend over backwards for every stupid thing that she asks you for, then get mad at me when you're embarrassed by her fucking decisions. You need to grow a pair. You need to fucking grow up here. If you didn't want your son to be named fucking Delonquius, you shouldn't have allowed her to name your goddamn son Delonquius. Now y'all got a little white boy with a little black boy name, and y'all over here mad about it. He don't care. He don't give a fuck. By the time he realizes what the fuck his name is, he'll be okay. He's also young. You have time to fucking change it. It's not the end of the world. OP, you are not the asshole. I would 100% distance myself from these people. Like, your husband needs to open his eyes. How the fuck does he not see that this shit was done on purpose because her coochie get hot for him? How the fuck does he not see? Hell no, y'all just be letting this shit happen. I would be making this shit known to everybody. When she asked me months before for the list and continued asking, I would have made that shit known then. Y'all be trying to keep shit in to keep the peace. Fuck the peace. I will rock the boat, flip it over. I will burn the bridges. I will cut ties. Hell no.
My husband used all my savings to buy himself a car. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it was from me on Instagram. This is why you should always keep your money separate from your husband's. I made the huge mistake of actually getting a joint account with my husband when we first got married. 2 months after we got married, I landed my dream job. It was corporate bliss. I was earning 6 figures a year with benefits and insurance, while my husband, on the other hand, was starting up his own business. I loaned him $20,000 to start his own business, and he got lazy. Within 2 months, he stopped the business. And when I asked him why, he said it was just too hard. I asked him to hire somebody to help him out, and he refused. This is when he asked me to give him a loan to buy a car. I said no, but because we have a joint account, he had access to all my money. We would fight almost every single day about the damn car. I went away for 2 days on a business trip, and when I came back, he had his damn car. Guess what his excuse was? He feels emasculated because I earn more money. So in some way, he has to control the money, which means he gets to spend it on whatever he wants, including a car. My family thinks I should divorce him. The car was $160,000, and he's telling everyone he bought it himself. I'm embarrassed. What should I do?
So she's saying, over the past 4 years, someone has borrowed money from her. Over, let's just say, close to 10 grand. Now she needs money to put down on a house, and her parents have no idea that she's let someone borrow the money, and she doesn't want to tell anyone because she doesn't want to embarrass this person. Also, this person said that they would get a loan, but she doesn't want them to because the interest rates are high and she doesn't want them to be paying this off for God knows however long. She genuinely doesn't want to put anyone in a position that they can't come out of, even though she really needs the money herself, and is open to any suggestions on what she can do.
Am I in the wrong for telling my roommate's girlfriend that she needs to manage her own period? I, 29 male, live in a house with 2 guys and a girl. The girl, 22 female, and one of the guys, 30 male, are dating. I moved in the same week as her. I have a great pirate niece who is well trained, except for the fact that he goes to the trash when nobody's home. I paid to buy a door that we installed in the kitchen, and now the last person to leave the house just has to close the door. Fortunately, my dog has no interest in the bathroom garbage, or so we thought. A few weeks into living together, I came home one day and there were torn up used tampons spread all over the bathroom floor. The girl was at work, so I told her boyfriend and we both agreed that the dog had probably gone through the trash. He cleaned it up and said he'd asked her to do a better job or wrapping them in toilet paper when she threw them away or something. The next day, it happened again. When everybody was home, the girlfriend called everybody into the living room and asked if we could make it a default just to keep the bathroom door closed so that this didn't happen. The other guys agreed, but I told her that it was unfair of us to have to manage her period for her. She told me that my dog was the one making the mess, but I told her that if it wasn't for her leaving her blood in the trash, my dog wouldn't be interested in it at all. She said that us having to close the bathroom door wasn't any more of a burden than closing the kitchen door. But I told her that's different because all of us throw food in the kitchen garbage, but she was the only one throwing blood in the bathroom garbage. One time, I woke up to a mess, and when I told her to clean it up, she said it wasn't even hers because she wasn't on her period. It turned out that my girlfriend was on hers and it was her tampon, so I cleaned it up myself. I'm not sexist. I'll clean things up when they're my responsibility, but I don't think it's fair for me to be inconvenienced by a girl that I'm not even dating. Since the meeting, this has become less frequent of an issue because her and the guys close the bathroom door, but I still forget a lot of the time. If she sees the door open, she closes it but gets really huffy about it. It still happens occasionally, and when it does, she cleans it up, but she works and doesn't get home till late. Yesterday was another incident of me coming home to a dirty bathroom. I work PM and come home in the AM. She was still sleeping, so I went and blew up on her. I probably shouldn't have yelled, but I stand by my right to not be exposed to her biomatter. Last night, me and the other roommate could hear her crying and telling her boyfriend that she wanted them to move because she hates living with me. I thought she was being dramatic, but our other roommate told me that I'm being a D and that it's not hard to just keep the door closed. I just seriously don't think it's my fault to manage some random girl's period for her. So, am I in the wrong?
Am I wrong for refusing to give my daughter my kidney because she said she doesn't care if I'm scared? My 38 female daughter, 21 female, is suffering from kidney failure. We have been estranged for 3 years, and it was due mainly to the fact that she was taking her health issues as well as her fights with her dad, 38 male, and stepmom, 31 female, out on me. I spent hundreds of my husband, Ethan, 49 male, and I's money on making therapy for my daughter, but she has remained bitter and difficult. Ethan and I have 2 kids, 9 male and 11 male. I had to give up quite a bit in terms of career prospects due to my first pregnancy. My parents also disowned me, but then Ethan helped me get a degree in accounting and also a real estate license. I have connections from Ethan that are helping me do nearly 6 figures in real estate commissions, and I just joined an accounting firm that hired me based on the client connections I have from Ethan. Now I am working 50-hour weeks, but love it because I'm finally earning 6 figures, and Ethan's business is also at a place where he can work at home. My daughter at this point was mostly low contact since she turned 18, but now she's back because she needs a kidney. I made the mistake of letting friends know about her situation, and everybody I know from my mommy groups from when my daughter was born started dogpiling on me saying, "You gotta do this, mama," and like I'd be held down to get my kidney. Because of this pressure, despite Ethan saying no, I went to the doctor and found out I was a match. I tried to reach out to my daughter's dad to see if he's a match, but her stepmom had apparently already called her screaming that her dad was the provider for her and 3 kids, so how dare she ask this of a father. My ex said that his duty was obviously to his wife and minor kids, so no testing for him. And so he and everybody else just wanted to be my kidney. I tried to communicate to my daughter that I'm afraid of surgery. I was too new to take that much time from work, so I'd likely be working while in pain. She replied asking, "Doesn't Ethan make a lot of money?" I told her again how risky surgery was, and she said, echoing my friends, "I don't care, this isn't about you." I was so furious from that conversation that when I went to see the doctor and the doctor asked if somebody was coercing me, I told them that at this point I'd rather die than continue to serve my ungrateful, rude daughter. I said I indeed felt coerced and that if I did it, I'd probably have burning resentment towards the recipient and the doctors if I woke up in pain. The doctor immediately said I am therefore not a compatible donor and that I should never feel like I'm a prisoner. I told my friends and Ethan this, and while Ethan just asked if I was okay and that the boys and him need me, my friends were furious and tried to shame me online with, "What kind of mother post?" They're insisting I go back and say I was lying and I've changed my mind, to sign something showing I wasn't coerced and get it notarized if it's what it takes.
I'm a 28-year-old female and I'm 9 months pregnant with my first baby ever, alhamdulillah. My best friend has also been trying for a baby for almost a year and then has wanted a baby for a long time. She found out I was pregnant by accident. I took the pregnancy test with her on FaceTime after she insisted I take one, and I did not really think I was pregnant, but I was. Fast forward throughout my pregnancy, my best friend wants to hear nothing about it. This is someone I consider almost a sister. She has expressed that she feels jealousy when she hears anything about the baby. She did not want to know the gender, the name, and never really asked how my pregnancy was going. When I had a little bit of complications and was worried if I should go to the ER, I confided in her because she was my best friend and was left ignored. She tells me she's protecting me from her own nazar and that I should not speak to her about the baby. So I have done my best to pretend my baby does not exist. When I call her, we only speak about her life as I'm not allowed to speak of the baby. All of this has left a bitter taste in my mouth. On one hand, this baby is the single most important thing in my life, so I would hope my best friend at least pretends to care and ask about the baby or my pregnancy. I never thought I would have to worry that she might give me hasad, let alone she herself believes she might. On the other hand, I understand how painful it can be for someone rub salt on the wound, especially if one yearns for something so dearly that someone else has. But how long can I pretend that my baby does not exist? When she turns 5, when my friend has her own baby, inshallah, I feel as though this is life. We watch people get married, have children, live beautiful lives, and all we can do is pray for our own beautiful life in our own time and be happy for the others, inshallah. Because she's like a sister to me, it has been very difficult to deal with that she has these feelings. I tried talking to her about it, but she doesn't feel like she's doing anything wrong, but apologized anyway.
Am I the asshole for telling my nephew about family dynamics that his parents didn't want him to know? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My nephew James, 17 male, will be 18 in December. My sister is the biological mother of Cole, 28 male, Melody, 30 female, and Brittany, 30 female. Their father died when the kids were 8 and 10. My sister married James' dad 15 years ago, and she never formally adopted him but did raise him as her son. There was a lot of tension and conflict in the home. Cole, Melody, and Brittany all moved out when they turned 18. The relationship with my sister then ended. It also ended with James and his father. Ever since my sister took on James as her own, they have allowed him to believe she's his biological mother and that the other kids are his biological siblings. It was only a few years ago I realized he believed they shared the same father as well. My sister and her husband have always encouraged James to believe that his siblings love and want to know him and they will have a relationship one day. He's been wanting that for the last 2.5 years and he's mentioned it a number of times. Am I the asshole for telling my nephew about family dynamics that his parents didn't want him to know? Disclaimer, this is not my story. Some family members and I have tried to convince his parents to at least tell him the truth so he's not faced with it from people who will not care about cushioning his feelings or making sure he's okay. They refused. My sister said there is no biological truth, that they are the parents of all 4 of their kids, and it ends there. James has been talking to me a lot about finding his siblings and being excited to have them back in his life. He's mentioned how maybe he could reconcile their parents and them too, and how he hoped to prove that they were never replaced by him and that he knows it must have been hard to have a baby come into the family so much later. He believes that's why they left because that's what his parents told him. I decided he needed to know after my sister and her husband refused to tell him. So I was honest, my sister wasn't his biological mom and his dad wasn't his biological dad, and they're not blood siblings. I told him I loved him and it didn't make him less of my nephew. He asked if they would actually want a relationship with them. I told him no. My sister called me and said I stepped out of my place by telling him.
Am I the asshole for telling my friend that I slept with his disabled younger sister? John and I are both in our 40s. He was my friend through middle school and most of high school. We hung out together, played the same sports, did church summer camp, things like that. Basically, we grew up together. I also knew and spent time with his sister, Mary. Mary has cerebral palsy and uses an electric wheelchair. After graduating, John went to university while I stayed back home to work at my father's business and to go to community college part-time. Mary also went to community college and we ended up hanging out a lot. John and his family liked the idea of me being like a big brother to Mary. Mary and I grew closer and we began having a physical relationship. We weren't exactly dating, but it was a lot of fun for the both of us. Because Mary's family is super protective of her, we both agreed to keep our relationship a secret. Eventually, her family found out and there was an ugly confrontation between me and them. They accused me of taking advantage of Mary because I knew her and because she was disabled. Mary insisted that she wanted the relationship, but they dismissed her views like they always did. John was especially angry at me. He even tried to start a fist fight. My father got involved and things eventually settled down, but my friendship with John and his family was over. I ended up leaving the area after I got my associate's degree and I moved out of state to live with my mother. 2 decades have passed. 20 years has gone by since this happened. No, you're not the asshole. Absolutely not. 2 decades have passed. I've stayed in contact with Mary, but I only exchanged basic pleasantries with John and his family. They're still connected with my father, so it's just a courtesy relationship. 2 weeks ago, Mary came to my city and we met for lunch. It was a company event with her coworkers and vendors, but I still enjoyed seeing her again after so many years. We continued this evening at her hotel room and I ended up spending the night with her. This Saturday morning, I woke up to find a message from John. We've barely communicated for the last 20 years, so I was startled to see his name. Apparently, he'd gotten around to looking at the pictures that Mary posted from the lunch, and he saw me sitting next to his sister. It was like we teleported back in time to 20 years ago. I fucking bet. Like, bro, are you kidding me? Your sister's a grown-ass woman. I'm gonna need you to mind your business. Mind your business. Not you coming to me for something, the same thing that happened 20 years after you were angry that the shit was happening in the first place. Clearly, this is something that's gonna happen. It's none of your fucking business. Let it go. Move on. It was like we had teleported back in time to 20 years ago. The same accusations and angry insults got flung at me. So you think that I'm taking advantage of your sister because she has cerebral palsy, but yet she was literally out of state, out of town, wherever homeboy is now with her fucking work coworkers and vendors. Clearly, she is of sound mind to be able to make these fucking decisions for herself. Y'all need to let this girl go. Let her be fucking grown. This is a grown-ass woman. She's at least close to 40. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? He dredged up shit that I had forgotten about years ago. He ended his message warning me not to spend time with Mary. I was outraged by his message. We're 2 grown men, not high school kids. How can he say those things about me and his sister? In my anger, I messaged him back saying that not only did I spend time with Mary, but that we slept together. Oh, bro. Okay, see, all right, look. I understand why you felt the need to retaliate. I sympathize with you. I empathize with you because of that. I completely understand. But bro, that's none of their fucking business. Like, that's really none of their business. I would hate for baby to shout some shit to my brother or my daddy or somebody in my fucking family. Like, yeah, it's known, fam, but we don't need you to say it out loud. Like, I understand, but bro, you should have kept that to yourself. In my anger, I messaged him back saying that not only did I spend time with Mary, but that we slept together again and he should get over himself. It felt good to retaliate like that, but I immediately had doubts. When I talked to Mary, she wasn't upset, but she made it clear that she would have preferred that I just ignored her brother like she does. We're still keeping our plans to see each other again, but I realize Mary is disappointed by my childish behavior. Am I the asshole for my reply to John? Unfortunately, bro, yeah, you are the asshole in this situation, but I completely understand why you did it. I completely understand why you felt the need to say something because, like you said, you're grown-ass men. You're not fucking kids. You and Mary are adults. You guys can do whatever the fuck you guys want to do as long as both of you guys consent, and that's none of John's fucking business. So I completely understand, but it wasn't necessary. My thing is, if her family is so fucking protective over her, why would they not be happy that someone they know is interested in their daughter and their sister? He's never hurt her. You guys trust him, but the fact that he got close to this girl and he likes her for who she is, it completely turns you guys the fuck off. She's telling you that she is choosing him. She wants this relationship with him, but you guys are acting like she's a fucking child and does not know what she wants. That's fucking terrible. This family sucks. This family sucks so fucking much. And it's crazy because they're warning him to stay away from her because they think he's taking advantage of her. But she has enough up there to be, she has a job. She's out by herself with her coworkers and vendors. She's clearly able to take care of themselves. Her family is just continuously overstepping boundaries that they think don't exist to them. That fucking sucks for OP and for Mary. It really does.
Am I wrong for wanting my husband to notice the trash is full on his own? When we first got together, he talked about responsibilities in the home. I told him I'm very happy to make the sandwiches if he would happily take out the trash. So we sort of agreed that traditional rules are nice, though we both work full time. I'm gone from the house 50 hours per week and he's 60. So we don't stick to the rules too strictly. Well, I noticed after a while of being with him that he doesn't in fact take out the trash. He lets it pile very high. Me and the kids take care of the dogs and the poop scooping and chickens and yard work because he works overtime and we pick that up without an issue. But I still think that he can do this one little task of taking out the trash without delay or issue. The trash is in an area where he does pass every day, but he seems unable to notice it's full. He thinks that even when it's full, I should simply ask for him to take it out. Then he says he'll take it out. Am I wrong for wanting my husband to notice the trash is full on his own? When I ask him, he forgets, procrastinates, or neglects to take it out. Sometimes when I do ask, he will immediately take it out, but I would say that's 35% of the time. And then if I don't ask, it doesn't get done at all. I do not want to have to ask him, and I've even told him this. Sometimes I'll gather it up and tie it up in a bag, thinking it will give him a hint. Well, this morning he says loudly, "Who the F ties up the trash bag and just leaves it?" That's when I told him I tied it, hoping that you would take it out. He then again insisted I just ask him, and I told him I don't want to have to. He's a grown man. In general, women don't want to have to do your thinking for you. Women want a man to be a man, take charge, and handle it. But then he says I'm wrong, women think that's fine, and it's just me making a big deal. So I made this post for him to see. Am I wrong, or is he?
Am I the bad guy here for objecting to my sister marrying my cousin? We're half-sisters with different fathers. My cousin is on my dad's side, so they're not related. But since I'm related to both of them, I find it gross. I told my sister I didn't like it when they first started dating, and she said it was just a hookup and didn't matter. Still gross, but I could live with it. Well, she lied. They continued dating and now engaged. As soon as they announced it, I called them out for being disgusting. Some family members have since changed their tune and agree with me, including my mom. My dad unfortunately is on the fence and thinks I should sit back and see how it goes. My sister thinks I'm a jerk though. That I need to get over it since they share no blood. That it's unusual. It's the way that it's meant to be. They won't let me ruin it. Cousin thinks the same thing and wants to go no contact since I can't.
Am I the asshole for not looking for things properly? As an example, when I get home I take my car keys out of my pocket. I think car keys should go next to the door, so that's where I put them. She thinks that's messy, so she puts them away in a cabinet in the kitchen. I come back to where I left the keys, and they are no longer there. My reaction is to ask my wife where she put them. Her response is that I should look for the keys before asking her. My position is that I did look for them by going back to where I left them. Furthermore, where I leave things would definitely be considered messy by most people, and she is unwilling to keep them anywhere but their spots. I agree with her that what she does keeps the house organized, and I appreciate that she is bothered by a mess more than I am. My only disagreement is that I should search for my things before asking where they are. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for being too close to my ex-husband? 6 years ago, I got divorced from my now ex-husband. There was no drama that led to this. We simply realized we were no longer happy or in love, and it would have been a clean break had it not been for the fact that we have a daughter who is now 11. Neither of us wanted to lose full custody or miss important moments in her life. She is the most important person in both of our lives, and we debated on trying to make it work just for her, but realized that would only lead the three of us to become miserable, so we entered an arrangement that many would view as unconventional. When we sold our house, we used the money to buy 2 semi-detached houses that were joined and had a door installed between them. The construction company tried to warn us against this as it would affect the resale value, but neither of us had any intention to sell, so we had them go ahead with it. We also had them take down the fence between both of our backyards so our daughter would have an even extra large backyard to play in. We have an agreement regarding the door. It is strictly for our daughter's use, and neither of us can use it barring any emergencies for a fire, medical, or something being wrong with our daughter. And won't lie, it was awkward at first, but for her sake we made it work and even regained a lot of the friendship we had lost, though of course it was strictly platonic now. Last year my ex-husband married his girlfriend of 3 years, a lovely woman who I'm actually friends with. All in all, it's an arrangement everyone is content with except for my boyfriend who I'd started dating 2 years ago. I understood the arrangement entering into the relationship, and while he said it was a bit weird, he never protested and all seemed well. Things are getting more serious and we've been discussing moving in together. He's made it clear he wants me to move as he doesn't want to live next door to my ex-husband. I understood that, but I told him that wouldn't be happening as my daughter had to come first and our arrangement gave her a stable upbringing. He got upset with me and asked me how he was supposed to be a father to my daughter when she already had a dad who was literally a wall away. I told him gently but firmly that he wasn't her father and she already had one, and even his father's wife didn't try to be a mom. He told me if I loved him, I'd move for him, and despite me telling him that I do love him, he isn't listening. So, am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Would I be the asshole if I didn't give back the inheritance my ex-fiance left me to his family? My ex-fiance passed away 2 months ago. A couple days ago, I found out he left all of his fortune to me. His family is now very angry with me. I'm not sure if I have any obligations to return the money to his family. I met him 15 years ago. He was 35 and I was 28. He was very shy and awkward kind of guy. His mother, his sister, and his sister's children were his world. When he turned 30, he had already told his family that he had given up hope in meeting his partner and that he promised he was dedicating his life to his sister and her children. He was starting up a promising business and he was going to take care of his nephews. When we met, it was love at first sight. He's the love of my life. His mother and sisters hated me from the get-go. Our personalities clashed, yes, but the main reason was because they thought he had broken his promise should he start a family. We moved in, we got engaged and set the date, but unfortunately we broke up. And I want to say it was 99% because of his family's interference and him not siding with me. We broke up after 12 years together. During that time we were together, my ex-fiance's business took off and he became very wealthy. When we broke up, he left me our apartment that he bought. That didn't sit well with his mother, who harassed me to the point of sending men I didn't know to wait outside of the building to threaten me. I wasn't having any of it. I gave him back the keys and moved to my hometown. Now he left me all of his fortune. We never really stopped loving each other, and he regretted not protecting me, but it was too late to reconcile. I just wanted to run from that horrible family. Now his sister is saying that money is hers and her son's. I don't know, but I feel if he wanted to give it to them, he wouldn't have put me in his will. From what I understood from his solicitor, he had no contact with his family after our breakup. My best friends think I would be the asshole if I kept the money.
Let's try to clean this crusty waffle iron.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I the asshole for
Take a
telling my wife
dishwasher
I can't
tablet.
trust her after she didn't text me
Just
about
kidding.
towels? For context, me and my wife are in our 30s.
A lot of you
I
told
had a
me to
stroke
buy a
last year
Jax.
and had aphasia as a side effect and passes normal to most people.
It smells really
Since the
good.
stroke, our communication
Scrub,
is worse.
scrub, scrub.
Sometimes when I talk to her, she says I'm mean and cries, but I have no idea why. Well, today I took my kids to swim class, but when I got there, I realized I forgot towels. I texted my wife and she offered to go home and get towels and bring them to me. I thanked her, got the kids in the pool, then called her, but she said she was still at work because someone was blocking her in. She said her coworkers were getting her towels and she'd be there as soon as possible. Am I the asshole for telling my wife I can't trust her after she didn't text me about towels? I didn't hear from her for 15 minutes and thought about asking the front for towels, but didn't know if she was coming. She brought the towels, we talked, and she left, and I didn't say much because I was upset. When she got home, she offered to finish dinner and put down the kids, and I said okay. I also asked if it was okay to talk and told her I feel like I can't trust her. Because when I ask her to do something, she won't update me if there are any unforeseen circumstances. She said she didn't blame me, but it hurt her feelings that I would complain when she worked so hard to get the towels. I told her that I thanked her immediately, and she also said something sarcastic like, "And you're welcome for coming home and taking the kids." And I said, "Don't do me any favors." Am I the asshole for going off on my wife for commenting about our 3-week-old daughter's looks? My daughter, our second child, is 3 weeks old. Pre-pregnancy, my wife was diagnosed with general anxiety disorder and depression. And now, after birthing our baby girl, she's experiencing postpartum. Our first child, our son, looks so much like my wife, and she's a looker, so my son is so cute. Our daughter, on the other hand, looks a bit more like me. Her hairline kind of has a widow's peak, her lips are relatively thin, and her nose is a little larger. Well, nearly every day, my wife has made comments to our baby girl about how she's sad that she got daddy's features. Am I the asshole for going off on my wife for commenting about our 3-week-old daughter's looks? Here are just some things she said to our baby girl. "Don't worry, I'll get you a nose job as soon as you're old enough. My family is beautiful and all the women are timeless, and your dad's family, not so much. And your brother has a beautiful pouty lip and you got stuck with those pencil lips." I went off on her and said I don't care if she can't understand, I understand, and so can our son. She's 3 weeks old and perfect and noble, and she needs to stop projecting. Her own mom used to make comments about her appearance as well, so why would she do it? Am I wrong? Am I the asshole for kicking my son's girlfriend out of our house? My husband, 58 male, and I, 56 female, recently met my son's 24 male girlfriend for the first time. He's crazy about her, and apparently they've been dating for a year. Everything that he shared with us about her seems great, and I'm honestly just glad that he's happy. So last weekend, he brought her over for dinner, and we've been anticipating meeting her. They ring the doorbell, open the door, and she looks exactly like her pictures, which is a good start. My son is grinning ear to ear, another good start. We invite them in, and she accepts my hug and a firm handshake from my husband. Then she opens her mouth and says, "I'm the one your son puts his you-know-what in." Ugh! Am I the asshole for kicking my son's girlfriend out of our house? I was appalled but expected my husband to laugh. Maybe I'm reserved, but of all things she could have shared about my son, she said that? One look at my face and my husband knew how much I disapproved. Maybe I let my expectations get too high and it's unfair to have them, but I reiterate, of all things to say. At first my son was amused until he realized my reaction. I felt like he sold me the full package and everything he'd always wanted in a girlfriend. I was too disturbed by the visual and it translated into anger. I told her to get out and my son asked for another chance, but I was too fed up and uncomfortable. Even my husband, who enjoys raunchy jokes, wouldn't let up.
Today, my wife met my girlfriend. I, 32 male, am a widow. My wife passed away from pancreatic cancer 5 years ago. She was forced to leave behind our 2 kids, R, 10 male, and H, 7 male. My wife was the absolute light of my life. We were high school sweethearts, went to the same college, and got married after graduation. We were inseparable. Every day, I fell more in love with her. It was like my heart was living outside my body. When she passed, the amount of pain I was in was indescribable. I prayed to go to sleep and not wake up just so I could see her one last time. I contemplated meeting her, but every time I was ready, my kids would look at me. They had her face, her personality, her DNA. I couldn't leave them. They were all I had left of her. It took years before I was able to function normally again. I even quit my job and lived off of savings from her life insurance for about a year. I was half the dad I used to be and only a fraction of my former self. 2 years after her passing, I decided enough was enough and I kicked myself into gear. I found a job in a different city, closer to my parents. I packed my kids up and I moved. Life was hard, but I kept chugging along and eventually I found some joy. A year after moving, I took a business trip to New York where I met my current girlfriend, Elle. While I acknowledged there was chemistry, I told her I was already married and she understood. However, a few months later, I had to go back to New York where we met up again. I let my guard down for the first time around her. Before I knew it, she was putting in a transfer from my home branch and moving to my city. I fell in love with her and asked her out a year ago next month. My kids adore her, and though she reminded them she will never take their mom's place, they love calling her Mama L. Today was the anniversary of my wife's passing, an extremely hard day for all of us. This morning, I walked into the living room to find Elle and my kids waiting for me. The kids were dressed in their church clothes with goofy smiles on their faces and bouquets in hand. Apparently, Elle came up with the idea of a picnic at my wife's grave, an idea that the boys loved as they enjoy going to see their mom. While I was sleeping, they prepared food and flowers, then insisted on wearing their best clothes. I'll admit that I cried at the sight of them. I don't know how I got this lucky twice in a row. I wanted my wife to meet this amazing woman, so I asked Elle to come along, and she did. The day that I dread every year turned out to be a humbling reminder of the reason why I stayed on this planet. To my lovely wife, you can never be replaced, but she is good to me and she takes care of our kids like you would. Thank you for sending her to me. Stop! I told my fiance I don't really want to marry her anymore. My 26 male fiance, Sarah, 24 female, and I are set to get married in 3 months. We were visiting a botanical garden yesterday when Sarah pointed out a flower called the Arabian jasmine, a little white flower with a nice scent. She said that her cousin Stephanie had those at her wedding. I asked if it was the same Stephanie that would be in attendance with her husband at our wedding, and she said it was. Sarah and Stephanie are apparently pretty close, and she started telling me about Stephanie and her husband. At one point, she told me that Stephanie had actually cheated on her husband twice before they got married, and that the second time was a couple of months before the actual wedding. Her husband never found out. I asked her why she never told Stephanie's husband about what happened, and she responded by saying it wasn't her circus and wasn't her monkeys, and that it's not a big of a deal anyways since they weren't married at the time. I've been thinking about what she said ever since. I considered cheating the ultimate worst betrayal in a relationship. Clearly my fiance doesn't think so since she said her cousin cheating wasn't that big of a deal since they weren't married. Would this mean that she thinks cheating on me right now wouldn't be that big of a deal since we aren't married yet? As a man, if I got cheated on by my partner, I hope someone who knew would tell me about it. I would heavily judge anyone who knew about it, didn't tell me, let me go on to marry the person that cheated on me, and attend my wedding as if nothing was wrong, like my fiance did to her cousin's husband. About an hour ago, I texted my fiance, I'm not sure if I can go forward with getting married. Let's talk in person later tonight. She's been blowing up my phone with texts and missed calls ever since. I'm just going to tell her what I've said in this post when I see her.
Am I wrong for calling my friend's proposal disrespectful? My friend, male 27, decided to propose to his girlfriend of 3 years, Dina, female 26. The two of them met at a bar pre-COVID and got really close really quickly and even moved in together. I think they're a great match, and my friend Stefan has never been happier. He told me he was planning to propose and I was ecstatic. The day after the proposal, I called him and I asked how it went, but I was shocked to hear that she said no. When I asked why, he said that he proposed to her at a bar. Am I wrong for calling my friend's proposal disrespectful? He said that she didn't like the way he proposed, and I had no idea, but he thought it'd be romantic to propose at the same bar they met. I could understand why she might not like that, but I asked her privately because she and I have gotten to be close. She said she told Stefan multiple times she didn't want to have a public proposal and that she was horrified it was at a bar of all places. So I told Stefan that his proposal was honestly really disrespectful and he seriously kind of messed up. To which he told me I was being an insensitive asshole and should be supportive. So I just want to know, am I wrong? By the way, I'm a woman, if that matters. Am I wrong for calling the cops on my neighbor after they took a package off my porch? I, 38 female, live alone in the house I grew up in. It was left to me by my mother after she passed away 10 years ago. For the past 4 years, I've had issues with these specific neighbors. For example, there was an issue where their dog would jump the fence and chase my cats. I told them if I saw it again, I'd call the cops, and they asked if I'd be willing to split the cost of a taller privacy fence. I refused, but they did end up putting in the taller fence. Then they asked me to split the cost of taking down an ash tree that was on their property. It was 10% on my property, but I still declined. They'd also thrown some loud parties, which caused me to call the cops. Am I wrong for calling the cops on my neighbor after they took a package off my porch? I'm out of town visiting family for a couple of weeks and have a friend that comes over to my house every day to check on my cats and check for mail. I got a notification the other day that some packages were delivered, so I texted my friend to let them know. Before my friend could get there, I got a notification from my Ring doorbell. I saw my neighbor on my patio and asked him what he was doing, and he said a package of theirs got delivered to my house by mistake. I told him to leave and that my friend would bring over his package. He said he's not waiting, and I told him if he takes it, I'm calling the cops. He shoved the package in front of the camera and said that's my name and address. He took it and I called the cops. Am I wrong for calling my friend cringe after he asked an exotic dancer on a date? So my friend and I went to the club last night and he seemed to be really into one of the dancers. He kept trying to chat her up during her set and I could tell she was just being polite, but he didn't seem to get the hint. After she finished her set, he asked her if she wanted to go on a date with him sometime and she politely declined. She told him she wasn't interested in dating customers and my friend seemed pretty disappointed but didn't make a big deal of it. But I'm gonna be honest, it bothered me, so later after we left the club, I told him it was cringe. I said it was disrespectful to her and her job and he got super defensive. Am I wrong?
Am I wrong for removing my daughter's bedroom door because she won't stop slamming it? I, 40 female, have 3 kids. Maggie, 14 female, Levi, 12 male, and Charlie, 10 male. Levi and Charlie share a bedroom and Maggie has her own room as the oldest and also only girl. Maggie is a great kid. She does her homework, helps with chores without too much complaint, doesn't bug her little brothers too much. The issue is that she will not stop slamming her bedroom door. When she gets up to use the bathroom at night, she slams her bedroom door on her way out and back in. When she gets up in the morning or goes to bed at night, she slams it. Pretty much any time she enters or exits her room, the door gets slammed. And it's only her door, none of the other doors in the house. It shakes the walls and frequently wakes up everyone else in the house. Her brother's room shares a wall with hers, and our bedroom is directly above theirs. We've talked to her about it and asked her very politely to please be more mindful about it because it is disturbing the rest of us, but it's in one ear and out the other. We try being more forceful about it, saying that if she continues to slam her door, there will start to be consequences. Still, nothing changes. It all came to a head the other night when she got up to use the bathroom and all 4 of us were woken up by the slamming. I have to be awake at 5 a.m. for work and I've had enough of the broken sleep and came downstairs and knocked on her door. She opened it and said, "What?" with such an attitude, and it took a lot of self-control to not start yelling. I told her as calmly as I could that if she slammed the door one more time, she was going to come home and find it gone. She proceeded to yell at me to leave her alone and then slammed it 5 times as hard as she could. Well, the next day, Friday, she went to school and my husband and I both had a day off, so we took the door off the frame and installed a curtain rod with nice heavy curtain over the door instead. She came home and freaked the fuck out. She said we were being emotionally abusive and taking away her right to privacy. She sulked all weekend and won't talk to us now. My mother says I'm the asshole because I overreacted, but she doesn't have to deal with the house shaking. I want to add that we completely respect each other's privacy in our house, which is why we hung up a heavy curtain and made sure that we couldn't see through it or around it. We even put little Velcro pieces on the walls and curtain sides so it stays in place. She still has her physical privacy, which she is absolutely entitled to, but can't slam a piece of fabric. We also have never and still don't just go into her room unannounced and still knock on the wall to ask permission to enter. We've told her we'll happily put her door back on once she agrees to respect the no slamming rule. So, am I the asshole?
Am I the arsehole for giving my mother-in-law a fake copy of her house skin, exposing her at Christmas dinner? I want to preface this by saying I married my husband about a year ago. His mum is extremely snoopy and annoying as fuck. She can't help it, and it's just how she is, as my lovely in-laws say. So me and my husband moved into a new house recently, but my mother-in-law kept pushing to get an emergency key. And she promised that she would only use the key in an emergency. But given that she had a key for our old apartment, and she walked in on us being intimate twice, my husband didn't think it was a big deal. I just didn't feel like I could trust this woman, but since she kept pushing, I sent her a fake key. And she had the most smug look on her face when I hand-delivered her the key. So days and weeks go by, and on Christmas dinner, my mother-in-law angrily calls out the fact that I gave her a fake key, and she shamed me for doing this in front of everyone. So in my defense, I asked her how she'd found out it was fake, and she said her and her husband had been around at about 4 when me and my husband were out the house. So at that point, I reminded her, didn't you say you would only use it if there was an emergency? So basically, you tried to get in when there was no emergency and you broke the promise you made to us. She started to go red in the face and everyone started to stare at her, and some even laughed at her for how red she was going. She then got up from her seat and ran into the kitchen where she had the biggest meltdown. It was so loud that even the neighbours next door could hear her. I've never heard a 60-plus-year-old woman throw a tantrum like that. Needless to say, the rest of the dinner was really awkward. My husband and his sisters kept giving me looks, and then my husband went off at me in the car. He said that I lied, exposed, humiliated, manipulated his mum, and he said he wouldn't have let me get away with this if he didn't know. And we then had this argument, and he's now demanding that I apologise to his mum. He said that I need to apologise for my childish behaviour and ruining Christmas dinner for the whole entire family. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole for asking my boyfriend to stop being friends with someone? I know how that sounds, so let me explain. Me and my boyfriend Luca have been going out for about 2 years and everything's been going great. And he has a best friend called Tammy, and I'm not gonna lie, their relationship makes me very uncomfortable. So about 4 years ago, Tammy and Luca actually hooked up. He said it was just a one-time thing and they very quickly realised that they were just better off as friends. This didn't bother me. He was very upfront about it and made it very clear that they were just friends now. He had a life before me and I very much appreciated his honesty. So one day near the beginning of our relationship, Luca looked upset. I asked him what was up and he said that he told Tammy that he was getting serious with someone and she had freaked out. And she said that she thought that at some point they would have got together eventually, even though she had a boyfriend at the time. So at the time, Tammy and Luca weren't anything. They were just having fun with people in between relationships. And this had really upset Luca because he thought they were just friends, so he felt totally blindsided by this information. He then didn't speak to Tammy for 6 months. So 6 months later, Tammy calls and she apologises. Said that she was in a bad place with her then boyfriend and that she missed his friendship. Luca spoke to me about it and I said I was fine with it as long as he was clear that they were just friends. Now I've been with my partner for 2 years and I met Tammy twice. Every time I'd invite to something that was a group event, she'd always say no and I didn't think too much of it. However, she then started to make appearances when I wasn't there or I was away for work. So she started to call up Luca and ask if he was alone or if I was busy, and if she'd had a bad day, she would say she just needed time alone with her friend. I finally snapped when I was away last weekend. So Luca had posted a picture of him and Tammy out for drinks. I had invited her to 6 different events this year, but she said she couldn't commit to anything until June 2023 because her schedule was too busy. I said to Luca, it upsets me that you only hang out when I'm not there because it makes me think something's going on. I don't mind them hanging out by themselves, but every time I'm away, Tammy is suddenly free. Originally, Luca said that he thought I was overreacting. But now he says that he sees my side of the story and he won't be friends with Tammy anymore. So what do you think?
Am I wrong for leaving a wedding to go eat at McDonald's? Hi, I'm female 25. Recently, my colleague, 31 female, invited me to her wedding, which happened yesterday. I was super excited and happy for her. Just in case, I asked her if there were any guest fees. She said, no, you don't need to pay me anything. On the day itself, everything went well until the reception, dinner time. To my shock, I was presented with a wedding menu that had prices on it. For example, steak, $50. Everything was ridiculously expensive, including the vegetarian options. At first, I wanted to question her because, well, she lied to me that I didn't have to pay for anything, but it was her wedding and I didn't want to spoil her day by embarrassing her in front of everyone. I have never been to a wedding where you've had to pay for dinner. Like, that is bonkers to me. Also, note, I've only been to Afghan weddings and we kind of pride ourselves in making sure everyone is full on food and we pride ourselves on dinner, honestly. So maybe that's why. Is it normal to pay for food at a wedding? However, the only other option was to simply not eat, as I didn't bring enough money for both a meal and a ride back. But this was completely unfavorable as I had skipped my lunch to save space for the wedding meal and was pretty hungry. I'm guilty of this. When I know I'm going to an event or a wedding, I will most definitely not eat anything all day because I'm gonna grub at the party. Suddenly, I remembered that I saw a McDonald's about 5 minutes away from the hotel. As tactfully as I could, I asked the bride if I could make a quick stop to McDonald's as I didn't bring enough money for the reception meal. I said that I'd be back in time for the gift ceremony and cake. Why would you tell her? I would just go. Is that normal? I thought she'd agree, but to my horror, she got really upset. She said that she put in so much effort to get this Michelin star restaurant service, yet I still wasn't happy. That I was trying to bring her down by saying that I'd rather eat McDonald's. And not gonna lie, McDonald's hits the spot when you're hungry. Alarmed, I said that I didn't mean it that way. I just didn't have the cash for it. She then scoffed and said, whose fault is that? Although I was trying to keep my anger, those words really pissed me off. So I told her, you were the one who lied that I didn't need to pay anything. Getting angry as well, she replied, what I meant was that there was no attendance fee. You literally assumed that you'd get a free 5-course dinner. Wow, you're cheaper than I thought. With a glare, she asked me to leave her wedding. I did, struck dumb and rather hurt. And on my way home, I grabbed a Big Mac, lol. Back at home, I told my boyfriend everything and asked if I was an asshole. He thought it was a funny story, but said I was an asshole. If I didn't have the money, I could always pay her back later. In his exact words, he said, you chose the wrong time to be stingy. My other friends agree as well, saying that it was not tactful of me for doing that at the wedding. And although she lied, I should have just brushed it off instead of dampening her happy spirits. After hearing their opinions, I feel quite guilty and embarrassed. However, that one little part of me still thinks that it's justified because 1, she lied to me, and 2, publicly humiliated me. Please help me out here. Am I the asshole? I don't know why you went up to her and told her that you were leaving. Just leave. Like, I don't know why you felt the need. If someone came up to me at my wedding and said, hey, I'm gonna get McDonald's, I would get rubbed the wrong way too. It's like, what, you don't want to get the food that I'm providing? but I would also never expect someone to pay for a meal at my wedding.
Am I the asshole for telling my parents they made my sister getting pregnant ruin my life? She's 23 female, I'm 18 female. My grandma died 8 years ago and she left more than enough money to pay for all of her grandkids' college educations, with a few stipulations. Don't get arrested, do drugs, be a drunk, get pregnant, get somebody pregnant. The money was put into accounts in the parents' names since we were all kids then. During her sophomore year, my sister got pregnant. Shit hit the fan, panicking about college. The baby daddy left and she has to try to find him or get child support from him. The stress caused a hard, complicated pregnancy. Both are okay. My mom and dad still let her go to college as long as she didn't have another and maintained a 3.5 GPA, which she did. Graduated last December with about $2,000 in debt. I figured her money must have been used to help raise her kid and pay for her pregnancy the past 2.5 years, so she got a bit of a loan, which seemed reasonable. Boy, was I wrong. I got accepted to my dream college on the other side of the state, but my mom kept trying to get me to go to a cheaper one near home so I didn't need a dorm and it would be cheaper. I asked her why she was so insistent. Grandma left plenty of money, I thought. Turns out they flushed all the money that was supposed to go to me down the toilet to take care of my sister and her kid and her expensive pregnancy. Turns out was a lot worse than I was led to believe. I broke down and just cried harder than I ever have before, shouting that they fucked me over and ruined my life for a kid that fucked up. Now I guess I have at least two. Am I the asshole for telling my parents they made my sister getting pregnant ruin my life? Now I'll have at least $70,000 in debt if I go to school. I guess this upset my sister because she asked in a very upset tone if I'd rather her be out on the streets, destitute, unable to care for her kid because she didn't have an education or support system, just so I could go to college and have a good life. I said yes. How is it fair that she got so fucked up and drunk and she slept with so many guys she doesn't even know who the baby daddy is? Something she told me, but apparently not mom or dad, breaking rule after rule while I haven't even had sex with my BF. And now I'm the one who has to be punished for it? Everything just kept evolving into more yelling and fighting until I left. I've been staying with my boyfriend for the past few days. I know with the Rona I shouldn't go anywhere, but I just wanted to be with someone who I feel actually gives a damn about me. Mom's been calling and texting me, trying to get me to come home, saying if I could just be reasonable and not vilify my sister, we could probably work something out. I told her unless she has the money Grandma left for me for college, I don't want to talk to her until my college loans are paid off in about 50 years. Did I go too far? A lot of this was driven by emotion, but I feel really fucked over here. Like I'm being punished despite being the only one that followed the rules. Edit. I've been texting my sister this morning to try and mend some stuff with her since I didn't think Mom and Dad spending all of my money was her fault. She was told about it after graduation and was asked to keep me in the dark. She has offered to pay for a book or two, but not more since she wants to move out and get out from under Mom and Dad's thumb. Probably to party again since she doesn't try to hide how much she misses it. Edit 2. There was a bit left over after my sister got done at college and was told about it. They decided to use it to get her a car so she'd be able to get to and from work. She went along with it. Now I'm pissed at all three again. Am I the asshole for making my boyfriend sleep on the streets because he refused to pay for our dinner at a restaurant? I, 27 female, have been dating my boyfriend Colby, 28 male, for 3 years now. I've always been okay with being the wallet in the relationship because my parents have always been more wealthy than a single mom. So it was always me paying when we went out for dinner dates, shopping sprees, etc. Colby has been unemployed for almost 2.5 years now, but he always promised me that he would find a job, and he always told me that he appreciated the fact that I'm working hard at my job to provide for myself and him. But it's been 2.5 years since he had a job, and every day, all he does is go to the gym, go out with friends, or when he's at home, he just lies around and plays video games. I brought up his lack of contribution a while back when we got into a heated argument. He later apologized and said that he actually got a side job and just forgot to tell me. He told me that he wants to treat me to a nice dinner as a thank you for being the most amazing girlfriend and the celebration of our 3-year anniversary that was coming up. So yesterday we decided to celebrate our 3-year anniversary at a high-end restaurant. Everything was going smoothly and we were having a great time until my boyfriend said he forgot his wallet in the car and he told me he'd be right back. Well, he had me waiting for almost an hour. I tried calling him, but there was no answer. So yesterday we decided to celebrate our 3-year anniversary at a high-end restaurant. Everything was going smoothly and we were having a great time until my boyfriend said he forgot his wallet in his car. And he told me he'd be right back. Well, he had me waiting for almost an hour. I tried calling him, but there was no answer. So I just paid the bill myself and took an Uber home. Later that night, I called my boyfriend and he said that he was sorry, but that something came up and he just left. This was the first time he's done this, so I told him that I feel like I was being used and that it was over. I threw all of his things out of my apartment and refused to let him come in at night. He didn't have enough money for a hotel or an Uber to drive him to his mom's house, so that night he ended up spending the night on the streets. Did I overreact? So, am I the asshole for making my boyfriend sleep on the streets because he refused to pay for our dinner at a restaurant? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Story time about how my cat got me grounded. And yes, I mean my literal pet cat got me grounded. So a little background information. I was 16 and I was a freshman in high school, and my parents were extremely strict. Now, of course, there was the usual no hanging out with boys, no hanging out with anybody on the weekdays. Well, my parents took it a step further. Actually, no, they took it like 10 miles further. I got my phone taken every night at 6 o'clock, even on the weekends, and my friends were only allowed to come over for 8 hours exactly on the weekends. And they had to have a ride to and from my house. Well, usually my friend group and I were never invited to any kind of parties, but this one girl who had just moved to our school, she was throwing a huge party and she invited everybody, not just the popular kids. So obviously my friends begged me to go. They were like, please, like, we can sneak over there. Your parents go to bed early anyways. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my cat got me grounded, and yes, I am talking about my pet cat. So like I said, my best friends are begging me to come out of the house. They're like, listen, like, do whatever you have to come to this party. This is the first and probably only party that we will ever be invited to in our entire lives. So at this point, I start planning to sneak out of my house. So my parents usually go to sleep at around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and they usually wake up at 5:30 in the morning. But since this party was on a Friday, obviously my parents aren't going to wake up at that time. They'll usually wake up around like maybe 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So this gave me a perfect amount of time to do what I needed to do, come back, and not get caught. But just in case, I made sure to turn off any alarms on their phone. But I also had to make sure that I had a foolproof plan to get out of the house and get back in. Now, of course, I couldn't go through any of the doors in the house because of the stupid Ring doorbell. But there was one thing that did work in my favor. So my dad had been slowly but surely installing the window security alarms, but he hadn't made it to my room yet, so I was good to sneak out of my window. And thankfully, my window was on the first floor. Like for part 3. Part 3 about how my cat got me grounded, and yes, I am talking about my pet cat. Like I said, I had a foolproof plan to escape, okay? I was going to get out the window, and I was going to just crawl back in and act like nothing ever happened. But there was an issue with this, okay? My dad was supposed to fix my window because I somehow broke it. I don't even know how. But anytime that I go to put my window up, it just literally falls. And not only does it fall, it locks when it falls. And obviously, you can guess what will happen if it does fall. I won't be able to get back in the house, and I will somehow have to get in the house without my parents knowing, which is literally impossible. So I will be grounded for the rest of my life. So I was going to put a book between the window and the windowsill, but I didn't want it falling and making a lot of noise, so I decided to put a pillow there. So I snuck out of my house at 11 o'clock, and I had the best time of my life, probably because that's the first and only time that I will ever be invited to any party. But fast forward, I go and I run to the side of the house to get into my window, and of course the pillow is missing. And I'm looking around to see where the pillow went in my room, and of course my cat is laying on it on the floor. So I tried messing with the window, and then all of a sudden my parents walked in my room and saw me.
This is one of the biggest lies I ever told to get myself out of trouble. So back in high school, I used to run on the cross country team, but by no means was I competitive or athletic at all. I was honestly just there for the social aspect of it. All throughout my freshman year of high school, I would literally run to Cold Stone Creamery to get ice cream and bring it back to everyone on my bus. I don't know if that tells you what kind of athlete I was, but yeah. Somehow I still didn't get caught for doing this stuff, and by later in high school, my friends and I decided to pretty much never go. I mean, we would show up to practice, but we would wait until everyone was ahead of us and then turn the opposite direction and sprint to Starbucks. We literally did this almost every single day. And then we would call cute boys from other schools to come meet us over there. We would literally get coffee with them, go shopping, and then once we saw the team getting close again, we would just run back to school and pretend like we did the workout. Until one day, I was called down to the principals. They said it had to do with my cross-country attendance. Follow, share, and I'll tell you what happened next.
So for starters, hopefully this makeup suits you a little bit better than the Tide Pod look did. But I'd also like to say that I've never gotten caught for anything before. At least, like, not school-wise. But I guess somewhere in this, the coaches started to take attendance mid-run. Sneaky. So I obviously had some absences. However, it was just me and one other girl that was called down to the office. So when I went in to talk to her, the only thing that could come to my mind to explain the absences was that I had an injury and I wasn't included in the workouts, so I just left and the coaches must have forgotten. And she bought it. However, RIP my friend. They actually had camera footage of her leaving, so it wasn't like there was anything I could do to get her out of it. She got 3 days of detention, I believe, and I just went back the next day like nothing was wrong. But I ended up getting into a lot more trouble that I didn't actually get caught for, and that'll be next. Also, if you like these contacts, they're from TTDI. I got an adorable packaging today, and you can use code MINICOOPERLIZ for 10% off. Follow for more story time.
Story time about why I will never go on a date ever again. So a little background information. I was 20 years old and I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship.
Now, I had just gotten out of this relationship like a month before I went on this date. And I had absolutely no intentions of looking for a guy, but I was up for, flirting with them and going on some dates. Well, the one day I am at the gym in my apartment building, and there's this guy who's walking on the treadmill next to me, and I get off, and he gets off at the same time, and he starts up a conversation with me, and we just start talking about how I never went jet skiing. And he was like, oh, well, do you want to go jet skiing on Tuesday? So I just decided to put myself out there. I said yes, and bam, we had a date the next day. So I meet him at his car, and we go on this date. He did end up paying, which was very nice. But anyways, we're on the jet ski and we're in the middle of the water. I was kind of weirded out because I didn't think that we would have to be that close with each other. Like for part 2. Part 2 about why I will never go on a date ever again. So like I said, he takes us to the beach, we get on the jet ski, and it's just 2 of us on one jet ski, which I was low-key uncomfortable about because I thought that we were each going to get our own, so there would be no touching involved. And after the shit that he pulled, I definitely wish that I had my own jet ski. So apparently he's jet skied all of his life, he knew how to do this. Well, we go pretty far out from land because he knew the people and he didn't have to listen to any of the rules. He offered to let me drive it, but I did not want to because of the fact that he was going super fast and I did not want to do that shit. Well, listen to this. He flips us off the jet ski, right? And when he does that, all of a sudden it hits me. I am in the middle of the ocean. Like, there's sharks, there's other things, there's creepy things, mysterious things we don't even know about. I literally start crying and he thinks it's funny. He gets on the jet ski and literally drives away. I'm not even joking. He left me there for 3 minutes. I could barely see land. And then he ended up coming back and he was like, ha ha ha, da da da. I never saw him.
Storytime about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. I'm definitely toxic and vindictive. So when my boyfriend broke up with me, I knew what I had to do. He and I dated for 9 months. And you could say that I was a little overbearing. If you guys saw what this man looked like, maybe you'd understand. He's the type of guy that all the girls want to get with. Not only is he super handsome, but he's also very successful. And he's a great guy. Comes from a great family and he's really close to them. I, on the other hand, grew up in the foster system, so having a family was always my biggest dream. And when I met his family, they took me in right away. His mom and I essentially became best friends. His dad would take me out to dinners and lunch, and they basically adopted me as their daughter. Here's when things started going wrong. I was extremely jealous and I basically didn't let him do anything. Every time he wanted to go out with his friends, I would start a fight. Anytime he would bring up a female friend from the past, I would simply threaten to break up with him. Trust me, I recognized that what I was doing was wrong, but part of me just couldn't control myself. I was willing to do anything to make him stay with me. Eventually, he got really sick of me, started mentioning that he wanted to take a break. So that's when I told him that I was pregnant. Was I pregnant? Absolutely not. Part 2 is up. Storytime about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. First time he threatened to break up with me, I told him that I was pregnant. It was obviously a lie and he knew it, so he basically still walked out on me. So in order to get his attention again, I decided to go to his family and tell them that I was pregnant. And they all believed me. His mom and dad even invited me to go live with them during the pregnancy. At first I said yes, but then I was like, hold on a second. How am I gonna fake a pregnancy? So to get myself out of that, I told him that I thought I was pregnant, but I actually wasn't. Yep, I'm starting my makeup all over again at this point. I had way too many layers on. During the time we were on a break, I basically followed him around everywhere just to make sure that he wasn't hooking up with any girls. Finally, 2 weeks later, he called me and told me that he missed me. We got back together, but the same thing happened. I was still jealous and controlling, but this time he was becoming more and more jealous. So much so that he started trying to control the way that I was dressing. Around this time, we started having huge fights. He would punch the wall right by my head. I would throw things at him, even threw a knife at him once. But part of me liked that he was so jealous and toxic. He was obsessed with me. And he broke up with me again, and 2 months later, he was engaged. And guess what? His family invited me to their engagement party. Part 3 is up. Storytime about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. That's when I get the invitation for his engagement party. At this point, it seems that my ex's parents thought we separated on good terms. So of course, I showed up to that engagement party. As soon as my ex saw me, he came straight to me and told me to leave. And I told him that I was welcome because his parents had invited me. He gave me a whole speech about how we were over and I needed to accept it. But of course, not one single part of me was willing to accept that. Then he called me an Uber, so I actually did end up leaving. When the wedding comes around, I was the first guest to show up. As soon as his parents saw me, they welcomed me. So I went and sat down at the parents' table. When my ex came out, he nearly fell over. Mind you, this is the first time I'm meeting his wife. I went up to her and told her that I was an ex of his. That's when she looked at me and said, when did you guys date? I said we dated for 9 months. And then she says that they had been dating at the same time. So then a whole bunch of drama goes down. She goes to him and starts slapping him. He starts to cry. And then his parents asked me to leave. So I did. The next month, I followed her everywhere. Finally told me to leave her alone and that they had already gotten a divorce. So my plan worked. Now I'm trying to figure out how to get back with my ex. What should I do?
Guys, this is a story time about when I dated someone with a secret family. So my boyfriend and I that dated from the age of 13 to 20 finally broke up. I hadn't been single in forever, so I enjoyed about 6 months of single life. After that, I decided it was time to start casually dating again, so I downloaded some dating apps. 2 weeks before my 21st birthday, I matched with this guy. We'll call him Lee. He was so sweet, we made the best conversation, and he said he was dying to meet me. I was hesitant at first, but I finally agreed to meet, and he was even cuter in person. Bought me food and drinks, and we went on little cute dates almost every day after this. The night of my 21st birthday, he started to act strange. While I was getting ready for my party, he got really angry with me. I thought it was really weird, but I brushed it off. He told me that he wasn't coming, but I just ignored it and continued to get ready. I had an awesome night, but then he messaged me at 2 a.m. He accused me of having a birthday just so I could get with my ex, which is so untrue. The next morning, he called and apologized and said that he was just upset. I told him it was fine, but I knew this was my first major red flag. Follow Sharon Abby on Instagram and I'll do a part 2. Okay, so this is part 2 of finding out the guy that I was dating had a secret family. After my birthday, we continued to date for about 5 more months. Over the course of these months, he got progressively more possessive with me. He would always accuse me of cheating if I ever went out partying with friends. He had to know where I was at all times, and he would track my location on Snapchat. Eventually, it got to the point where I just started staying in and not doing anything at all. Then his dad's birthday comes up and I get ignored for 2 days. He explained there was this big family party and he was just too caught up to respond. His cousin who was pregnant, who he would go visit, finally came to town. So he wanted to catch up with her. I just accepted it. The next day on Facebook, I got a friend request from this cousin. And I found out it was actually his pregnant girlfriend. And she came to town to stay with him for the weekend, and that's why he wasn't responding to me. And he told her that I was his cousin. And it turns out on top of that little family, he was also dating 6 other girls and controlling us all. I dipped real quick and blocked him on everything. His ex and I are good friends now, and I became the godmother to her child. Love you guys, and if you have a story, follow and send it to me on Instagram.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband I don't want to give our child his last name? My husband and I have been friends since middle school, dating since junior year of high school, and we got married as soon as I graduated college. We've been married for 2 years now, and we just found out I'm pregnant with our first child. When we got married, I hyphenated our last names, with my last name being first, because I believe marriage is a union, and taking his last name felt like him claiming ownership over me. My husband was frustrated with this decision, but I stood my ground and was not going to budge. He eventually accepted this, but he did not hyphenate his last name. This bothered me for reasons I can't explain, but I never brought it up as something I had a problem with because I honestly understand. Now I'm pregnant and I wanted to tell him now, while we still have 8 months to discuss it, that I want to hyphenate our child's last name. He blew up on me, telling me how I'm being ridiculous and I can't actually expect him to be okay with that, and he just won't stand for it. I told him I want our child to have our last names. He told me it wasn't his last name, it was mine. I told him that he is the ridiculous one for not realizing how silly he sounded by saying my hyphenated last name wasn't also his name. Side note, before we even got married, he told me he wanted his hypothetical son to have his first name. I agreed, with some reluctancy if I'm being honest, but I love my husband and I love his name. I brought this fact up to him. If we had a son, my husband wants him to have his first and last name, and even if we have a daughter, she'll still have his last name. I told him that it wasn't fair. I even told him we could put his last name first when we hyphenate, but he was not having it. I went on to say that my sister has constant problems because her son doesn't have her last name, even though the father has never been in my nephew's life. She gets questioned by doctors and teachers if she's really his mom, and since she's gotten married, she even has problems with getting him under her husband's TRICARE. I told him if we ever separated, I don't want those problems. Then he blew up on me again for assuming we would separate, and that's when I finally snapped and told him he was being a stubborn, self-centered man-child. He knew that wasn't what I meant, and he was being extremely obtuse. He left to cool down, and now I'm getting texts from my mother-in-law saying that I was being unreasonable and manipulative and had to reduce the insults to throw a fit to get what I want, even though I didn't get what I wanted. I can understand he wants his child to have his last name, but I feel like hyphenating it is still giving the child his last name. So, am I the asshole? See, I think, honestly, this is a discussion that you should have had prior to marriage if you were really so passionate about it. Be like, yo, by the way, our kid's gonna have both our last names. I don't think it's a fucking big deal. Like, honestly, what I plan to do, inshallah, I don't know, is that I would have the kid's first name, my last name as their middle name, and then my husband's last name. It's just a name to me, but teach.
Am I the asshole for not letting my brother's girlfriend into the house to see him? My 21 male brother, male 25, got into an accident that left him disabled. His girlfriend was driving, and although it was ruled an accident, my mom kept blaming her for what happened. She banned her from coming near my brother after she was injured too and returned from the hospital. Mom moved my brother in and now is his main caregiver. She told everyone that his girlfriend is banned from entering the house after she attempted to contact my brother via calls and texts. She would even call my mom crying, saying it was an accident, but my mom refused to forgive. Yesterday, my mom went out and told me to watch my brother and not to let his girlfriend in if she attempted. I agreed, and 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Am I the asshole for not letting my brother's girlfriend into the house to see him? His girlfriend said she saw his mom leave and then started begging me to let her in to see my brother for a few minutes. I refused, and she said mom was being unfair and cruel to her because this was an accident and promised no one will find out. I said I was sorry and asked her to leave. She started crying, asking me to put myself in her shoes, but I told her to leave and stop involving me. She said I should do this for my brother, and I left her at the door and walked back inside. She started calling my phone till I responded, saying I'd report her for harassment. My brother's friend called, berating me, saying that I should have let her in to see my brother for a few minutes. He said I have no morals and that I'm a bad brother and should be ashamed.
Caught my husband making out with another man on our honeymoon, and I'm refusing to give him a divorce. My husband and I met on a blind date. His friends had set us up, and they made him sound like a Greek god. And he kind of is. He's super tall, attractive, Greek, tan. His dream is to become a politician, and he owns several businesses. I own my own marketing agency, and we're both addicted to work. We're literal workaholics. When we went on our first date, I was so surprised to see how much we had in common. Both super work-driven. We also found a lot of the same things funny. This was such a relief to me because I'd never been on a blind date before. And we talked about a lot of stuff, including our sexy preferences. He told me he only liked women, and I was like, okay, cool. And I told him, of course, I only liked men. We actually ended up going on a total of 15 dates before he asked me to be his girlfriend. Everything just felt so amazing and right. We had amazing chemistry, he made me laugh, and we had a lot of fun in the bedroom. After a few months, he asked me to be his wife, and I was so happy I said yes. He hired the best wedding planner in our city, and we got to planning. We were both really involved in everything. The wedding was spectacular. We got married in the winter, so it was snowing outside. It was beautiful. We had an orchestra, amazing catering, so I was really happy. The day after that, we went on our honeymoon. Planned to go to several Greek islands. Our first stop was Santorini. I actually got in really good shape for the honeymoon. I had abs. I wanted to look as sexy as I could for him. A few days into our stay, we found this really cute cafe, and the server at the cafe was actually really handsome. Him and my husband got along really well. So well that I caught them making out at our hotel. Part 2 is up. I caught my husband kissing another man on our honeymoon, and I'm refusing to give him a divorce. As I walked into the hotel, I could see 2 men kissing in a corner. Obviously, I didn't know it was my hubby, so I turned away. I went straight up to our bedroom, and I couldn't find him. I called his cell phone, but there was no answer, so I went right back down to the lobby. And this is when I look again at the 2 guys kissing in the corner. I could only see one of the guys' backs, and obviously I didn't recognize it as my husband. Not until I see my husband's hand creeping up on the back of this guy's neck. And immediately I recognize his hand and the ring. I thought it was a joke at first, until I could see they were passionately making out. I yelled my husband's name, and they both turned to look at me. That's when I saw it was the server from the damn cafe that my husband and I had been going to almost every single morning. The same guy my husband was talking to almost every single day. The server ran out of the hotel. He obviously was not looking to confront me. That's when my husband grabs my arm and takes me to the pool area. That's when he confessed that he thought he was bi and that he was just experimenting. And he also said that the server basically forced him to kiss him. I told him he should have been honest with me from the beginning about being attracted to guys, and that the least he could have done was not make out with this guy in the hotel of our lobby. He started to apologize, but I couldn't even talk to him. I still wanted to enjoy the trip, so I got my own hotel room. That very same night, my husband tells me that we should consider a divorce, and that he thinks he might have really serious feelings for the server. I said no. I would be so embarrassed if I go home right now and tell my entire family and friends that my husband left me for another man. Not to mention the fact that he totally wasted my time. I asked him if we could just work this out, and he's asking for an open relationship now. And of course, I'm totally in love with him. We just got married. I'm just so confused. What should I do?
I'm 25 and my husband 42 have 3 children, a 2-year-old son and a set of twin girls who are 3 months old. We live just down the road from my parents. I have 4 older siblings that all went to college, but I didn't. I'm the only one with kids. All of my family got together for Christmas last year. Whenever I try to engage in a conversation with my family, they seem to just ignore me. My relatives would hold our babies and not talk to me much beyond that. I was so alone. I was late in my first pregnancy when we got married. A few of my siblings had gotten married before I did, and they all had very nice weddings with lots of guests. No one had any interest in coming to mine. We trashed the idea of a wedding and got married at the courthouse. I couldn't even get all of my siblings to attend the little ceremony. We couldn't go on a honeymoon at the time, so I was even more miserable. Recently, my sister told me that our family thinks that I'm just a dumb bimbo with no goals in life, so I have babies instead. She says that's why no one values my input or opinion. They think I'm stupid for having children young. My children were not planned. They also think that I'm stupid for being with a man older than me, but he's my one true love. They don't want me to have any influence over large family decisions because they think that I'm dumb. They ignore me and don't make time for me. How do I get them to take me seriously?
My husband refused to touch me on our wedding night and says that it's my fault. Our wedding was only 2 weeks ago, and to this day, he still has not touched me. Here's the thing, we had an arranged marriage. My family is extremely traditional, and where we come from, it's normal to have arranged marriages. When I was 12 years old, my parents told me who I was going to end up marrying. This all seemed very normal to me growing up because I saw my sisters and cousins doing it. But now that I'm in this, I realize how terrible it is. My now husband didn't actually grow up in the same country I did. In fact, we had only met a week before the actual wedding. I had a really bad feeling a month before the wedding though. So I told my parents I did not want to marry him. That's when they told me that if I didn't go through with the marriage, they would disown me. I would have nowhere to live live, no money, and no family. So, of course, I agreed to marry him. A week before the wedding, my parents hosted a dinner for his family and mine. When he came in through the door, I was happy to see that he was actually attractive, but he didn't look at me once throughout the whole night. Part 2 is up. My new husband refused to touch me on our wedding night and says it's all my fault. Finally met a week before the wedding. When he came in through the door, I was so happy to see that he was actually attractive. But this man barely looked at me the entire night. Parents presented us to each other and he glanced at me. That was it. He was extremely cold and basically didn't speak to any member of my family. The only person he did speak to was my father, of course. Spent the entire dinner trying to make eye contact with him, but not once did it happen. Thankfully, the dinner only lasted about 2 hours and his parents and him left. As soon as they did, I burst into tears. Also, I know I'm a beautiful girl. I've had many suitors come to my house and ask my parents for my hand in marriage. They had agreed to this arranged marriage so long ago that it never even gave any other guys a chance. The worst part is that one of the guys that asked to marry me a few years ago, he and I went to the same school, got along, and dare I say liked each other. At least he would look me in the face. I told my parents that he didn't even look at me once. My dad said that I was completely overreacting, but my mother agreed with me, thank God. She told my dad that my fiance's behavior was completely unacceptable, and that the least he could have done was at least said hello to me. My mom was also upset that he didn't even say hello to her, and that he was openly disrespecting our family. I tried to convince my dad to cancel the marriage, but he said no. Part 3 is up. My husband refused to touch me on our wedding night and blamed it all on me. He refused to look at me on our wedding day. He didn't even kiss me once. The only time he touched me that night was when the photographer asked us to hold hands for a picture. And even then, the way he grabbed my hand was so cold. When it came time for us to go to our room, I was already very upset. He could tell. We got into the room and I went straight to the shower. I took off my dress, showered, and came out. And when I did, he pretended to be asleep. That's when I grabbed him and turned him around. I asked him why he wouldn't touch me or even look at me. That if he didn't want to marry me, he shouldn't have. That's when he told me that he never really wanted to marry me because he had heard things about me. He said that we had some mutual friends, but he refuses to tell me who these friends are. He claims they told him that I had a secret boyfriend and that I had dated many men, which couldn't be further from the truth. First off, my parents are super strict. The only time I was unchaperoned was in school. And he said, "It's your fault, I will never touch you." I started to cry and I called my parents. I literally ran away from him. I told my parents what he said and thankfully they were on my side. My father says the marriage is void if he refuses to have children with me. But guess what? I started doing some digging and I found out that he was the one seeing other women and men. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for leaving the hospital after my husband called his mom instead of me? My husband, 31, was in the hospital for a surgery that involved anesthesia. His mom came to wait with me there but didn't speak to me because we've been having some minor disagreements. She offered me coffee but I declined politely. Hours after the surgery, we were only told one person goes into the room for the day since he was still under anesthesia. From what I understand, he woke up calling for his mom and the nurse asked for the mom to go in and she did. I was irritated and felt like all this waiting and stressing out and got ignored. The nurse told me he was still not fully awake and was repeatedly asking for his mom. Am I the asshole for leaving the hospital after my husband called for his mom instead of me? She was hinting that I shouldn't get worked up over a natural reaction from my husband, but I couldn't help but feel irked. I wanted to go home, so I left 10 minutes later. His mom called saying she got out the room after I left so I could get time with him, but instead I couldn't wait and went home. She said this was not okay and I flew off the handle for no reason. I said that her son acted like I wasn't there, but she said that he can't be blamed for something he can't control. Also that I'm putting blame on him because of the disagreement between her and I. I cut the conversation short after I sensed that she somehow blamed me for being unacknowledged and ignored.
Story time about how somebody stole my $12,000 dog at a house party. So a little background information, I was 17 and a junior in high school, and I decided to throw a party at my house before winter break. So usually whenever I threw parties, I would always have everybody in the basement because I had a pretty big basement. There was a sliding glass door to the outside, so nobody had to go upstairs to get in or get out. And I would always lock the door to the upstairs just in case anybody decided to wander up the stairs. And because I didn't think anybody would get in upstairs, I let my dogs run around the house. So everybody who I invited showed up, and I guess that my address got leaked because a bunch of random people started showing up at my house. And it's not like I didn't have neighbors. No, I lived in a very tight cul-de-sac. So people were parking in front of my neighbors' driveways, in my neighbors' driveways. So I called my parents and eventually I had to have my neighbors call the cops on my house party. My own party. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how somebody stole my $12,000 dog at my house party. So like I said, I had to call my parents and they got the cops called on the house so that way I could get everybody that I did not know out of the freaking house. Thankfully, my friends and I hadn't started drinking yet because literally 5 minutes after my friends showed up, random people started showing up in big groups. So after everybody clears out, I go to walk upstairs and I have my keys in my hand ready to unlock the door. The door was literally busted open. Like somebody had to have kicked the doorknob because the frame was cracked, the door was cracked, it was bad. So I'm freaking out. I wasn't even thinking about my dog at the time until my friend Kirsten asked to see my new puppy because Kirsten had just got home from college and she had only ever seen the dog over FaceTime. So we're searching all over the house and we cannot find my fucking dog. Well, when my parents got home that night, they pretty much grounded me for life. But then I want to say a month later, my friend Jake, who was there that night, called me freaking the fuck out. Like for part 3. Part 3 about how my $12,000 dog got stolen at my house party. So like I said, we couldn't find Mimi. My parents pretty much grounded me for life. I get a call from my friend Jake, who was there that night of the night of the party. And he's like flipping out. He's like, I think I know who took Mimi, aka my dog. So I'm like freaking out. I go into the kitchen, I put him on speakerphone so that way my parents can hear. And he was like, well, my girlfriend Avery has this one girl who was at the party that night on Snapchat. And I was like, okay, and what the fuck about it? And he was like, well, the one night we were laying in bed together and she was going through people's Snapchat stories and then she got onto this girl's private story. And I told her, that's my friend's dog, the one that got stolen. So then we looked her up on Instagram, we went on her Visco, and she has a crap ton of pictures of your dog on her Visco. So somehow his girlfriend Avery finds this girl's address. My parents were like, oh, we want to call the police. Somehow I talked them out of doing that. Long story short, I went to her house, I got my dog back after telling her parents about it. But when I was leaving, I ran over her.
Am I wrong for banning my mother-in-law out of my house after she hung a picture of my husband's ex on the wall? My husband, 30, and I, 31, have just bought our first house together. We're loving it and we're excited to decorate it together. Unfortunately, my husband travels a lot for work and we've already had new furniture orders arrive, but I couldn't do it all myself. My mother-in-law offered to help and I agreed. Yesterday, I got back from work at 8 and was shocked to see one of the walls was full of framed pictures that my mother-in-law put there. That is not the main problem because these pictures were from his childhood, graduation, birthdays, but then I saw the biggest framed picture of them all and it is of him and his ex on their wedding day. Context: mother-in-law adores my husband's ex. She brings her up all the time and reminisces about the past years with her. Not only that, but she includes her in events and holidays which cause issues between us. I lashed out on my mother-in-law, asking her why the hell that picture is on the wall and how she thought it was an appropriate thing to do. I told her to take it down in that instance, but she got defensive and said, this is part of Derek's life and you cannot erase it. Yes, you can. Then went on about how many hours she spent working on this wall and how I should be a little bit more appreciative. I lost my cool and flipped out on her. I took a chair and removed the picture. I told her to take the picture and leave, but she tried to say it wasn't just the ex in the picture, but my husband as well. But I told her I'd throw it out if she doesn't leave. She left, but started texting me saying that I'm jealous, bitter, overbearing, and controlling. I responded telling her she disrespected me in my own home by what she did and proceeded to ban her from my house. She called my husband and forwarded a screenshot of the ban. He called me and we talked. Then he said his mom ought to know better, but she didn't, and I was right to be angry, but banning her from the house was an overreaction, like a crazy overreaction. He tried to get me to call her and cancel the ban, but I refused. He then ranted about how unfair I was being to make such a decision when it's our house and not just mine. Conversation got nowhere, and now I'm waiting for him to get home to talk. My in-laws are upset with me saying I went overboard with this reaction and urged me to let my mother-in-law back in the house and drop this whole thing like it never happened. So, am I wrong for banning her?
Storytime. A girl named Akira Kendrick sent me this story, and the background of it is that her dad was very abusive to her mother, and her mother got custody of Akira, and her dad was not happy about that. Anyway, so Akira was with her aunt and her cousins at her grandmother's house, all on her mother's side, and her dad stops by to say hello. And Akira's outside playing with her cousin, and her dad comes up to her and grabs her arm and says, do you want to go to Walmart with me? And at the time, she's only 7, so all she hears is toy aisle, so she says, yes, let's go. So they get in the car, they head to Walmart, she gets some really nice pom-poms, and then he says, okay, let's go back to your grandmother's house. So he starts driving and he gets on the highway, and Akira knows that her grandmother's house is right around the corner from Walmart, so he does not need to get on the highway. So she says, Dad, where are we going? And he gets really mad and says, shut up, sit down, it does not matter. So Akira's in the back seat, she's really scared, and she just shuts her mouth. So after being in the car for a while, they eventually arrived at this really old, abandoned, beat up house. And when they walk in, Akira sees about 25 people, and she does not know any of them. Her dad brings her to a room, puts her in a little closet, throws her some toys and her pom-poms, and says, play. Part 2 of Akira's dad literally kidnapping her. So when they get to the house, Akira is really scared. She doesn't know any of these like 25 people. Her dad brings her to a room, throws her in a closet, puts some toys in there and says play. So after about an hour of being in a little closet with some toys, she finally decides to get up and go look for her dad. So she opens the door and starts looking around, and there's no one in the house. There's not even a single trace of somebody ever being there. So of course she starts freaking out and crying. She doesn't know where she is. She's so far away from her grandmother's house, and she doesn't have a phone. And so eventually, after 3 hours, she hears somebody. She looks up and her dad is standing there, and he says, "Come on, let's go. The cops are outside." So basically, Akira's aunt called the cops and they had a search warrant for him. They ended up finding her dad and they said to him, "If you don't take us to her, you will go to jail." And obviously, from what I just said, he finally took them to her at this random old abandoned house and they found her. And they ended up putting him in jail anyways, because why not? 2 years in jail and 1 year on probation. Don't steal children, people. Don't.
No, because you can't convince me that people who ration like food throughout the week are not fucking mentally ill. The portion control people. I need to set up for this one. A specific genre of you. Just break off a little piece of the cookie. What do you mean? You're breaking off a piece of the cookie? That's like balance? No. Here's the thing. Here's how I feel about it. It's the whole box or nothing. So I'd rather wait 15 days and then on the 15th day, eat the whole box, then break off a piece of a fucking cookie each day and be like, oh, yep, satisfied. Nope. No, I can't do it. Like, pints go into the freezer full, they come out, they go into the garbage because they're empty. There will be no returning the pint back to the freezer. You feel me? That's balance, baby, to me. You won't catch me breaking shit off and it going back into the box it came out of. No. It's going. But then again, who am I to judge? I literally can't keep snacks in my house for this reason. I will eat the whole fucking box. Like, good for the portion control people, seriously, because I know I'm mentally ill. It's fine. I think I just hate that y'all can do it. I just hate that y'all can break off a piece of that cookie and put it back. Because I can't. Ignore me. I'm just projecting. I'm jealous.
Am I wrong for not letting my fiance's niece try on my engagement ring? I, 36 female, recently got engaged to my fiance, 34 male. He's in the military and has an extended family. He's close to his sister and 21-year-old niece. His brother-in-law is deceased. When I met his niece, she seemed sweet, but kept making passive-aggressive comments about me, like how I look older than my fiance, how we're incompatible just due to our star signs or whatever. And when we announced my engagement, she told my fiance he's moving too fast. We've been dating for almost 3 years. What does LDR mean? Oh, yesterday I visited my future in-laws and his sister and niece were there. His niece saw my ring and commented on it saying, "I bet this is the fanciest one you've ever got, just like my uncle." I felt offended and thought that was rude, but I ignored her because of how my mother-in-law was looking at me. But then his niece asked if she could try the ring on. I was taken aback. I said no. She asked again and I still said no. Next thing I knew, she got up from her seat and stood in front of me, extending her arm, expecting me to take the ring off and give it to her. I was like, what the f***? I said, "Please go back to your seat. I already said no." My sister-in-law said it was fine, but I said I just didn't feel comfortable. Sister-in-law then looked at me quizzically and said, "Are you serious? That's his niece. Just let her try it on." I said I'm sorry, but no. Niece threw a fit and went upstairs. Her mother said I had no reason to act like this and said she didn't get what my problem is. Okay. Pause. Entitled parents, regardless if it's your brother's wife, whatever, I don't care. She said no. You tell your kid, hey, she doesn't want to give it to you, stop asking for it. Simple as that. Like, it's hers. Like, hello. I took my purse about to leave after she kept berating me for not letting her daughter try the ring. Mother-in-law asked me to stay, but I insisted on leaving. My sister-in-law tried calling me, and because I needed time to answer, she sent a text saying my behavior was alarming and that she will bring this incident up to her brother when he gets back because she sensed that I'm trying to drive a wedge between her daughter and my fiance for whatever reason. Oh my god. Oh my god. We haven't talked after that, and I really don't know what to think of this. I don't know if I acted poorly, but I'll leave this to you. Maybe I am missing something. So, am I the asshole? There's only one person's engagement ring I've ever tried on, and that was my sister's. Oh, and my mom's. Like, duh. But, like, that's my sister and that's my mom. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, if I feel like that was no. Okay? Take that as an answer.
Because my mother drives me absolutely fucking insane. Clearly, I was crying. By the looks of it, you can fucking tell that I was crying. I had a mentee B this morning. I was on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B. While I'm on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B, my mother calls. So I'm like, let's just add her in. Sissy's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, let's just add her in. She's like, does mom know what's happening? I'm like, no, not really. So like, let's just add her the fuck in. So I add my mother in. Immediately like, are you crying? I'm like, yeah. And I tell her what I'm crying about. This woman goes without hesitation. Imagine having 3 kids, Olivia. Imagine having 3 kids with no money and you don't know what you're doing and you're leaving an abusive, narcissistic man. I'm like, what? Like, that doesn't even apply to my situation. Like, what I'm having the mentee be about, it doesn't even apply to that. And so Sissy and I are just like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, I was one of the kids that you had, bitch. Like, I was one of the kids, you know? Like, did you forget I was there? Like, I was in the play, you know? Like, what? And why did she randomly bring that up? Sissy was like, you're like the victim of every situation, mom. Like, okay, that was scary lighting and I know we all saw it. She was like, you cannot just like let someone have their moment or like let someone be sad. Like, you have to just like chime in and like let them know that you've had it worse. You know, literally, like, I could be upset about something and she's like, imagine me, I lost my mom, my dad, I don't have a nephew anymore. And it's like, what? Like, what? No one's even talking about death in this bridge. She'll like bring it up. She'll be like, I've lost so many people. Newsflash, bitch, so have I. We've lost the same fucking people. But she just loves to like, and it drove me so insane. Like, and it gets worse. Like, this woman loves to just be like, and I went through this. Hello, I'm your daughter. I was there with you and I went through it as well. But what the fuck does this have to do with me having a mentee B about something I'm going through that has nothing to do with like dead people or like being a single mother? I get it that you went through the trenches. I get it, mom. You did that. Then what? This is not what we're talking about. Sissy's like, okay, mom, we gotta go. Like, we gotta go. She's like, Olivia, just ask the Holy Spirit for... No. Came into this FaceTime. You made it about you. And now you're asking me to ask Jesus... And she knows it pisses me off. She knows it pisses me off every single time that she's like, ask the Holy Spirit. When did I sign up to go to church? When did I sign up to have my mother become a preacher? When did I sign up for these? Ask the Holy... No. I'm like eyes puppy crying, listening to her being like, ask the Holy... Sissy's like, mom, we really gotta go. We gotta go. And she's like, Olivia, you have nothing to worry about. Okay. Leaves the FaceTime and Sissy's like, we can't do that again. Like, we can't. Love my mother to death. I love her to pieces. But she just, like, has always been that way where she doesn't have the best things to say in a situation. Like, I'm having a mentee be about something and she comes in and is like, imagine being a single mother. Okay. And I told her, my ex and I exchanged, like, a few text messages. She's like, you've never learned anything from the past and you're... Goodbye.
Am I the asshole for disowning my adopted son since he chose his people over us? I know the title is a bit weird, but that's the best way I found to translate what was said. I, 44 male, and my husband, 40 male, have been married for 20 years, together for 22. Our adopted son is 24. He's black and we're not. I'm only mentioning this because it's relevant to the story later. This doesn't take place in the US. Let me give a little bit of a background to the situation. About 19 years ago, my husband and I had been driving on a highway back from a small vacation when along this particularly long stretch of road, absolutely no buildings around, only a ton of grass and hills as far as the eye could see, we spotted a little boy just sitting by the side of the road. Like I mentioned, there was nothing around for miles and no cars close to where the boy was. We decided to stop and see if everything was okay. When we got close to the boy, let's call him Jason, it was very easy to see he was dirty and malnourished because the only thing he had on was a diaper. He was so small, it didn't look like he could be any older than 3. We later found out he was actually 5. We asked him why he was alone, and he told us that mommy and daddy put him there and told him to wait. There was no cell signal in the area, so we did the sensible thing and brought him back to town to the nearest police station. To make a long story short, CPS was called. We discovered his parents were some druggies that were on the run for a felony. The only other relative Jason had was his grandmother, who was very mentally ill and couldn't take care of him. We felt bad. He went into foster care soon after, but we felt bad for the kid and we kept in touch with his caseworker. I had and still have an extremely well-paying job at the time and could easily afford a decent lifestyle for a small family. So after a few months of discussion between ourselves, the caseworker, and some bureaucracy, we formally adopted Jason. Now on to the situation. About 3 years ago, Jason's parents were released from prison on parole. They contacted him not long after in hopes of reconnecting. Prior to that, they'd sent him a few odd letters here and there, but nothing really substantial. At first, he was hesitant to talk to them, but ended up caving and meeting them for lunch one day. I'll admit that a part of me was a bit jealous and apprehensive of what could happen, but I could see that this was something that my son really needed and wanted to do. So for his sake, I swallowed those feelings and I supported him through it. It wasn't very long, about 3 months, I think, before he started to pull away from us. At first, I chalked it up to him being excited to actually talk to his bio parents after so long. Talk about what had been going on in his life, spend some time with them, things like that. It started to bother me when he would cancel plans with us last minute because mom had an emergency, or dad really needs me to help him with something today, or whatever other excuse that he could come up with. He used to come over to our house at least once a week, call every day or so, but now we were lucky if he even came by that month at all. Again, I thought this was just temporary, that he was just excited and soon enough, he would start spending time with us again. We were overjoyed when he invited us over for dinner one night. It was supposed to be a family gathering, us, his bio parents, and his wife, his girlfriend at the time. I wasn't exactly keen on meeting the people that left my son for dead on the side of the road, but I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt, thinking maybe they atoned and changed. Besides, he's our son and we love him. We at least had to try. To say the dinner was a disaster is an understatement. His bio mom was extremely rude to my husband and myself the entire night. She made passive-aggressive, homophobic, and racist remarks every chance she got. His father was much the same, and it all came to a head when she straight up called us the F word and threw a glass at my husband. A screaming match followed, and we left soon after. Oh, hell no. You guys should be groveling at our fucking feet because we're the reason your son is still alive. You're welcome. The next day, Jason apologized profusely and promised they would never do something like that again. I told him neither me nor my husband wanted to have anything to do with them and would appreciate if he understood that. He seemed to understand, but continued to pull away for the next few months. That leads to what happened last week. Jason proposed to his girlfriend about 9 months back and has been preparing for the wedding ever since. Of course, we're overjoyed for him, but a few months went by and no invitation came. Every time we asked Jason, he would just say they hadn't been sent out yet and change the subject. Last week, my husband saw a Twitter post from one of Jason's friends, his groomsmen, that was a few weeks back, and he had an invitation in his hand. We confronted Jason about it, and the next time he came over, only for him to drop the bomb on us that we hadn't been invited. Oh, hell no. So because you met your biological parents, the parents that adopted you, raised you, and have loved you for the past 19, almost 20 years mean absolutely nothing and they're not allowed to come to your wedding? That's fucked up. Jason, you're wrong. You're wrong, Jason. When we asked him why, he said his parents didn't want us there and they wouldn't come if we did. I was fucking furious. I asked him how could he choose those pieces of trash over us? Why they were so important? What do we do to deserve this kind of treatment? His answer, they understand me better. They're my people. At this point, my husband was crying and asking how could he do this. I've only ever truly been angry a few times in my life, and this moment managed to top all of them. I threw him out right then and there, and I told him to never come back, that he wasn't our son anymore. I spent the rest of the day hugging my husband, trying to calm him down. That's so sad. These people's hearts have been broken. They've loved this boy from the fucking beginning. From the moment that they seen him sitting on the side of the road, they felt something for him. They've loved him. They encouraged him to reconnect with his biological parents just for him to push them away and say, these people understand me better. They're my people. Then how come you were lying? Why didn't you just come out and tell us that we weren't invited for the fucking wedding? Why didn't you say anything? If the answer is just that fucking simple, they're my people and they understand me better, why are you lying? When we asked you multiple times about invitations to the wedding, why were you fucking lying? The next day, I canceled everything that we paid for the wedding. That's why he was lying, because he knew that you guys were no longer going to fund the wedding that you weren't even going to be fucking invited to. That's why he lied. The next day, I canceled everything we paid for the wedding, which was basically everything important, even the ones we couldn't get a refund on. Of course, Jason had the gall to call and scream at me, asking how I could do that to him and where he would find replacements for a wedding that was supposed to happen only a few months from now. Well, that's something that your biological parents can figure out. Those are your people and they understand you better. Go to them and see if they'll help you. You don't get to call and fucking scream at me after you literally ripped my heart out of my chest, stomped on it, and then you're still expecting me to fund this fucking wedding that I don't even get to be a part of? Okay, Jason. I told Jason that I didn't give a shit, and I said maybe you should ask those two leeches you call parents for some help. 19 years. 19 fucking years of my goddamn life spent raising and loving a kid that I considered my own son, only to be treated like garbage. Giving blood, sweat, and tears so he would have a good life. All the love that we could possibly give, and this is what we get as a reward. As for why I'm asking if I'm the asshole, some people have been calling and messaging us, mostly Jason's friends and a few of our family members, calling us heartless and monsters for doing what we did to him. That's absolutely fucking wrong. Just because I'm a parent does not mean I'm supposed to sit idly by and allow my children to mistreat me. When you're fucking wrong, you're wrong. I do not have to pay for a goddamn fucking thing after you have treated me wrong. No, I don't. If that makes me heartless, let me fucking be heartless then. Our family members are calling us heartless and monsters for doing what we did to him. And that's honestly got me questioning if I went too far in anger. After all, parents are supposed to love unconditionally, right? But if so, how do we ever get over something like this? How do we deal with this feeling of betrayal? Are we justified in feeling like that? So am I the asshole? I truly do not think you're the asshole. Jason knew what the fuck he was doing. Jason is 24 years old. He is a grown ass man. He knew exactly what he was doing, and that's why he chose to lie whenever you guys brought up where are the invitations? We haven't received our invitation yet. That's why he chose to lie, because he wants to be the family that he has in his head with his biological parents so bad, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, he thinks it's okay to love these people, treat these people like they're his parents, while simultaneously pushing away the people that have raised him for the past 20 years, as well as expecting them to fund his wedding, and then be okay with not being invited because my parents don't want you there. Fucking Jason is wrong. He's wrong. You guys are absolutely not the asshole, and I'm so sorry that you were being hurt this way. I don't think you're wrong at all, because ain't no way in hell I'm paying for a motherfucking wedding that I'm not invited to. No, absolutely not. Any negative racial comments made in this video will be removed and the user will be blocked, so be warned.
Am I wrong for offering my kid's nanny more money and hours so she won't work for my sister-in-law? My husband and I have 3 kids, 10-month-old female, 4 male, 10 female. We currently have a nanny, Isabel, 22 female, 3 days a week. I have to say, Isabel is fucking amazing. She drives on field trips. She does homework with the kids. She handles play dates. She's the only adult my 10-year-old likes. She's not dependent on screens, does art projects with the kids. She speaks 10-year-old, and she's even teaching them how to cook and bake. They made mini quiches a few weeks ago. My oldest is doing state testing right now and wanted a fun activity with her friends. Isabel suggested a spa day, and my daughter loved it. I set up a day for my 4-year-old to go home with his grandparents and let Isabel turn our living room into a spa. She's picked up my daughter, my niece, and 2 friends, brought them to our house, and did their hair, nails, while they laid back and did face masks. I guess my niece was telling her mom how cool Isabel is, because my sister-in-law texted Isabel offering her a nanny position 4 days a week, matching whatever I pay, but only for 1 kid. Isabel showed me the text and told me that she would have to think about it because the extra money would be nice. I told her if she promised to stay, next year I'd have her at 5 days a week with a $5 per hour raise. Isabel turned my sister-in-law down, saying that she had received a better offer, and now my sister-in-law is telling my husband's family that I stole a nanny from her. They're upset that I outbid my sister-in-law and gave Isabel extra money and hours just so my sister-in-law wouldn't get her. My husband said it was petty. Am I wrong for offering Isabel a raise and more hours so she doesn't work for my sister-in-law? A nanny costs about the same as daycare for 3 kids, but offers much higher quality care. You don't have to be rich to have a nanny.
There was this one time, I was, the word talking, I don't even like to use that for too many people, do you know what I mean? Because some of you, it's like, I don't even know why I'm wasting my time looking in your direction. I was getting to know this guy and realized we were exchanging words.
Yeah. Here and
for
there.
a period of time.
Here and there.
this guy now on a random one was like, "You borrow me money." I'm like, first of all, I don't even know you like that. I don't know your last name. I don't understand why you'd be asking someone that you don't know for money. Like,
but that's what they do because they don't want it to be.
Yeah,
they don't want their close ones to know.
Cheeky.
I just understand, like, I remember when I was at uni, yeah, this was during my masters. When I say that, like, it's a friend of a friend, like, you know when you met someone in like a group setting, and then the most maybe you just have each other on Instagram,
Max.
max. Like when you say, "Oh hi,"
they actually think your surname is Montero.
Facts.
Yeah.
In fact, facts. There was one guy, and he started messaging me on Instagram. "Oh hi, how's it going? Oh yeah, COVID, tough, yeah, whatever." So he must have now asked me for money. All those male friends, how you do all paddy.
Yeah.
Why can't you ask them? Why asking me?
Yeah.
I said, well, whoever sent you, I said to him, whoever sent you, go back to that person.
Am I the a-hole for going as the best man's +1 to my sister's wedding? My sister asked me to be her maid of honor, and I was single at the time. During the wedding planning process, I met the best man and we really hit it off. However, my sister was not happy about it in the slightest. She'd often make comments like, "Don't get too close," and would roll her eyes anytime we were flirting. The week before the wedding, we went on a joint bachelorette party where the best man and I shared a hotel room. The following morning at brunch, the bridal party joked around about it, but my sister stayed quiet. Afterwards, she pulled me aside and accused me of attention seeking and uninvited me from the wedding. The best man found out a few days later and asked me to be his +1, so I said yes. The day of the wedding, my sister wouldn't even acknowledge me, even though I told her congratulations. She clearly was not happy. When I got home, I turned my phone back on to find a bunch of texts from throughout the day of her telling me, "What are you doing? And why are you trying to ruin my wedding?" I told my roommate and she took my sister's side and told me I should apologize. Another friend of mine wonders if there used to be something romantic between the best man and my sister. So anyways, I guess I need your help deciding if I should apologize to my sister or not. Let me know in the comments.
The asshole for telling the neighbor kids to get off my porch. For context, I live on the ground level of a condo building. Right outside my door is a large grassy area. You either have to cross over the porch or my neighbors to get to the lawn. I'm used to my porch being a high-foot traffic area for people getting to and from the lawn. There were 3 kids, approximate ages are kindergarten to maybe 5th grade, who live on the 3rd story of the building, and they were playing in the grassy area with some sort of toys, kind of like drones or small planes. At this point, they started to congregate on my porch, and my Ring doorbell alerted me. I took a peek at the camera, and I found the older kids throwing mulch and a very large rock at my chair that I have stacked on the patio. Then, they were plugging their toys in my wall outlet to charge. Again, still on my porch. Because they were throwing things at my property, I went outside and asked them to please leave, remove the large rock, and to not use my outlet. They grabbed their things, which they left on my chairs, and left the rock for me to deal with, and ran off. I wasn't mean, I didn't even address them sternly, just asked them to go play elsewhere and not throw things. About 10 minutes later, the dad comes to my door, fists balled and jaw clenched. Without even saying hello, he aggressively asked if I yelled at his kids. I explained what happened, and he berated me that the outlet belongs to the HOA. I told him I didn't know, it's my porch and well within my porch limits and not the outer wall, but explained again and showed where his kids threw the mulch and the large rock. Regardless of the outlet being used, they were throwing things at my property. He told me not to yell at them, and I reinstated that I didn't, and said I could replay the video for him if he wanted. He just huffed and walked away. I understand I may be wrong about outlet ownership, but I did reach out to the HOA to confirm. But I don't think that means I should be subject to random people and kids on my property to use it whenever they please. It's within arm's reach of my door and not the outer property. Nor do I think that I was out of line asking them to leave. So, am I the asshole for kicking the kids off of my porch?
Am I the asshole for being upset that my niece requested payment when I asked her to babysit? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My husband, 30s male, and I, 30s female, have a 3-year-old son together, Max. He's a sweet kid but has a difficult time in unfamiliar situations and can get overstimulated easily. A little while ago, my husband was across the country on a work trip while I was home with Max. I got a call one morning from his manager informing me that my husband had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. He couldn't tell me much but said that although he was stable, it didn't look good and I should come as soon as I can. I freaked out and booked a ticket just for myself because it would be almost impossible to travel with Max and I could barely afford the last-minute ticket for myself. I called my mom who lives a few hours away and asked her to come watch Max while I'm away. At this point, I needed someone to watch Max for the time it would take for my mom to arrive so I could make my flight. I called 3 friends, 1 didn't answer and 2 were unable to help. We live close to my brother and sister-in-law who has a daughter, 17 female, Sarah. Sarah answered the door and said her parents were out. I explained the situation and asked if she would watch Max for a couple hours until my mom came. She babysits for local families and obviously charges them for her services. We've never asked her to babysit before. She showed some concern for my husband, and when I asked her again, she said something along the lines of, well, you'll pay me, right? I usually charge X amount of dollars. I stared at her for a moment, not really expecting that response, and then my friend who didn't answer called me back and said of course she would watch Max. So I took Max and left without saying anything to my niece. I then flew to see my husband. He ended up needing surgery, but is making a full recovery. A few days after he was able to fly home, we had dinner with my brother and sister-in-law. I mentioned I had asked Sarah to watch Max and that she brought up payment in that moment. My brother said he would talk to her because that's not an appropriate reaction. My sister-in-law and I ended up arguing. She said that I was entitled for being surprised that she asked for money.
Today's secret comes from Sarah. Hi guys. I want to tell you a story about a friend of mine. Let's call her Sammy. Back in 2021, I rented an apartment and was letting Sammy live with me rent-free as she was having a really hard time. I wanted to help her out, so I said to her, all I really need from you is to occasionally help with the groceries. For context, I was working full-time in retail and she was working about 2 days a week in hospitality. However, this wasn't our long-term play. We both wanted to become actors and were trying really hard to crack into the industry. We bonded a heap over how tough a career path it is, but it got complicated at times. As I'm sure you can imagine, it's really common in the industry to be rejected from roles. Sammy really struggled with rejection and would tend to get jealous pretty easily. For example, if I ever landed a role that she auditioned for, she would ignore me for a few days, then act like nothing at all happened. I figured it was always a bit of a red flag, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. It was around this time that we both auditioned for a role in a new Netflix show.
Get it.
We both got through to the final callbacks, and then I heard nothing. With that in mind, I assumed neither of us got the role. A few weeks later, she told me she got promoted at work and would now be working more.
She's lying.
However, she said she was still worried about paying rent, so I told her we could reevaluate the issue later. Eventually, it got to the point where I was not really getting anywhere with any career path I was on. It wasn't working in retail, and the acting thing was getting really hard. I decided to chase another dream of mine and go to Europe. 10 months later, I was there. I continued to pay rent while I was away, while Sammy still lived in the apartment. However, halfway through my trip, I got a call from my sister.
Uh-oh.
She asked me why I did not tell her Sammy was in a new Netflix show. I was floored. I had absolutely no idea Sammy was in the show, and it was even weirder because I had been talking to her while I was away and she didn't mention it. Not once. Something did not sit right with me. I decided to scroll through my past call logs and found a call from a casting agency I did not remember taking, as I had accidentally left my phone at home that day. So I called the agency.
I'm going to faint.
Please don't, we need you on this episode.
Okay.
I called the agency and spoke to a representative to ask what the call was regarding all those months ago.
She's done a School of Rock. This is Mr. Schneebly.
No. It turns out they had actually offered me the role and that I had declined the job. Apparently, my profile was removed from the agency as they were told I, quote, no longer wanted to be an actor. After that, I did some more investigating and found that all my headshots and showreels had been deleted from my cloud and all my saved folders.
Fuck, what?
All my work was gone.
Oh no.
Maybe I will faint as well. We need both of you. Once I found this out, I went to talk to my friend about it, but she was screening my calls. I was halfway across the world, and there was nothing else I could do but try to call her. When I returned home 3 weeks later, all of her stuff was out of my apartment and no one knew how to get in contact with her. I like to believe that I worked hard to get where I am, and I like to believe I am a kind person. But I really do not know how to feel about this entire situation, other than feeling like my dreams were ripped out from underneath me. A week ago, I got a message from an unknown number, spoiler, it was her, asking to go and get coffee. Part of me really wants to meet up with her and just ask her why she lied about so many things. But another part of me just wants to politely decline and never talk to her again.
You know what Sammy's done? She's dyed her.
Am I the asshole for not giving up my seat on an airplane? My wife and I were traveling on a 10-hour flight from Europe to Asia last week. We booked our tickets well in advance and also managed to book the specific seats that we wanted. 2 seats in the first row in the middle column of the seats. It was a Boeing 787 with the seats configured being 3 columns with 3 seats in each. We paid for these seats as it was going to be a long journey and we wanted the extra leg space. When we boarded, there was a woman holding a baby seated in the middle seat. We had booked the 2 aisles on the off chance that the middle seat may be empty, but with the full intention for me to switch to the middle seat if a passenger wished to sit in one of the aisles and not in between us. This woman, before I had a chance to put my bag in the overhead compartment, asked me, "Can I be really cheeky and ask you to switch seats with my husband?" She then pointed towards her husband, sat in the second row on the left side column of the aircraft. Only the first row has extra leg space and requires additional payment to book the seats. She then told me that her husband needs to be able to help her with the baby. My wife stayed quiet, while I politely but firmly told her that unfortunately, as his seat is in the second row, I wouldn't be moving there as I specifically paid for the seat with the extra legroom. She claimed that she and her husband paid as well, but they placed him in the second row, which seems very suspect. Either way, I stayed firm. The stewardess came and requested me to switch with the husband on her behest, and I had to tell him the same thing, making things quite awkward. She then threw daggers at me for some time. The baby started crying after a while as well. Thankfully, the steward came back and told me that there were 2 vacant seats in one of the other first rows and offered to move us. We ended up moving there, but I could hear this lady adamantly making comments about us to her husband from behind for some time after that. When I recounted the incident to my in-laws, they said that I should have just moved as she had a baby with her, and that turned into a different conversation about baby expectations. My wife agrees with me that her poor planning is not our problem and that we should have stayed out of it because there was no other first row seats. Quite coincidentally, I read an article similar to our incident that happened, and there were some mixed opinions in the comment section, so I'm curious, were we the assholes for not being willing to move?
So me and my wife have been together for 12 years and we've been married for 8 years. Around a year ago, I noticed my wife had increasingly started to send me these traditional housewife TikToks. I have nothing against that type of relationship, but I don't think it makes sense for our current family situation. I work about 80% of the time and 20% of the time I spend that time with my family. I could work 100% of the time and let my wife be a stay-at-home mum, but because both of my kids are attending school, there's no need for any of us to be at home 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
She got increasingly pushy about it over the past 2 months. And again, I just kept telling her there wasn't any need for that. We got in a pretty heated argument around 2 weeks ago. And basically, she stopped having sex with me to show me what I could be missing out on.
Oh my days.
She's been treating me like a roommate ever since.
Oh my days.
I came home yesterday from work and saw a bunch of presents on the dining table. At first I thought, are these for me? But then I read the labels on them and they were all addressed to my wife. I then read one of the letters. It was a pleasure working alongside you, and I wish you all the best moving forwards.
Quit her job.
A few minutes later, my wife strolled in and she saw the mad expression on my face and had the audacity to tell me, "You'll get over it."
Oh.
I just left the house without saying another word and went to my parents' place. I felt absolutely disrespected. Why on earth would my wife think it was okay to just quit her job without telling me and just expect me to be fine with it?
Am I wrong for throwing my rings in the ocean after my husband told me he had an affair? This is the dumbest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. This past Sunday, my husband, 29 male, and I, 27 female, were out on our boat. We were just relaxing and talking and just having a really good morning, when all of a sudden my husband gets really serious and tells me he has something to tell me. He said, "Baby, I'm so sorry, but I have to tell you something. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry I had an affair." For context, my husband thinks he's a comedian. He says dumb all the time, but he's never joked about our relationship, our marriage, cheating, nothing like that. But the way he said it, I fully believed him. I can't explain it, but I was blinded by rage, hurt, and I'm not a confrontational person at all. But I stood up, took my rings off, and I chucked them into the ocean. And I don't know why I did it, but it was just the first thing that came to mind to do. My husband's jaw hit the floor when I did that. And he immediately started yelling at me that it was just a joke, a prank, that he wasn't serious and I was an idiot. My jaw dropped then too, and I yelled and I called him the same names. I cried too because I realized I threw my lovely, very sentimental rings in the ocean. We've been arguing 4 days. He says I'm wrong, I say he's wrong, and I have no idea who's wrong. I mean, yes, I threw $10,000 worth of rings in the ocean, and it's very likely we will never see them again. But in my defense, he looked me in the eyes and told me he had an affair. I'm upset about my rings and I've apologized for throwing them, but I just don't feel like I'm in the wrong.
My 60 male son-in-law, 28 male, has the opportunity to become a NASA astronaut, but my daughter, 27 female, is holding him back. In 2012, my family and my now son-in-law, 17 male, now 28 male, were sitting outside of Dulles International Airport to see the Discovery space shuttle fly in. It flew right over us and was one of the coolest experiences I had ever seen. And for everyone else, it was just that. But for my son-in-law, it was clearly something far more than just a cool experience. Fast forward almost 12 years later, and my son-in-law is now a test pilot in the Air Force. He has flown various aircrafts, including the F-16, F-22, and other aircrafts that I don't even know about. He's very young for his position, but he has been very dedicated towards his end goal of being a NASA astronaut. Despite lacking some of the various requirements, his superiors have recommended him to NASA with a lot of positive feedback. He's so close to achieving his dream, with the only problem being my daughter. She is terrified he'll somehow die in either a training accident, flight, or some other obscure way. She has apparently thrown many tantrums over it, throwing things, hitting him, and threatening to leave him and take my grandson away. She is refusing therapy, and my son-in-law has said he is considering to cease further attempts to make it into the astronaut program if it means he stays married. I can't stress how rare of an opportunity this is, not just for him, but anyone. And as for someone who's witnessed his passion manifest, I want him to go for it, and I don't want my daughter to stop him, but I also don't want their marriage to fall apart because of it and have my grandson shared between them. My daughter has acted this way before when he has taken his career in a different way as expected, but I don't want to advise my son-in-law to continue with his career on a possible bluff just for it to turn out to be real this time. He wants advice, and now I need it.
I mean, he's a test pilot already. What safety is going to be different here? I actually am pretty sure, like, astronauts aren't going to space every day, but test pilots are probably flying far more often.
Yeah.
It's also one of those kind of things where, you know how you're so much safer in an airplane than you are in your car driving to work or home every day.
I know.
But you don't realize that. Or you're more likely to get hit by a fallen coconut than
Okay.
attacked by a shark. like stuff
Really?
like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god. No, I
but
totally.
you get the idea.
There's weird shit out there. Yeah.
She must be thinking of like movies and all the like things we've talked about in movies, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
astronauts actually are overall, it's not too dangerous. But there's also a chance I think you could be an astronaut and not even go to space.
Yes.
You're worried. There's so many parts to the job.
There's so many. So my fiance is like, oh my god, he's so obsessed with space. He's gonna like
I
actually.
thought you were about to be like, he's an astronaut.
No,
and,
he wants to be.
He's such an astronaut, and I hate him.
Oh no, he wants to be, but there's like this point where he almost went into the Air Force because he wanted to be the first one to go to Mars. And so, knowing what I know and this guy's age, he would be working towards the Mars missions.
That would be so cool.
So cool.
I want to believe. This is a separate conversation.
You want to believe this
I
is
want
real?
to believe. I want to believe like I will see people go to Mars.
Yeah.
Like I never want to go. I have no desire.
No. Keep
but,
me down here.
But
I'm good.
I would love being like here on Earth, knowing like there are people there. That's so cool.
I want to terraform the fuck out of Mars.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
You know,
Kurskazat style.
Let's get some Starbucks there. But
am I the asshole for telling my grandma my brother makes his own rules?
What kind of rules?
Exactly.
Rules for life?
12?
12 of them specifically?
So I, 28 female, have a grandma who is pretty judgmental / critical about things. My brother Dean, 25 male, is marrying his girlfriend Sonia, 23 female. In the family, we all fell in love with Sonia from the start, except my grandma, who keeps saying stuff like, well, she seems nice, but you never know what these girls can be hiding.
Ooh.
Or, they seem in love, but who knows if it's just an act.
Real eyes, true lies.
Yeah, she's just like a Drake fan.
Yeah.
Or she's very pretty. Your brother was probably blinded by that, etc.
What?
You get it. Yeah.
Women hating women, dude. Hell yeah. That's fucking...
Anyway, yesterday my grandma heard from my dad that the couple are having a hard time choosing a venue. She texted me, parentheses, I am the oldest grandchild, so my grandma tends to vent to me, saying, you see, trouble in paradise. Problems finding a venue is just the first step.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe they're not meant for each other.
Oh my, what's your problem with this person?
She's fucking bored. I think.
just like
straight up, sometimes people are just
gotta
mean
poke
because
the
they're
bear
bored.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. This really pissed me off because she really needs to get off their case. They did nothing to deserve this, so I angrily texted back, what the fuck? Since when does trouble planning a wedding indicate marital troubles? I don't know a single couple whose wedding planning went all smooth sailing.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very complicated thing. You're juggling the needs of so many people. And
Yeah.
you have to I feel like there's going to be
I
problems.
think it's stressful as shit. It sounds like it. One of the main reasons I don't want to do a whole rigmarole with
Yeah,
it.
no, I get it.
Planning a wedding is stressful. Grandma, the fact that your brother is so involved in the planning is already a warning sign.
What?
The bride plans the wedding. Everyone knows that. It's the rule.
It's the law, dude.
The law.
Bitches got to do all the things in the wedding, all right? Men...
Only girls like dresses and decorations.
Men are
and
just
stuff.
there to show up.
Yeah. Men just get to whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Misogyny.
Misogyny, yeah. Classic. Me, Grandma, it's 2024. Couples plan the wedding together as a couple. My brother has an idea of what he wants, and he deserves to take part in the planning of his own wedding, too.
Yeah.
They make their own rules. Grandma, no, that's the way it is. The bride plans of the wedding. The groom grants her wishes to make her happy and doesn't get involved. Their bad attitude will ruin their relationship.
What bad attitude? They're just working together to plan a wedding.
Yeah. Me, they will be absolutely fine, and the only one with bad attitudes ruining relationships now is you.
Yeah.
Keep acting this way, and they will keep away from you, and then don't come to me complaining that your grandkids stay away from you. My grandma stopped answering and told my dad, and now he says I'm an asshole for being so harsh with her, especially since Dean and Sonia didn't even hear any of this. And we've all done our best for Sonia not to feel my grandma's judgment. Hope it's working. But to be honest, I'm just sick and tired of all her crapping on Sonia for no reason.
Yeah.
So Reddit, am I the asshole? Should I apologize like my dad said?
No.
Nah, dog.
Fuck that. What?
I'm honestly not sure anyone in my life knows the extent of this secret, and when I allude to it, my loved ones think I am joking. Over 10 years ago, I got a job in the tech industry. It was an entry-level role, and I only got the job because a family friend worked at the company and specifically vouched for me. I'm sure the fact that I landed this position would have raised eyebrows if anyone else bothered to look at my CV. I have no relevant qualifications or experience for this position. I was not studious at school. I went to a low-standing university and got a completely irrelevant degree. And I didn't even do well at it. I messed around with partying and got poor grades the entire way through. I didn't have a passion for the tech industry or the company, and I certainly don't now. My job is completely meh. I don't hate it, but I don't care about it either. And yet, after a decade in the company, I've been promoted 7 times. I now head up a department in the operations area of the business and manage a team of employees below me. I earn an extremely good wage that's very, very far above the national average. So, my secret is this. I know basically zero about the business or industry still. I am not good at my job and am basically clueless. I've simply managed to befriend people higher up in the business, which has earned me multiple legs up in the company, above people who deserve it far more than myself. I cannot emphasize this enough. I breeze through day to day doing very little, and when a question arises that I don't know the answer, I Google it and change the wording so I don't immediately draw attention to my incompetence.
Why is this a slay in my mind? I mean, I have so much that I want to say.
Day to day, I do the bare minimum. Take long lunches and exaggerate whatever small tasks are on my plate to appear like I'm busier than I am. Before you try to console me and say something like imposter syndrome, let me assure you, I am not suffering from imposter syndrome.
Oh, honey, wasn't gonna.
I am genuinely an imposter who networked and faked her way to the top. I do not understand half of the language that is used in our meetings and would struggle to even talk through what my job description means. In fact, I don't think I could have really explained any of my roles from the second promotion onwards. Now, obviously, I'm not a moron. I have a lot of street smarts and intelligence, but I've used the intelligence I do have to avoid discovery as a fraud rather than actually learn the role itself. My conscience about all of this has been clear until recently, when one of my friends who joined the company at the same time as me has just left. This friend worked their butt off for years and has never received a single promotion. This sort of shifted my focus to evaluate what I'm doing and consider whether potentially taking opportunities from people who deserve it more than me is morally wrong. I've never necessarily cheated to get my position, but I have exaggerated, bluffed, and faked it. I have also heavily lent on connections and friendships to advance my own interests and make more money, even when I haven't earned it. I've started to feel guilty and wondering whether it's only a matter of time until I'm found out.
Am I the asshole for refusing to let my daughter invite her biological dad to her birthday and threatening to cancel it? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I'm a mother of a 16-year-old, soon 17-year-old daughter, Kelly. Her biological dad left when she was 4 years old. It's complicated, but despite him being away, he still sent money or had his family help from time to time. I still struggled a lot raising her until I met my now husband, Christopher. Christopher is like a dad to Kelly. He's the only father figure she had. However, I found out that she's reconnected with her biological dad through his family, which I wasn't happy about, but I didn't make a fuss about it. Then she started mentioning him often, going to visit him while canceling plans to hang out with us, and more. Her justification is that her dad is sick and might be terminal. She sees him at his friend's house where he's staying now. Christopher and I were planning her 17th birthday party at our house. Kelly told me that she'd like to have her biological dad come over to celebrate since he may not be able to be around next year. Christopher said no immediately. He said he won't let that man come into our house, which made Kelly cry, saying that we're robbing her of her last chance to make memories with her dad after finally finding him again. I told her that I don't feel comfortable having him come to the house and being in the same room as him. Her stepsister said that both me and Christopher are overreacting and that Kelly wants her dad to take part in her birthday so badly. Christopher left the house and I snapped at Kelly and threatened to cancel the whole thing. Later, when we calmed down, I suggested she goes to celebrate with him, but she said her friends and their parents won't be able to attend. She also said he can't throw her a party since he's sick. We had another argument and she started ignoring me and Christopher while staying in her room. She said she won't be able to forgive me if I let her dad miss what could be her last birthday with him. I'm not sure if I'm being unreasonable or she is. So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for not using pet-friendly salt? I live in a rental house with my boyfriend. The first big snowstorm has hit, so I salted my walkway from the parking spot to my porch and covered my porch in salt to keep the ice away. The HOA pays for the roads and the sidewalk, so I don't do anything with those. The house has a partial fence, so there is a fence around 3 sides of the house, but it stops at the sidewalk. The ice I used was a bag of generic ice melt salt my grandma gave me because it was buy one, get one free. I have a cat, but he is strictly indoors because he absolutely hates being on a harness, and outdoor cats are not natural where I live, so it's detrimental to the environment. The neighborhood is also about 50 houses, and one side leads to dense woods for a couple of miles. The other side leads into town. There are animals there that I know of, and they also snatch up some small pets. I have a neighbor, let's call her Kathy, across the street who has 4 to 6 cats and lets them free roam outdoors. I'm not exactly sure how many because it's not like I'm staring at their house. I've just lived here for almost a year and I've seen several cats going in and out of the cat flap on her door. She doesn't have any sort of fence either, so for all I know, there are some other random cats that just happen to go in her house. Kathy approached me on my way to work yesterday and tells me that I need to go buy different salt because her cats like to come to my front window to look at my cat, and they have been getting sick because of my salt. She's going to sue me and told me, "You'll be sorry." I declined and said I don't have any money for any special salt right now, but that if she would like to buy me some, I'd be happy to use it. Kathy continued to yell at me about how I was endangering animals and that I was such an awful person for being so inconsiderate. She made it a point to say that it's my property, so I'm responsible for paying for the salt and it's my problem. At that point, I got in my car and ignored her and went to work because I am not going to be screamed at by assholes. So Reddit, am I the asshole for not using pet-friendly salt?
My dad just decided he's not going to pay for my wedding anymore. What I'm finding out is if you let your parent pay for your wedding, you kind of have to do it their way. Finally told my parents, I'm gonna do this my way, and they backed out of paying for it. So let me tell you what happened. I have to give credit where credit is due. My parents raised me to be an independent thinker, and as an independent thinker, I've decided we're not gonna do every single wedding tradition at my wedding. And that's where the fight comes in with my dad. It's the year 2023. Women are not property anymore, which is why I decided I will be walking myself down the aisle. My parents do not own me, and I'm not some property to be given away. My dad was not very happy to find out he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. In his eyes, I'm taking away one of the most important parts of the day. Apparently, a first dance with my father isn't enough. My dad keeps going back to the point of, we've never treated you as property, why would you say that? He's also trying to say I'm discrediting everything him and my mom have done for me, which to me just feels unrelated. Like, I'm just not a fan of that tradition. I feel like he's been talking to his buddies because the other day he came back to me and said, well, if you want to be independent, then you can pay for it yourself. Which to me still feels like if you're not going to do your wedding the way I want, then I'm not going to pay for it. And that just doesn't feel right to me. So anyways, do we agree that my dad's being a complete jerk right now? Really hoping he comes around because there's no way I can afford this wedding if he doesn't help me with it. So I'm just kind of holding out hope that he'll come through.
My fiance and I are planning to get married this summer. We both want quite a lavish wedding at a winery in another state. The two of us agree that it's the most important occasion in our lives, so we should make it as memorable as possible. We both have stable jobs and a good amount of savings, but it's not quite enough for the admittedly ambitious plans we have in our heads.
Right.
My father passed away in January, and in his will, he left me a very valuable, think 5 figures, family heirloom. I'm not much for big family traditions, so although it's a nice thing to have, I'm not massively attached to it. My brother, however, is a huge history nerd and is really, really attached to it. After some discussion, my wife-to-be and I decided we would like to sell the heirloom to pay for our wedding. My brother, who is also my best man, was furious when he found out and said he wanted nothing to do with the wedding anymore. He thinks my wife-to-be and I are behaving like spoiled brats. In addition, he convinced my uncle and cousins not to come to the wedding either. He took it too far. With our parents having passed away, this means that virtually none of my family will attend the wedding, which I'm really upset about. I think since I legally inherited the heirloom, I could do what I want with it. I think he's just upset because I ruined his expectations of one day inheriting it. Since my uncle and cousins agree with him enough and they're not coming to the wedding, I'm not so sure anymore if I'm in the right.
Is it just me that got dribbled by a boyfriend who then introduced me to his sister,
who I later find out is actually his girlfriend. And the hijacking I had 3 months ago, he orchestrated it and took the car, the money, and the jewelry they took during the hijacking, gave it to his girlfriend, and I find out later on. Is it just me? Here's a story from Anonymous.
This Reddit title reads, I am leaving my husband because of my mother-in-law. I have been married to my husband for 5 years. Of those 5 years, I spent the last 3 years taking care of his mother. His mother is very sick. She can hardly go to the bathroom on her own. I have to wash her and clean her. He never discussed it with me. He just moved his mother into our house without asking me. I suggested that we should hire a nurse, and he said it was a waste of money. Why do we need to hire a nurse when we can take care of her? My husband promised he would help, but he hasn't lifted a finger. I do everything. I feed his mum, I bathe her, I clean her after she does her business. I'm exhausted and I feel like a lesser version of myself. I don't recognize myself in the mirror anymore. I always clock on for her, and my husband doesn't help me, but he expects me to help his mother. He just comes home and plays video games.
The plague of video games on our society.
I know, it's so, typical. It's so typical. I complained about this and he yelled at me. He said he is very stressed about his mother and he needs video games to calm his nerves. I know I just gave shit to video games, but I get as a sidebar that maybe they can be helpful for some people, but okay, whatever. The only time I saw him do anything was his mum's birthday. We were about to start a family last year, but he said not now and has the audacity to complain that I do not look myself anymore.
Oh.
So he says I've eye bags, my skin looks dry, my hands start to resemble his own mother.
Ew.
I'm
what?
just done now. I sacrificed my job for him. I left my job and took a part-time job just to take care of his mum. I should have left when 4 years ago I asked him to lend me some money for my dad's operation and he gave me a bunch of excuses. So there's a massive double standard going on here. He even criticized me if I spend too much time with my own sick dad. Today at work, he is going to be served. I've been planning my escape for a few months. I'm staying with a close relative. I have money saved. I'm glad I didn't have kids with this man.
God.
A whirlwind.
Unfortunately, I feel like that is a bit of a common story.
Yeah.
A lot of women take on this role of carer, and because we don't value carers in society very highly, you end up feeling really, really burnt out.
It's totally unfair. My thoughts are with this person. I'm glad that at the end she's kind of I'm done.
Yeah, she's like, he's being served.
Yeah, which I don't think is always the case.
Yeah.
Sometimes people are so in it and drowning in it that they can't see that it's not right and that she's being taken advantage of. So props to this woman.
Good for her.
Am I the asshole for hiring someone else instead of my unemployed mother-in-law?
Oh, okay.
My husband and I have 2 children, 3 female and 1 male. Until last month, I had a nanny who spent 6 hours a day with my kids while I worked from home. But she decided to stop for personal reasons, and it was unexpected. My mother-in-law and I don't have a close relationship because she's the typical mama bear, and it took a long time for her to respect our boundaries. We are currently on good terms.
Okay.
The first week without a babysitter was a mess, and my husband told his mother that we were suffering until we find a babysitter, and she said that she could help since she was dismissed from the service. At the moment, we really needed help, and we accepted. It was hell. She doesn't understand the concept that me being at home working is not the same as being off work, and even though we had several conversations, she would often ask for help or come and talk about random things, or simply wouldn't close the door, and my children came in to talk, among several other interruptions. After a lot of complaining and talking, things got a little better, but it was still a huge amount of stress. At the beginning of this week, she said that she could continue to care, but that she would need to receive a salary as the bills needed to be paid, and she gave her quote-unquote price. The amount was a little below average, but nothing special, and I just felt overwhelmed. I talked to my husband and said I didn't want it because despite it being cheaper, it's very stressful and she does not know how to respect limits. So I would prefer a professional who knows how to respect and isn't part of the family. He complained, saying this would be a way to help his mother before she retires in 3 years, and we could help the family and not someone strange. I said that I was the one who stayed at home with her and was interrupted all the time, and he didn't work at home to find out how much his mother disrupts work routine by not respecting limits.
Yeah, work's fucking important too. Like, you gotta do your goddamn job.
Yeah, exactly. He still doesn't agree with me, saying that we should give his mother a chance and that she has already shown herself capable of changing with a lot of difficulty and time, and that he didn't want her to go through difficulties if we can help. In the end, he relented, but we agreed to pay for the 2 weeks she worked, and we're looking to help out a little with her bills. But he's upset with me for this joint decision, as his mother is criticizing me for not helping her and preferring a stranger. The new babysitter will come Monday. All lucky she's a former babysitter of mine who was available. Am I the asshole?
No. All right. Business talk real quick.
Yeah,
You
real
and
business
me.
talk. What?
Okay, so listen, if you have issues with your family, never fucking hire them.
Yeah, I don't think so, man.
Don't do it. Don't stop.
Am I the asshole for uninviting my best friend for my wedding because she kept telling people she dated my fiance first? Izzy and I have been friends since we were born. After college, when Izzy was like 23, she went on a few dates with Jake, my fiance, but then told him she wasn't interested in anything serious. I didn't really know Jake because she used to get asked out a lot, but only a few turned serious. It was after this that I met Jake. We quickly became good friends. I used to talk about him to Izzy a lot, but it's when I showed her his picture that she recognized him and told me about her dates with him. So I asked her if it was okay to date him because I liked him a lot. She said she had no problem and joked about it ever turning into a relationship. Jake and I became serious very quick. He is my soulmate. After I got engaged, she became very weird. She was very, very shocked and just would not believe it. Although she did agree to be my maid of honor along with my sister. Afterwards, I posted on Instagram about my engagement and people were reposting it and congratulating us. But Izzy just captioned it saying, "You better mention me in your vows because he was into me first." After Christmas, we hosted a dinner party, and that day, Izzy just kept telling all our family and friends that Jake dated her first. She let me have him and stuff like that. Later, I told her that she was crossing my boundaries and that it was not okay, to which she said I was overreacting. In the end, I had to tell her to not attend my wedding at all.
Am I the asshole for ordering an expensive meal with friends who always insist on splitting the bill? I, 24 female, get dinner every 2 weeks or so with a group of my friends. Male 24, 23 female, and male 26. For whatever reason, all 3 of them are super pro splitting the bill evenly 4 ways instead of simply paying for what they order. This wouldn't be an issue, but I usually get a salad for my main course because ordering most other things gives me a stomachache, and I don't drink alcohol, and I don't really like soda. So I usually just get a glass of water or a bottle of some sparkling water if I'm feeling crazy. My friends, on the other hand, usually order expensive alcoholic drinks, expensive courses like seafood and steak, and even get appetizers, which I don't eat. So when we split the bill, it comes out to at least $150 at least every time, and I almost never contribute more than $20 to the bill, sometimes even only like $15 total. My friends always insist that we split the bill, which I find extremely annoying because I should be paying significantly less. However, when I try to pay for only what I ordered, they call me a cheapskate and say they won't eat out with me ever again if I want to keep being so cheap. Last night when we went out, I decided to be petty. I ordered a total of 3 glasses of the most expensive wine, some sort of fancy charcuterie board for the appetizer, and the most expensive item on the entire menu, which was some sort of steak. I even ordered a slice of tiramisu for dessert. My dinner alone ended up being $150. We split the bill once again, but I could tell that they were irritated. This morning, I woke up to a block of text message in our group chat basically saying that they were pissed and they knew that I was only doing this to piss them off, and my other 2 friends agreed. I kind of feel bad, but I also feel like what I did was fair because they do this to me in the reverse all the time. So am I the asshole?
I don't know what to do now. My fiance left me. This morning, I got ready to go home. Before I left, I had a final conversation with my sister, and she basically said the same as all of you. During our conversation, the doorbell rang, and my sister went to have a look at who is here so early on a Sunday. My fiance walks in, and I was actually excited to see him. I went in to hug him, but he pushed me away. I felt hurt in that moment, and he asked to speak to me in private. We went up to the guest room where I was staying. I'm not going to say everything we discussed on here, but the short of the story is, he found it very childish for me to have run out of the house without talking to him. He said he could forgive all of that because misunderstandings happen, but what he can't forgive is the way I acted and ignoring him and hiding from him this last week. My insecurities throughout these years have taken a toll on him, and he is done. The fact that a conversation with his sister caused me to do all of this made him see me in a different light. I did try and explain, and he laughed at me, saying my reasoning is bullshit, as not just he, but the whole family refers to his sister as Angie, and I know that. He even brought up instances where I call her Angie myself. I tried to tell him that when I saw the messages, my mind just went blank, and he responded with, "Stop making excuses. I'm done with this." He then said it is better to break up because he doesn't see this relationship going any further. I showed him all of my stuff was packed and that I wanted to go home that day. He just responded too little too late. He said it as if we were in a movie with no emotions on his face. When he looked at me, all I saw on his face for some reason was pity for me. He said he will be canceling everything, and all the money that I have spent on the wedding so far will be in my account as soon as he gets the refunds. Before he left, he just said, "I hope you find someone that will be able to handle your childness and your insecurities, but that won't be me." He brought all of my things to my sister's house. He and two of his friends unloaded everything on my sister's lawn and left. What do I do now? I haven't been able to eat the whole day, and I just keep crying. How can I fix this? I was wrong, I know, but it's not fair that he will dump me because of this. Okay, so listen. I get it. I've been cheated on too. I have insecurities and stuff like that. You need to work on that. You need to work on yourself, because that's not fair to your partner that you completely alienate him and ice him out because you misunderstood something like that. You gotta work on yourself, baby girl. Baby girl, let's work on ourselves. The best thing you can do at this point, genuinely, is probably give your now ex some space.
Story time about why I hate family vacations. So a little background information. My family vacations at the same villa every year, and since I finally turned 16, I was allowed to bring my best friend Mia. And I had just broken up with my super controlling boyfriend Liam, so this vacation was about to be lit. So of course the night before, we're on FaceTime, we're planning out all these vacation activities that we're gonna do. Fast forward, we drive to the villa. After we were done unpacking, we went to the pool, and that's where we met this guy, Hunter. He was super cute. He was also vacationing with his family. So him and I started talking, and we ended up hanging out a lot throughout the next few days. And then the one day I didn't hear from him or see him at all. And I forgot how crazy my mom gets on these trips. But me and we hear strange noises coming from outside, so we go to see what it is. I just realized that if Mia and I were in a scary movie, we would be the first ones to be unalive because we literally just went outside. Anyways, yeah, we see Hunter and my mom. And let's just say my family has...
Am I the asshole for telling a coworker to shut up and stop whistling? I feel like I've been burned. I feel like all these had great titles and then they all sucked.
I know, they all sucked balls.
And now I feel I'm really betting on this one being the...
This is what I'm saying. If you're making fake Reddit stories or whatever,
put a little bit more
can you
effort
work
in.
on it? Like,
yeah.
Jesus.
I, 27 male, work at Costco, and in my department, we can listen to music as we work. We recently got a new person, the Whistler. Both...
I'm so sorry. If you're trying to make fun of him, you're not doing a good job.
The Whistler.
That's a baller ass name.
By the way, yeah, like literally
yeah.
titled, yeah, caps in the first letters. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And every time, by the way, this name will come up multiple times, and it will be capitalized all times. Don't worry.
Ooh.
The good, the bad, the Whistler.
Yeah.
We recently got a new person, the Whistler, in our department through the process of cross-training. When the Whistler first entered the department, he began whistling to the music, and at first it wasn't bad. After a few days it got annoying, but seeing that it bothered one of the most annoying coworkers that always complained was worth hearing the whistling since it bothered the other coworker so much more.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 3 weeks and I am at my wit's end. He is whistling to every period, single period, song period.
That's a talent.
Even if the Whistler doesn't know the song, he will listen for a bit to get the beat or whistle to the chorus of the song.
Oh.
He's talented. He's a
He's
talented
talented
individual.
man.
Yeah. My supervisor has made comments about the whistling while we work, but we believe he either doesn't hear him, thinks we're just joking about the comments, or is just doing it on purpose. I finally broke and told him to shut the fuck up and stop whistling. It kind of got quiet for a little bit, just the music going and machines working. I agree, I probably should have been more professional about it all, especially since the guy won't be in our department much longer, and I'm asking other coworkers what they think and if I went too far or not. They didn't think I did anything truly wrong, but I still feel kind of guilty. So am I the asshole? Info, multiple ages in the department ranging from 20 to 63. Only age I know for sure is my own.
Am I wrong for inviting my fiance's younger sister to our wedding? I, 25 female, am engaged to my fiance, 32 male. We've been dating for 4 years before getting engaged last year. We've always gotten along well with each other's families and celebrated holidays together. Both of our families were happy when we announced our engagement. I recently found out that my fiance actually has a 15-year-old younger sister, let's call her Anne, who I never met despite her living at her parents' and me visiting often. When I asked about her during a family dinner, they glared at me and coldly said I shouldn't mention her and that I should just forget about her. The intense response kind of shocked me, so I dropped the subject. But I tried to talk about it with my fiance after we got home. He brushed it off and said that Anne doesn't want to be a part of the family, so she's not allowed to join any family events or gatherings until she decides to talk to them. Maybe because I'm generally a curious person, but something just felt off. Even at my fiance's parents' home, there are pictures of their children everywhere, but there's not a single picture of Anne. A few days ago, I contacted Anne, saying I love to get to know my future sister-in-law. We met up in a cafe and she is such a sweet girl, but it turned out she's mute. She can hear, but just can't talk. Her parents got it into their heads that she's able to talk but chooses not to, because there's no way a child of them would have a disability. So they excluded Anne from the family until she talks. We talked. I talked, she wrote, I don't know sign language, and I feel really sorry for her. I invited her to my wedding, telling her that I'd love to see her there. When I later told this during a family dinner with my fiance's family, they blew up, telling me how I dared to talk to Anne and to revoke my invitation because if Anne doesn't want to talk to them, she doesn't deserve to be a part of the family and shouldn't be allowed to join in family events. They told me I shouldn't stick my nose in their family business. My fiancé sided with his parents, telling me to just forget Anne exists and to apologize to his parents. This angered me because I thought my fiancé would have my back, and I yelled at them that I'm not going to uninvite her and that she deserves to be treated better. Since then, my fiancé has been constantly telling me that I'm behaving like a child throwing a tantrum and to apologize to his family for my behavior. But I just can't accept the way Anne is treated. It also made me worry if we end up having children, would my fiancé treat our child the same if they end up with a disability of some kind? Some of my friends are also saying that I should just let it go and not overreact so much, that every family does things their own way, so I should just apologize and do as they tell me to prevent my relationship from suffering. All I gotta say is that if you have a child with this family and your child has some sort of disability or anything, imagine the same treatment happening to them. His whole family is a red flag. What the heck? I feel bad for Anne. I wish you could help her more, but that is crazy.
Am I wrong for refusing to lend my friend my house after she asked me for a paternity test? So, my friend Sandra and I have known each other for 20 years. I'm 30, she's 32. Sandra is getting married to my friend of 6 years, Andre. I introduced them and they got engaged 2 years ago. Some relevant information. Andres and I are from the same country. We're even from like the same region. So we have a lot of characteristics that make us very similar. We've been confused for siblings many times. We both have round faces, black hair, dark brown eyes. So I own a property, a house in mine and Andre's home country. I tend to rent that house out for weddings. I'm not gonna lie, I rent it out pretty expensive. So I decided to let them use my property for free. All they had to do was hire their own catering and make sure the guests strip their bed after their visit. So now on to the issue. 3 months ago, Sandra became more elusive. She wasn't answering my texts, my calls, and we weren't meeting up like we used to. 2 weeks ago, she appeared at my doorstep with Andres and wanted my husband and I to sit down. She told us that she suspected that my daughter was actually Andre's biological daughter and requested that we do a paternity test for her peace of mind. I was honestly so shocked I didn't know what to say. My husband, on the other hand, lost his temper. He told Sandra that she was being absolutely but Sandra doubled down and pointed out that my daughter looked exactly like Andre. I just told her that Andre and I looked alike, but she just kept shaking her head, saying that my daughter would obviously look more like my husband and not an exact copy of myself. Obviously, that evening ended poorly, but we agreed to do a paternity test as long as they paid for it. The results came back last Friday, and Andre is not the father. We also had another test done, and it showed that my husband is the father. So Sandra tried to hug me once we found out the results, but I wouldn't let her. I let her know that I didn't want to be friends with her for the time being, as this was all so fresh to me. But she kept trying to justify it and say her worries were justifiable and women from your country being more likely to do something like that. Obviously, in that moment, I was filled with rage, and I just let her know she couldn't use my house as a wedding venue anymore, and that I didn't want her in my life anymore. She started crying, but I made her leave. Sandra and her mom have been texting me, telling me that they can't find a new venue, but I keep saying they still can't use my house. 20 minutes ago, Sandra called me saying that the wedding is off because of me. Am I wrong? Should I have just let her use the venue at regular price? Or is what I did okay? I will say Andre seemed very upset. He seemed like he didn't want to do it, and he was just doing it to kind of appease her. I just got an email from Sandra apologizing to me. She let me know that the wedding's off and they're no longer together. And for some weird reason, she also PayPal'd me $25.67. And that's the eye look. Bye.
Am I the asshole for blowing up my mom's marriage because she allowed her husband and my stepsister to invade my privacy? My mom married my stepdad when I was 10. She was 35 and he was 47. He had a 5-year-old daughter, Jen. His wife had passed away about 2 years earlier. My father was in the military, so him getting more than visitation wasn't really an option. I asked if I could go live with my grandparents, but my mother wouldn't allow it. I honestly think she just wanted the child support. Her and I do not get along for a whole host of reasons. Jen didn't really like me much. Whatever, I can't imagine what it would be like to lose your mom at 3 years old. I tried to be friendly with her, but it never worked. I'm 19 now, and I just finished my first year of community college. I'm hoping to do well enough to transfer to complete my 4-year degree at a state college. I just got back from camping with some friends. My mom and stepdad were waiting for me. They had my journal out. This is my private journal where I write my private thoughts, which I keep in my room in my desk, so there's no reason for it to be out. They wanted to talk to me about some things that I wrote. No, these are private thoughts. I'm allowed to write down what the fuck I want to write. I write it down that way I don't come and disrespect nobody by saying it to your face. No, you don't get to talk about what's written in my fucking journal. No, not at all. Like, that is so fucking rude. So disrespectful. Absolutely not. They wanted to talk to me about some of the things that I wrote. I asked them what the fuck they're doing touching my things. I took my journal and I went to my room. It was a fucking mess. They decided to let Jen use it while I was gone. She decided to go through my stuff to amuse herself. I've been trying to figure myself out and try new things. Don't DM me. I'm not interested. I wrote about my ideas and activities just to keep it straight in my head. Anyway, Jen decided to read my journal and then tell her father about what I had wrote down. Jen fucking sucks. Jen is 14 now? She fucking sucks. My mom and stepdad pounded on my door, telling me that we're a family and that they're worried about me, that I don't need to keep secrets from them. Fuck that. I had already been talking to my grandma and she said that I could stay with them now that I'm an adult. My stuff was still in my car, so I just grabbed what was left that mattered to me and I left. Before I left, I was screaming at them that privacy is important and that I will not be coming back. They kept saying that we needed to talk about the stuff that I was doing in my personal life. I just left. Good shit. I would have just left too, because you do not have to talk to anybody about your private thoughts and feelings if you fucking do not want to. They can't force you to do that. I would have left too. Good girl. Then I took them up on their very thoughtful suggestion. I posted all about their private lives to my family. I posted about how they like to swing, how my stepdad likes to watch younger guys go at my mom. Okay. Baby girl said, you're right. We're family and we shouldn't keep secrets from each other. So I'm going to expose all of your fucking secrets. Dirty. Fucking dirty. I posted about how they like to swing, how my stepdad likes to watch young guys go at my mom. All the stuff I wish I didn't know. Some of this trickled down to younger family members who know Jen, so now she knows too. I'd always done my best to keep it away from her. So now they're being gossiped about, and my stepdad is pissed because the guys at his job know what he does. My mom won't talk to me, and I'm fine with that. She preferred her more conveniently girly daughter Jen over me since they met anyway. I actually feel kind of shitty for Jen. She doesn't need to know this stuff about her dad and the woman that she's been calling mom for 9 years. My mom and stepdad should be okay with this though, since I only shared it with the family. OP made an edit, and when she says that she posted it in a family Facebook group. So like, it's just a private group. It wasn't something that she just threw onto the internet for everybody to fucking see. It's within the family. I truly don't think you're the asshole. Sometimes being the asshole is necessary, but even then, I don't think you're the asshole for doing this because you showed your mom and your stepdad just how much they value privacy. Privacy is fucking important when you don't want your private actions and thoughts and feelings to get out amongst people you don't want it to be around. Doesn't that fucking suck when your privacy is invaded? You see how that just sucks for everybody involved? You showed them a hell of a lot better than you could have told them, because when you were talking to them, telling them that they were invading your privacy, they didn't give a fuck about that. We're family. You don't have to keep secrets from us. You're right. You're absolutely right. So let's expose all of your secrets to the family, because we're family and you don't need to keep secrets from us. You were diabolical. You are the petty butterflies that I have fluttering around in my stomach right now will not rest, because we are so proud of you. Girl, you bolder than me, because I don't even think I would have thought of some shit like that. I probably would have though. Girl, the petty award goes to you. Congratulations. Take your bow, queen.
My fiance cheated and his family is telling me to suck it up and get married. Me and my fiance have been together for 2 years and we've been engaged for about 3 months now. My friend, that we will call Leela for the sake of this story, has a dating app, and she recently sent me a screen recording of my husband's verified profile on the dating app. At first, I thought that the profile was fake, but the profile actually has a voice prompt on it and he's speaking a couple lines. And when I pressed it, it's definitely his voice 100%. I confronted him, and at first he denied, and then he was yelling at me saying that I was actually on the dating app. So I pulled out my phone and showed him the receipts and showed him his own dating profile, and he went numb. After a few minutes of him hyperventilating, he finally confessed that he was on the dating app, and he was really nervous about tying the knot, so he wanted validation from other women, but that he hasn't met up with any women and has not done anything physical. My fiance cheated and his family is telling me to suck it up and get married, but that he hasn't met up with any women and has not done anything physical. I don't think that he's lying about meeting up with anyone or doing anything physical, but I did ask him to just give me some time. So I told this to my parents, and they were super upset and they wanted to talk to his parents, so that's what they did. His mother's response was that he's not married and he deserves to blow off some steam somewhere, and he also told my parents that he's been complaining to them about me not making enough time for him. Mind you, I've always had a weird vibe about his mom, and she continues to keep saying who would ever marry her. And now his family is harassing me, calling me a bunch of terrible names, and threatening to spread terrible rumors about me. And my fiance is still begging for me to take him back. He also told me that he was a virgin, but that was also a lie. I'm honestly just at a loss for words.
All right, this is coming from r/true off my chest, and it goes, I messed up and I ruined my marriage. I'm not looking for pity or understanding here. I know I'm not getting it. Me and my ex-wife have a 14-month-old son. After he was born, our marriage fell apart. She said I wasn't pulling my weight with childcare and chores, but at the same time, she expected me to know what to do without her telling me. It was bad. We argued a lot, and I ended up telling her that her life would be harder without me. She got really quiet, and I thought that was the end of the argument. It made things fall apart. and we are getting divorced. We are living separately, each got a new apartment. As for our son, the law in our state, Kentucky, is 50-50 in the default for custody. It is automatic unless one parent proves neglect on the part of the other. We don't have that. On the advice of both of our lawyers, we are splitting time and doing alternate weekends since we are separated. We usually switch on Mondays with a daycare pickup and drop off. I knew being a single parent wasn't easy, but I didn't really know until now. This is where I realized how badly I fucked up because I'm drowning. The weeks I have my son, I don't get anything done, and I can barely even function at work because I'm so exhausted. I spend the whole week I don't have him catching up. I can't even get everything done. My apartment is a mess, and I can hardly keep up with errands and chores. It sucks. I realize I fucked up because I thought since I was having a hard time, my wife would be too, and we could call off the divorce and work on things. But she doesn't want to. She says her life is easier without me, and she is the opposite of me and can apparently keep up everything fine. She says she isn't exhausted anymore and realizes it's easier having one person to take care of instead of two. I know I messed up and should have been a better husband. I can't even ask for less time with my son because I can't afford the child support. Right now, neither of us are doing child support because of the 50-50 and equal income. But if we go off 50-50, my lawyer says the person with less time will get child support. I hate myself for fucking up so much. Obviously, this is a throwaway. What the f do I do? I think one of the comments said it sounds like he doesn't even miss his wife. He doesn't really even miss his wife. He just misses having like a convenient maid or caregiver. What are our thoughts?
Am I the asshole for refusing to let my brother-in-law come inside when he flew all the way there to talk to my husband about an emergency? Whenever my husband and I go on a vacation, it's always ruined because of his work. It got to the point where I told him it was pointless for us to go anywhere because he would either be on his phone the whole time trying to solve some crisis or another the entire time, or we would have to leave early. He promised it wouldn't happen this time, and he even took some steps to make sure that nobody could contact him while we were away. The vacation was going really well until his brother showed up claiming he needed to speak to my husband about an emergency, of course, work-related. While he did look stressed out, I told him that he couldn't come inside, even though we were staying at their family vacation home. We had an argument because he told me it was important, but I told him that he could wait the 4 more days. He ended up coming back a few hours later, and this time my husband let him in. My brother-in-law is still angry at me for not letting him in earlier, but my husband was also upset that I hadn't told him about his brother turning up or about the fact that it was an emergency. So am I the asshole for not letting my brother-in-law?
There's a little bit more information to this story. Okay. The issue is, since I told my best friend I was in debt, she's been insisting on giving me some money for my so-called debt. She comes from a lot of money herself, so she keeps insisting that it's nothing to her if she gives me a bit of it to ease my stress. I keep telling her I don't need it, but she keeps pestering me. I'm worried she won't take no for an answer. Do I take the money to shut her up and say I will pay her back later? Or do I come clean about everything?
I'm leaving him for my ex, and I don't like that he's so upset about it.
Like, that's such a weird title.
I, 22 female, was in a relationship with Mark, 23 male. I don't know if I believe in something like soulmate, but if they ever did exist, we were the closest thing to it. Even though someone can be right for you, it could still be the wrong time, and that's what it was. It was the wrong time, so I broke up with him through the most painful breakup of my life, and I told him that if it was really meant to be, then we would find each other again, and I would give us another chance if the time was right. Then, months later, I met Luca, 25 male. It wasn't really meant to be anything, and I told him that from the start. I told him that I just wanted a friends with benefit at most, but nothing more. I wasn't ready for anything more. He asked me why, and I was honest, and the conversation went a little bit like this. I have unfinished business with my ex, and I know when the time comes, I'll need to close that door, so it's not fair to anyone if I start a new chapter with you knowing that the last one isn't finished yet. Why not finish it now? Because I'm not ready. When will you be ready? I don't know. Well, whatever, I'll wait for you. You would be waiting for a while. That's fine, it's worth it to me. I can't lie and say that I don't have feelings for him. I can't lie and say that there isn't something there. There is. I don't think of Mark when I'm with him. It's just us, and that's how I like it. So, there's definitely something there, but it's a commitment I'm scared of. It had been 5 months with him, and he stopped asking me to be his girlfriend around month 3 after I said that if he asked me again, I'd have to step away. We had fun, gone out, and done everything couples would do, but I didn't let him get too close. Anytime it got serious, I reminded him it wasn't exclusive and that in the end, there was no strings attached, at least not on my end. I told him many times, and I told him to keep his options open for others. I told him he could get hurt if he put all his eggs in my basket, and that I didn't want them anyways. I was open, I was honest. He said he wouldn't mind getting hurt by me, and that in the end he knows what he's doing. Looking back, maybe I should have just ended it there. Now Mark is back. We ran into each other at the gym, and we talked so long that the triangle from my pre-workout stopped before I even touched away. It was like everything came back at once. The time, the energy, the love. He asked me to go to lunch, and I was reluctant at first, but eventually said yes. We talked so much, our food got cold, and the ice melted in our drinks. He told me about his life and all of the changes, all of the differences. It felt like almost all of the obstacles that were once in our way were now gone. Then I told him about my life, and I told him about Luca. Mark asked if I would still give him another chance, and I told him I would have to think about it. I told him I would need time. It destroyed Luca to hear about it, but I warned him. I told him this would happen. I told him he would get hurt. I was honest. How could I have been more transparent? He's 25. He makes his own decisions. So why do I feel guilty? I'm not his mom. It's not my fault, is it? I waited 3 weeks before officially breaking whatever Luca and I had off. I needed time to think and time to see that Mark was really ready. We're not in a relationship, but we're seeing each other. We're getting closer again. We're getting back to where we were and where we left off. Luca called me the devil and said that if there were ever anything good about him being with me, it was that he knows now to never make that mistake again. I can't say I'm not sad. I'll miss him, but I don't want to feel guilty anymore. I want to focus on my future, and I want to focus on Mark. It'll be okay, but I'm sorry, Luca. Sometimes, men don't listen to women. Like, she told you this whole time that I'm emotionally unavailable and I'm still stuck on someone else. And he didn't want to hear it. Bro, she warned him. She told him that I love another man and I don't want to be with you that way. And he's like, I can handle the hurt if it's from you. Get out of here. Am I wrong for telling my sister grieving her dog is not the same as me grieving my husband? To make a long story short, I lost my husband only a month ago. It's hard. I'm still grieving and I miss him every day. I have to take medication for depression and anxiety to help me get through the day. Last week, my sister's dog was put down due to some health issues and she was very upset, which is understandable. She called me as soon as it happened and said I was the only sibling who would understand her pain. I didn't mind. Honestly, I just wanted to comfort her since her dog meant the world to her. She held a wake for him and our whole family attended. It was a nice service. But now she's comparing our losses, telling me she knows exactly what I'm going through, that she can relate to the pain of losing someone so close to you. She calls me asking if we could visit graves together. It was fine the first time, but it's constant. She goes 3 times a day. It's already difficult to go once a week for me, and she knows this. I feel like she's not even considering my own grief process. Anyway, I told her that grieving her dog is not the same as grieving my husband. She's upset and refuses to talk to me now. I get it. It was uncalled for, really, but my loss is new to me too, and I guess I just got frustrated with how different we're dealing with our losses. I don't know, I feel like she should understand where I'm coming from. A dog is not the same as a husband. A dog can't love you back like a husband can. A dog can't read to your children like a husband can. A dog can't make soup when you're ill like a husband can. It's really hard for me right now to discern when I'm being condescending or not. I don't know if it's a side effect of my medication or if the empathetic part of my brain has shut down, but I'm really getting tired of her comparing our pain when she lost her dog and I lost my world. At the very least, she still has her husband. I have 2 young children at home, processing a loss unimaginable to most kids their age, and she's trying to whisk me away to graveyards to visit her dog. So, am I the asshole?